Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve. Corona exclaimed as a strong beam of energy enveloped her key stone and the Lucarionite, causing Lucario to Mega Evolve. So Lucario has Mega Evolved. This will be tougher than before, Bonnie remarked. Lucario, use Flash Cannon, Corona ordered, and the Aura Pokémon released a powerful beam of silvery white light toward Mantike. Use Double Team, Bonnie commanded, and Mantike created several illusions of itself, surrounding Lucario while dodging the Flash Cannon. Now use Scald, Bonnie instructed, and the real Mantike released a powerful spout of hot water at Lucario. Caught off guard by the small Pokémon's strategy, Corona hesitated. Dodge it, she said, but it was too late. Lucario was hit by the attack and burned. Impressive for such a small Pokémon. Just like when battling Ash's Pikachu, Corona thought. Use Stone Edge, Corona commanded as Lucario smashed one of its paws on the ground, causing several stones to protrude and aim toward Mantike, dealing significant damage. Better finish this soon, before Mantike takes any further damage, Bonnie thought. Use Aerial Ace, she ordered, and Mantike charged toward Lucario at high speed. Fire with Aura Sphere, Corona commanded, and Lucario fired a blue ball of energy at the incoming Mantike. Hit it back with your wing, Bonnie instructed, and Mantike struck the Aura Sphere with its wing, sending it back at Lucario and causing considerable damage. Now finish it with a combination of Ice Beam and Scald, Bonnie commanded. Mantike released another spout of water toward Lucario and then froze part of it with Ice Beam. Eliminate it with close combat, Corona ordered as Lucario began striking back rapidly. However, due to the earlier burn, it faltered and was hit by the combination, fainting and reverting to its original form. Lucario is unable to battle. Mantike wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Bonnie, declared Gherkin. We did it, we won. Bonnie exclaimed, hugging her Pokémon. Ah, we lost, but it was a good battle, Corona said, slightly disappointed but happy for Bonnie's victory. Congratulations on winning your gym battle against my granddaughter, Gherkin said. As proof of victory, I present you the Rumble Badge, Corona said, handing Bonnie the gym badge. Thank you, Corona and Gherkin, Bonnie replied as she accepted the badge. Now that you've won against the Shaller Gym, your next gym is at Coumarine City, where you will face Ramos, Corona informed her. Good luck when battling him. And once again, congratulations on your victory, Gherkin added. Thanks again to both of you, Bonnie said as she and Mantike waved farewell to Corona and Gherkin, heading to the Pokémon Center. After everyone had breakfast at a nearby restaurant in Malie City, Ash, Pikachu, Lucario, Sophocles, Kiawe, Lily, Mallow, Lana, and Professor Kukui made their way through Route 11, 12, 13, Tapu Village, Route 14, and into the thrifty Megamart, where they were greeted by Acerola. Hello, Professor Kukui and everyone else, Acerola greeted. What brings you here? Well, we have a challenger here with us to complete your island trial challenge, Professor Kukui replied, gesturing to Ash, who had Pikachu on his shoulder and Lucario standing beside him. No way, you must be Ash Ketchum, Acerola said in surprise. Hala contacted me and told me about you. Did he? Ash asked. I did request him to contact all of the Island Trial Challenge and Grand Trial captains about me. That explains it. Alright, let's go, Acerola said, leading everyone into the thrifty Megamart. Once inside, Acerola explained how her challenge worked. You must explore the area and take a photo of the totem Pokémon, which happens to be Mimikyu. The totem Mimikyu will challenge you to a battle. Once you defeat it and its two ally Pokémon, the challenge is complete. Are you ready? She asked. Ready, Ash replied. Then let's begin, Acerola said as Ash took the vibration Pokémon out of its Pokeball. A moment later, Mimikyu appeared, and Ash quickly took a photo of it. A Seismitoad, it looks very powerful, Lana commented, intrigued by water-type Pokémon. Seismitoad, start off with muddy water, Ash ordered, and Seismitoad released a powerful barrage of brown water toward Mimikyu, scoring a direct hit. However, it seemed to take no damage. That's Mimikyu's ability, Disguise. It allows the first damage-inflicting move used on Mimikyu to do no damage for that turn, but the ability wears off for the rest of the battle, Acerola explained. Very useful for it, but a disadvantage for us, Ash said as Mimikyu struck Seismitoad with Shadow Claw, inflicting a fair amount of damage. Moments later, the totem Mimikyu summoned Haunter and temporarily disappeared into the darkness of the thrifty Megamart. Seconds later, the totem Haunter approached Seismitoad and began to use Lick. Counter that with Ice Punch, Ash commanded, and Seismitoad's right hand glowed light blue, colliding with the Lick attack. Now strike with your left hand, Ash ordered, and Seismitoad's other hand glowed light blue, scoring a direct hit on Haunter and knocking it back. Haunter's eyes began to glow red, and circles of sound waves headed toward Seismitoad. Use Sludge Wave, Ash commanded as Seismitoad released a wave of purple sludge toward the incoming Nightshade, creating a cloud from the impact. Seismitoad, don't move just yet. When Haunter emerged from the cloud of dust, Ash quickly commanded, attack immediately with muddy water. A few moments later, Haunter began using Lick toward Seismitoad. Now! Ash shouted as Seismitoad unleashed a wave of brown water, hitting Haunter directly and knocking it out. After fainting, Haunter quickly recovered and vanished into the darkness, only for Jengar to appear in front of Ash and his Pokémon. Jengar immediately fired a Shadow Ball at Seismitoad. Eliminate it with Ice Punch, Ash ordered, and Seismitoad's left hand glowed light blue, successfully countering the Shadow Ball and creating another cloud of dust around the Vibration Pokémon. Using its speed, Jengar's eyes glowed red as it unleashed sound waves towards Seismitoad, landing several hits and causing significant damage. Seismitoad, get up quickly and use Earthquake, Ash instructed. Seismitoad promptly recovered from the Nightshade and released a powerful Earthquake, striking Jengar effectively and dealing considerable damage. Let's finish this with a final blast of muddy water, Ash concluded as Seismitoad sent a third wave of brown water towards Jengar. In response, Jengar unleashed another wave of Nightshade, resulting in a large explosion that knocked both Pokémon back and caused them to faint shortly after. Return Seismitoad, you fought really well against both Pokémon. Take a well-deserved break, Ash praised as he recalled Seismitoad to its Pokeball. Jengar soon vanished into the shadows, and the totem Mimikyu reappeared in front of Ash, Pikachu, Lucario, and the rest of the group. Alright, Feraligatr, start off with Dragon Dance, Ash said, and the big jaw Pokémon surrounded itself with a red aura, enhancing its speed and attack. However, Mimikyu used Mimic, imitating Feraligatr's move and boosting its own attack and speed. It seems the totem Mimikyu has effectively used Mimic to its advantage, Acerola commented. At least I managed to get rid of its disguise earlier, Ash replied as Mimikyu charged towards Feraligatr with Play Rough. Now use Earthquake, Ash commanded, and Feraligatr unleashed a powerful earthquake that shook the battlefield. As the earthquake approached Mimikyu, it leaped into the air, preparing to strike Feraligatr with Shadow Claw. Strike with Ice Punch, Ash ordered, and Feraligatr's hand glowed light blue, clashing with Shadow Claw and causing an explosion that knocked both Pokémon back. Use Dragon Dance again, Ash said, and Feraligatr surrounded itself with red aura once more to increase its attack and speed. Unfortunately, Mimikyu's Mimic allowed it to do the same. Not good. I need to finish this soon, Ash thought. As Mimikyu charged at Feraligatr with Play Rough, Ash commanded, use Ice Punch, back to back. Both moves collided, but this time, there was no immediate explosion, with neither Pokémon backing down. Now do a 360-degree spin and knock it down with Aqua Tail, Ash concluded. Feraligatr unleashed its Ice Punch and spun around, landing a direct hit on Mimikyu and knocking it to the ground, causing it to faint. Shortly after, the totem Mimikyu recovered and vanished into the darkness of the thrifty Megamart. Well done, Ash. Congratulations on winning my Island Trial Challenge. As proof of victory, here is the Gaustium Z, Acerola said, handing Ash a light purple crystal. Thanks, Acerola. That totem Mimikyu was quite a challenge, Ash replied. Now you can complete the Ula Ula Island Grand Trial, where you'll battle my uncle Nanu, the Grand Trial captain, Acerola informed him. Your uncle. This will be interesting, Ash remarked in surprise. Ash, your Seismitoad and Feraligatr were amazing. I learned a lot from watching your water-type Pokemon battle, Lana added. Thanks, Lana. Shall we head back now? Ash asked the group. Sure thing, replied Professor Kukui. Also, Ash, the Grand Trial battle will take place in Malie City. Is it okay if I join you? I want to see how you battle my uncle, Acerola requested. Of course, we're happy to have you join us, Ash responded. Then it's settled. We'll head back to Malie City, stay overnight at the Pokemon Center, and then challenge Nanu in the Grand Trial, Professor Kukui announced, earning cheers of approval from everyone as the group exited the thrifty Megamart and made their way back to Malie City. A few days after defeating Watson in Mauville City, Max arrived at Lavaridge Town and entered the gym, where he was greeted by Flannery. Hi Max, are you here for a gym battle? She asked. Yes, what are the rules for this battle? Max inquired. Same as when I battled Ash. A 3vs3 battle, Flannery replied. Sounds fair to me, said Max as they prepared for the match. This will be a 3vs3 official gym battle between gym leader Flannery and challenger Max. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon, and the battle will end when all Pokemon on either side are unable to battle. Can both trainers please send out their first Pokemon, requested the referee. Alright Meg, let's battle, Flannery said as Slugma appeared on the battlefield. Go Mytiana, Max called, and the bite Pokemon stood ready on all fours. Battle begin, stated the referee. Mytiana, start off with scary face, Max commanded. The bite Pokemon approached Slugma and unleashed a fearsome expression, significantly reducing Slugma's speed. Use Yawn, Flannery ordered, taking advantage of Mytiana's proximity to score a direct hit, causing it to become drowsy. Quick. Use Crunch, Max urged, and despite its drowsiness, Mytiana managed to strike Slugma, lowering its defense. However, a moment later, Mytiana succumbed to sleep. Now that Mytiana is asleep, keep using Flamethrower, Flannery commanded as Slugma unleashed a barrage of flames, heavily damaging Mytiana while Max pleaded for it to wake up. After a tense moment, Flannery decided it was time to finish the battle. Finish it with your final hit of Flamethrower, she instructed. Wake up, please, Mytiana, Max begged as the flames approached. Just in time, Mytiana woke up and dodged the attack. Use Crunch, Max ordered, and Mytiana landed another hit on Slugma. But Flannery was not finished yet. Flamethrower, she shouted as Slugma released a final powerful blast of flames at Mytiana, who was caught at close range. After a few moments, both Pokemon fainted. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please send out their next Pokemon, the referee announced. Return Mytiana. You did really well. Take a good rest, Max praised as he recalled the bite Pokemon. You're up next, Vigoroth, he said as the wild monkey appeared from its Pokeball. You too, Meg, Flannery said, recalling Slugma. Your turn, Mag, she called as Magcargo emerged onto the battlefield. Use Reflect, Flannery instructed, and Magcargo created a shimmering barrier in front of itself. Start off with Bulk Up, Max ordered as Vigoroth surrounded itself with a red aura, boosting its attack and defense. Hit it with Flamethrower, Flannery commanded, and Magcargo fired a powerful stream of flames at Vigoroth. Dodge it and use Brick Break, Max said. Vigoroth skillfully avoided the attack and struck Magcargo, shattering the Reflect barrier and dealing significant damage. Darn it. I got outsmarted, Flannery thought. Use Double Team, she instructed, and Magcargo created several copies of itself, surrounding Vigoroth. Now use Flamethrower, Flannery said as the real mag cargo and its illusions unleashed a powerful attack. Vigoroth, unable to determine which was the real mag cargo, was hit and burned. Use Sandstorm, Flannery ordered, and mag cargo whipped up a powerful sandstorm that engulfed the battlefield, causing Vigoroth to take some damage each turn. Finish it off with Brick Break, Max concluded. Despite taking some damage from the sandstorm, Vigoroth managed to strike Mag Cargo and knock it out. Mag Cargo is unable to battle. Vigoroth wins. Can the gym leader please send out her next Pokemon? The referee requested. Return Mag. You did well and take a well-deserved rest, Flannery said as she recalled her Mag Cargo. Alright, my final Pokemon, Torkoal, here we go, she announced as the coal Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Use Bulk Up, Max commanded, and Vigoroth surrounded itself with another red aura, increasing its attack and defense once more. Going on the defensive, huh? Then use Iron Defense, Flannery instructed as Torkoal withdrew into its shell, sharply increasing its physical defense. Use Chip Away, Max said with a slight smirk as Vigoroth struck Torkoal, inflicting significant damage while ignoring its defensive boosts. Use Sludge Bomb, Flannery ordered, and Torkoal released a stream of purple sludge towards Vigoroth, scoring a direct hit and poisoning it. Use Shadow Ball, Max commanded as Vigoroth launched a Shadow Ball at Torkoal. Counter with Flamethrower, Flannery instructed, and Torkoal released a powerful stream of flames, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, both trainers knew it was time to conclude the battle. Use Chip Away once more, Max ordered as Vigoroth charged towards Torkoal, preparing for another attack. Don't move just yet, Torkoal, Flannery said, and Torkoal nodded in response, waiting for Vigoroth to get closer. Now use Overheat, Flannery commanded, and Torkoal unleashed an immense array of flames at Vigoroth, who managed to strike Torkoal at the last moment while taking heavy damage from the attack. A cloud of dust stirred up, taking longer than usual to clear. Once it did, both Pokemon were revealed to have fainted. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Due to Flannery losing all of her Pokemon while Max still has one left, the winner is the challenger Max, the referee declared. Return Torkoal. You were amazing. Rest easy, Flannery said as she recalled her coal Pokemon. You did an excellent job, Vigoroth. Can't wait to see you become a Slaking. Take a good rest, Max said as he recalled the wild monkey. That was a really good battle. I'm really impressed with your Pokemon. They're trained very well, Flannery said as she approached Max. As proof of victory, I give you the Heat Badge, she said, handing it to him. Thanks, Flannery. I really enjoyed battling with you, Max replied gratefully. Seems like you're halfway through your Hoenn Gym badges. Good luck with the remaining challenges. They will be tough, Flannery advised. Don't worry. After seeing Ash battle the Hoenn Gym leaders, I should be fine, Max replied confidently. I like your confidence, hot as fire. Once again, Flannery wished Max the best of luck in challenging the rest of the Hoenn Gyms as he headed towards the Lavaridge City Pokemon Center. After spending a night at the Nimbasa Pokemon Center, Paul made his way to the gym the next morning, where he was greeted by Alessa. She asked if he was there for a gym battle, to which Paul confirmed. Alessa gestured for him to the battlefield, and as both trainers took their positions, the referee explained the rules of the official 3 vs 3 gym battle. The referee asked for Paul's name, and he introduced himself. He explained that only the challenger could substitute Pokemon and that the battle would end when all Pokemon on either side were unable to battle. Both trainers sent out their first Pokemon, with Alessa choosing Tynamo and Paul opting for Magmortar. As the battle commenced, Paul commanded Magmortar to use Sunny Day, filling the battlefield with sunlight. Alessa countered with Charge Beam, which struck Magmortar and boosted Tynamo's special attack. Paul then ordered Magmortar to use Flamethrower, but Tynamo's speed allowed it to dodge the attack. Paul noted Tynamo's agility, realizing it was a formidable opponent. Alessa instructed Tynamo to use Tackle, which landed a hit on Magmortar. Paul explained that Magmortar's ability, Flame Body, caused Tynamo to take damage from the burn. Alessa then commanded a Thunder Wave, which paralyzed Magmortar while also inflicting damage from the burn. Determined to finish the battle quickly, Paul ordered Magmortar to unleash a powerful flamethrower. The attack caused significant damage to Tynamo. Alessa responded with another charge beam, resulting in a cloud of dust. When it cleared, both Pokémon had fainted. The referee announced that both Pokémon were unable to battle and requested the next Pokémon from each side. Paul recalled Magmortar, praising its effort, while Alessa returned Tynamo. She sent out Emolga, and Paul called forth Electivire. The battle resumed, with Alessa commanding Emolga to use Tailwind, boosting its speed. Paul countered with Thunder, but Emolga dodged thanks to its speed. Alessa then ordered Signal Beam, which Paul negated with Thunder Punch. He followed up with Ice Punch, but Alessa instructed Emolga to use Knock Off, resulting in a collision of moves. Seizing the opportunity, Paul directed Electivire to strike with its other hand, knocking out Emolga. The referee declared Electivire the winner. Alessa recalled Emolga and sent out Zebstrika, while Paul brought out Agron. Alessa commanded Zebstrika to use Flame Charge, but Paul instructed Agron to counter with Aqua Tail, landing a solid hit. Paul then activated Agron's Mega Evolution, transforming it into Mega Agron. Alessa smiled, intrigued by the transformation. As Zebstrika charged with Double Kick, Paul ordered Agron to use Stone Edge. Despite Zebstrika's efforts, it managed to hit Agron, pushing it back. Alessa then commanded Wild Charge, but Paul countered with Earthquake, causing Zebstrika to falter. Realizing the urgency, Alessa called for Overheat, unleashing a powerful attack. Paul responded with Stone Edge, and the two moves collided, resulting in a massive explosion that knocked both Pokémon out. The referee announced that both Pokémon were unable to battle, but since Paul still had one Pokémon left while Alessa did not, he was declared the winner. Paul recalled Agron, acknowledging its great performance. Take a well-deserved break, praised Paul as he recalled his Iron Armor Pokémon. You too, Zebstrika. Great job taking down that Mega Agron, said Alessa, returning her Thunderbolt Pokémon to its Pokeball. That was a really good battle, Paul. Your Pokémon are raised exceptionally well. As proof of your victory, here is the Bolt Badge, Alessa said, handing him the gym badge. Thank you, Alessa. I must say, your Tynamo was really impressive, using its speed to tie with my Magmortar, Paul replied, accepting the badge. Good luck with the second half of the gym badges, Alessa wished him. Thank you, Alessa. I'll be on my way now, Paul said as he walked out of the gym toward the Nimbasa Pokemon Center. After spending a night at the Coumarine Pokemon Center and having her Pokemon healed by Nurse Joy, the young blonde-haired trainer made her way to the gym, where she was greeted by Ramos. Good morning, young Sprout, Ramos said as he approached Bonnie. Good morning to you too, Ramos. I'm here for a gym battle, Bonnie replied. Very well. Follow me, Ramos said, leading her to the battlefield. This will be an official 3vs3 gym battle between the gym leader and the challenger, Bonnie. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute her Pokemon, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokemon, requested the referee. Go Jumpluff, said Ramos as the Cottonweed Pokemon floated into the battlefield. Go Deden, Bonnie called as the Antenna Pokemon jumped into action. Battle begin, declared the referee. Deden, use Thunderbolt, Bonnie commanded, and the Antenna Pokemon unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt toward Jumpluff. Use Cotton Guard, Ramos ordered, and Jumpluff glowed white, surrounded by puffs of cotton that sharply increased its defense. However, it was still hit by the Thunderbolt and took significant damage. Now use Sunny Day, Ramos instructed, and Jumpluff caused the battlefield to be covered in harsh sunlight, attempting to boost its speed with its ability, Chlorophyll. Use Nuzzle, Bonnie commanded as Deden approached Jumpluff, nuzzling it with the electricity stored in its red cheek pouches. Jumpluff, despite its defense, became paralyzed and could not activate its chlorophyll ability. Strike it down with Iron Tail, Bonnie ordered as Deden's tail glowed silvery white and aimed at Jumpluff. When Deden was close, Ramos shouted, "Fire with Solar Beam." Jumpluff released a powerful beam of sunlight toward Deden, scoring a direct hit. Use Thunderbolt this time, Bonnie commanded, and Deden released another powerful Thunderbolt at Jumpluff. Fire again with Solar Beam, Ramos ordered, but Jumpluff, due to paralysis, was unable to move and was struck by Thunderbolt, knocking it out. Jumpluff is unable to battle. Deden wins, said the referee. Return, Jumpluff. You did a great job. Now take a good rest, Ramos said as he returned the Cottonweed Pokemon to its Pokeball. Go Weepinbell, he announced as the Flycatcher Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, said the referee. Quickly finish it with Poison Jab, Ramos commanded as Weepinbell, boosted by its ability and the harsh sunlight, jabbed Deden multiple times, knocking it out. Deden is unable to battle. Weepinbell wins, said the referee. That was quick, Bonnie thought as she recalled Deden into its Pokeball. Take a good rest. Lapras, you're up next, she said as the transport Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, said the referee. Start off with Rain Dance, Bonnie commanded, and Lapras released clouds that covered the battlefield, eliminating the sunny day and causing rain to fall. Use Poison Powder, Ramos ordered, and Weepinbell released an array of purple toxic powder toward Lapras, poisoning it. Hit it down with Body Slam, Bonnie commanded as Lapras jumped and slammed into Weepinbell with full force, inflicting significant damage. The poison on Lapras dissipated thanks to its ability, Hydration. Now that Lapras is close, use Grass Knot, Ramos instructed, and Weepinbell produced a knot of grass that struck Lapras. Despite Grass not being super effective against Lapras, the effects of Rain Dance reduced the expected damage. Freeze the floor with Ice Beam, Bonnie ordered, recalling a tactic from a previous battle. Use Razor Leaf, Ramos commanded, and Weepinbell released sharp leaves toward Lapras. Freeze the Razor Leaf with Ice Beam, Bonnie instructed, and Lapras released a powerful beam of ice that overpowered the Razor Leaf, knocking Weepinbell out. Weepinbell is unable to battle. Lapras wins, said the referee. Return Weepinbell. Take a good rest, Ramos said as he returned the Flycatcher Pokemon to its Pokeball. My last Pokemon, go Gogoat, he said as the Mount Pokemon appeared on the battlefield, struggling to keep balance on the icy surface. Battle begin, said the referee. Start off with Leech Seed, Ramos commanded as Gogoat released several seeds toward Lapras, causing vines to wrap around it and drain a small amount of energy at the end of each turn. A few seconds later, the rain had dissipated. Bonnie instructed Lapras to use Body Slam as it hurled itself upwards and began to descend towards Gogoat. Ramos ordered Gogoat to dodge, but due to the ice covering the battlefield, Gogoat slipped and became an easy target for Lapras, which scored a direct hit. Quick, use Horn Leech, Ramos commanded, and the horns on Gogoat's head began to glow green. It struck Lapras, draining some of its energy while recovering some of its own. Use Ice Beam, Bonnie ordered, and Lapras opened its mouth, releasing a powerful beam of ice towards Gogoat. Ramos hoped for Gogoat to dodge again, but it was unsuccessful and took significant damage. Use Grass Knot, Ramos commanded, and Gogoat released a knot of grass from the battlefield, striking Lapras down and knocking it out. Lapras is unable to battle. Gogoat wins, announced the referee. Return Lapras. You did really well in your first gym battle. Take a well-deserved rest, Bonnie praised as she recalled her Pokemon. Alright, Mantike. I'm counting on you, she said as the Kite Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Fire with Energy Ball, Ramos instructed, and Gogoat released a green ball of energy towards Mantike. Use Double Team, Bonnie commanded, and Mantike created several copies of itself, forming a circle above Gogoat. Now use Aerial Ace, Bonnie said as Mantike charged towards Gogoat. Counter with Horn Leech, but don't move, Ramos instructed. Gogoat waited until Mantike was close, its horns glowing white as they clashed with Aerial Ace, neither move giving way. Now finish it off with Ice Beam, Bonnie ordered, and Mantike released a powerful beam of ice, scoring a direct hit on Gogoat and knocking it out. Gogoat is unable to battle. Mantike wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger, Bonnie, declared the referee. Return, Gogoat. That was a great battle. You fought well and take a good rest, Ramos said as he returned his Pokemon to its Pokeball. He then approached Bonnie. Congratulations on winning this gym battle. As proof of victory, here is the plant badge, he said, presenting the badge to her. Thanks, Ramos, Bonnie replied as she accepted the badge, then turned towards the ice covering the battlefield. But how are you going to get rid of the ice? She inquired. Not to worry. I can get one of my grass-type Pokemon later on and use Sunny Day to melt the ice, Ramos laughed. And good luck on challenging the remaining half of the Kalos gym, he added. Thanks again, Ramos, Bonnie said as she walked out of the Coumarine gym. A few days after completing Acerola's challenge, Ash was prepared to take on the Ulaula Island Grand Trial. Acerola led the group to meet her uncle, Nanu, the island kahuna, who was working at the police station. Uncle Nanu, Acerola called out, there's a trainer who wants to challenge you in a grand trial battle. A moment later, a grizzled figure with gray hair approached them. So who's the challenger? Nanu asked. That would be me, Ash replied, catching Nanu's attention. Nanu studied Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario thoughtfully. He must be a strong trainer with a certain air of confidence, he mused. Alright, I accept your challenge. Follow me. He led them to a nearby battlefield. Acerola, will you be the referee? Nanu asked. Sure thing, she replied, positioning herself at the side of the battlefield. Professor Kukui and his students took their seats on the opposite side, eager to watch the battle unfold. This will be an official 3-on-3 Ulaula Island Grand Trial challenge between the Island Kahuna and the challenger Ash. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon, and the battle will end when all Pokemon on either side are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokemon? Acerola announced. Crocodile, you're up first, Nanu declared as the intimidation Pokemon appeared, standing tall and roaring loudly. Torkoal, I choose you, Ash called, and the coal Pokemon entered the battlefield. As Torkoal appeared, harsh sunlight enveloped the area, lowering Crocodile's attack due to its intimidate ability. Gasps of surprise filled the air as the students noticed Torkoal's type disadvantage against Crocodile. Why Torkoal? It has a type disadvantage, Lana commented. Torkoal may be at a disadvantage, but Ash doesn't solely rely on type advantages to win, Lily explained. That's right, Professor Kukui added. The battle hasn't even started yet, so it's too early to judge. True, but Nanu is an island kahuna, so his Pokemon will be strong. I hope Ash knows what he's doing, Lana said. Battle begin, Acerola announced. Crocodile, start with Sand Tomb, Nanu ordered. The intimidation Pokemon whipped up sand and aimed it at Torkoal. Use Heat Wave, Ash commanded. Torkoal released a wave of orange flames toward the incoming Sand Tomb, resulting in an explosion that created a powerful dust cloud between the two Pokemon. Both took damage from the blast. Strike with Earthquake, Nanu ordered, and Crocodile unleashed a powerful tremor towards Torkoal. Counter with your own Earthquake, Ash instructed. Torkoal attempted to retaliate, but due to Crocodile's intimidate ability, Torkoal's attack was weakened, allowing Crocodile's move to hit hard and inflict significant damage. That was a lot of damage to Torkoal, Kiawe remarked. How will Ash turn this around? Now use Crunch, Nanu commanded, as Crocodile charged at Torkoal, who was recovering from the previous attack. What should I do? Ash pondered, a slight smirk forming on his face. Nanu noticed the smirk, curious about Ash's plan. As Crocodile closed in, Ash shouted, "Now use Solar Beam." Torkoal gathered sunlight and fired a powerful solar beam at Crocodile, landing a super effective hit that surprised everyone. So that was Ash's strategy, Kiawe said. Keeping Solar Beam was a smart move, Professor Kukui noted. With Torkoal's drought ability, Solar Beam is super effective against its weaknesses. Nanu stared in shock at Crocodile, who was recovering from the solar beam. I certainly didn't expect that. But we're not going down easily. Crocodile, use Stone Edge, he commanded. Use Solar Beam again. Ash ordered. Torkoal fired another solar beam at the incoming Stone Edge, resulting in another explosion that knocked both Pokémon back, causing them to faint. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon? Acerola requested. Return, Torkoal. You did well. Now take a good rest, Ash praised as he recalled Torkoal. You too, Crocodile, Nanu said, recalling his Pokémon. Now go, Sableye. The darkness Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Alright, Lucario. Want to battle? Ash asked. Sure, it's been a while since I've battled, Lucario replied, stepping onto the battlefield. Battle begin, Acerola announced. Sableye, start with Shadow Ball, Nanu commanded. The darkness Pokémon launched a dark purple ball of energy toward Lucario. Counter with Aura Sphere, Ash ordered. Lucario fired a powerful blue ball of energy, resulting in an explosion that caused damage to both Pokémon. Let's raise the stakes, Ash said. Key Stone, respond to my heart. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve. A powerful beam of energy enveloped Ash's Key Stone and Lucario. So you're Mega Evolving? Well, so am I, Nanu declared, as another beam of energy surrounded him and Sableye. Things just got a lot more interesting, Professor Kukui commented. Use Mean Look, Nanu commanded. Sableye released black rings toward Lucario, preventing it from escaping. Now's your chance. Use Meteor Mash. Ash instructed as Lucario struck Sableye with a glowing punch, inflicting significant damage. Fight back with Shadow Sneak. Nanu ordered, and Sableye used its shadow to strike Lucario from behind at high speed. The attack was successful, inflicting some damage on Lucario. Nanu commanded his Sableye to use Shadow Claw, forming a large dark purple claw made of shadows aimed at Lucario. In response, Ash ordered Lucario to unleash a powerful earthquake, shaking the entire battlefield and causing Sableye to lose balance and take additional damage. Now. Strike it with Meteor Mash, Ash instructed, as Lucario's paw began to glow white and aimed at Sableye. Nanu quickly countered, commanding Sableye to use Shadow Claw once more. The two moves clashed, neither side backing down. Use Stone Edge with your other paw, Ash said, and Lucario struck the ground, causing stones to protrude and hit Sableye, knocking it out and reverting it to its original form. Sableye is unable to battle. Lucario wins, announced Acerola. Nanu recalled Sableye, telling it to take a good rest. Now, Persian. I'm counting on you, he said as the classy cat Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Lucario, would you like to take a rest now? Ash asked, concerned. Lucario agreed, saying it could use the time to recover from the previous battle. Ash then called out Samurott, which appeared with a powerful roar similar to Nanu's Crocodile. A Samurott? It looks so majestic, Lana remarked. Acerola signaled for the battle to begin. Persian, start with Fake Out, Nanu commanded. Persian clapped its front paws together, creating a shock wave that caused Samurott to flinch. Thanks to Persian's technician ability, the damage from Fake Out was increased. Counter it with Hydro Pump, Ash ordered, and Samurott unleashed a torrent of water that collided with the incoming Dark Pulse, resulting in an explosion that affected both Pokémon. Hit it with Aerial Ace, Nanu instructed as Persian leaped into the air, somersaulting toward Samurott. "Strike it down with Mega Horn," Ash commanded, and Samurott's horn glowed white, landing a direct hit on Persian, inflicting significant damage. After a moment, Nanu ordered, "Use Power Gem," and Persian's forehead gem glowed as it launched an array of gems at Samurott. "Destroy them with Sacred Sword and hit Persian," Ash instructed, and Samurott's front leg grabbed a sword, glowing white as it negated the Power Gem shots and struck Persian, causing more damage. "This is tougher than I expected. Whether I win or lose, I'm not backing down," Nanu thought as he posed with Persian, energy gathering between his Z-Ring and Persian's Darkinium Z. "Using a Z move?" "Alright, Samurott, let's do this," Ash said as energy formed between his Z-Ring and Samurott's Waterium Z. Both Z moves, Black Hole Eclipse and Hydro Vortex, activated simultaneously, charging towards each other and creating a powerful explosion that engulfed the battlefield, damaging both Pokémon. As the dust settled, it became clear that Samurott was barely standing while Persian had fainted. Persian is unable to battle. Samurott wins. "Therefore, the winner is the challenger Ash," declared Acerola. "Well done, Samurott," Ash praised, patting it on the head as Acerola, Nanu, Professor Kukui, and the students approached. "Congratulations, Ash. It's been a while since I faced such a spirited and powerful trainer. As proof of victory, I present you the purple petal. Now that you've completed the Ula Ula Island Trial Challenges and the Grand Trial, you have one more set of Island Trial Challenges and Grand Trial," Nanu said, handing Ash the purple petal. "Really well done," Acerola added. "Thanks, guys," Ash replied gratefully. "Good luck with the last quarter of the Island Trial Challenges and Grand Trial," Acerola encouraged. "Thanks, Acerola," Ash said, turning to Professor Kukui and the students. "Now that all your challenges are done, do you wish to return to Melee Island or continue watching me complete the remaining Island Trial Challenges and the final Grand Trial?" "That's a good question," Professor Kukui replied. "Just give us a few minutes to discuss," he said, and Ash nodded, stepping aside to give them privacy. While waiting, Acerola and Nanu approached Ash. "Hala told us about how you were betrayed by some of your former friends after competing in the Kalos League. You have our sympathy, and we're sorry you had to go through that," Nanu said. "Nobody deserves that treatment. You're one of the most amazing trainers I've met. Don't let them get to you," Acerola added. "Thanks, Nanu and Acerola," Ash said. "In less than 2 years, there will be a global Pokémon battle tournament held in Melee Island. Do you want to watch it?" "Well, as one of the island kahunas and with Acerola being an Island Trial Challenge captain, we are supposed to help supervise the tournament. So, we will be there," Nanu replied. "Great," Ash said as Professor Kukui and the students approached the trio. "Alright, we've made our choice. We wish to accompany you and watch you finish the rest of the Island Trial Challenges and the Grand Trial in Pony Island," said Professor Kukui. "Watching you battle makes me learn a lot, and it will be very beneficial when the annual Global Pokémon Battle Tournament comes in less than 2 years, added Kiawe. "Sure thing," Ash replied with a smile. "I'd be glad to have you guys accompany me. But how are we going to get to Pony Island?" "Head back to Ula Ula Beach and use the Mantine Surf to get to Pony Beach," replied Nanu. "Alright, it's decided. We'll head back to Malie City, stay overnight, and head to Pony Island tomorrow," said Professor Kukui as Ash and the students nodded in agreement and began to make their way to the hotel in Malie City while bidding farewell to Acerola and Nanu. A few days after defeating Flannery at the Lavaridge Gym, Max arrived back at his home in Petalburg City around mid-afternoon. "Anybody home?" he called as he entered. "Hi Max. What brings you here?" asked Caroline, walking out of the kitchen to greet her son. "I'm back here to challenge my father in order to earn my 5th badge," replied Max. "That makes sense. Honey, did you hear that?" Caroline called to another room. A few seconds later, Norman and his assistant Kenny appeared. "Yes, I did," Norman replied, turning to Max, "Congratulations on collecting the first half of the gym badges." If you wish, we can have our gym battle now, he said. Sure, that would be great, Max agreed as they made their way to the battlefield. Caroline sat near the side to spectate while Norman and Max took their positions. Kenny, as usual, held his position as judge. This will be an official 2 vs 2 gym battle between gym leader Norman and challenger Max. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon, and the battle will end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokémon, requested Kenny. Vigoroth, I'm counting on you, said Norman as he sent out the wild monkey Pokémon. Go, Breloom, Max called as the mushroom. Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, announced Kenny. Son, you have the honor of going first, said Norman. Alright, thank you. Breloom, speed things up with Swords Dance, Max commanded as Breloom created several glowing illusions of swords that began to dance in a circle, sharply boosting its attack. Vigoroth, use Crush Claw, Norman ordered as one of Vigoroth's claws glowed bluish-white and struck Breloom, lowering its defense. Now use Seed Bomb, Max instructed as Breloom created a large seed and hurled it towards Vigoroth. Destroy it with Fire Punch, Norman countered, and Vigoroth's hands became surrounded with fire, destroying the seed bomb while taking damage and scoring a direct hit on Breloom. Dad's Vigoroth seems to be having a lucky day today. I better defeat it as soon as possible, Max thought. Now use Sky Uppercut, he commanded as Breloom charged towards Vigoroth. Counter with Aerial Ace, Norman ordered, and Vigoroth aimed itself towards Breloom. Both attacks collided, neither side giving way. However, thanks to Swords Dance, Sky Uppercut overpowered Aerial Ace and struck Vigoroth, knocking it out. Vigoroth is unable to battle. Breloom wins, Kenny announced. Good job, Vigoroth. Despite losing, you helped make Breloom easier to deal with when using my next Pokémon, praised Norman as he returned Vigoroth to its Pokeball. Now go, Slaking, he said as the large Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, Kenny said. Slaking, finish it off with Giga Impact, Norman commanded as Slaking charged towards Breloom at surprising speed. Counter it head-on with Sky Uppercut, Max instructed, and Breloom charged towards Slaking. Both moves clashed, causing a powerful explosion. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing that Slaking was still standing but had taken significant damage while Breloom fainted. Breloom is unable to battle, Slaking wins, Kenny declared. Strong as usual. As expected from my dad Slaking, Max thought. Return, Breloom. You fought really well. Now take a well-deserved rest, he said as he returned Breloom to its Pokeball. Go Mytiana, Max called as the Bite Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, glaring at Slaking and lowering its attack. So Max's Mytiana's ability is Intimidate, huh? This will be tricky, Norman thought. Battle begin, Kenny announced. Mytiana, now that Slaking cannot move, slow it down with Scary Face first, Max ordered as Mytiana approached Slaking and created a scary face that sharply lowered Slaking's speed. Use Hammer Arm, Norman commanded, but Slaking's attack was heavily reduced. Counter with Crunch, Max instructed as Mytiana bared its fangs and charged towards Slaking. Both moves collided, but Norman wasn't done yet. Now hit it with your other arm, he said, and Slaking's other arm struck Mytiana, inflicting damage, but the attack was slightly reduced due to Intimidate. After successfully using Hammer Arm, Slaking's speed had reduced further as an additional effect. Max looked at Mytiana with concern, asking if it was okay, and received a growl in response. Good, now use Iron Tail, he commanded as Mytiana's tail glowed a silvery white and aimed at the opposing Slaking. Because of Slaking's truant ability, it was unable to move every other turn and was hit as a result. The Iron Tail also lowered Slaking's defense. This is harder than I anticipated. Use Hammer Arm once more, Norman ordered as Slaking's arm glowed white and charged toward Mytiana. Use Crunch again, Max commanded, and Mytiana's fangs glowed white as it aimed for Slaking. Both moves collided, neither side backing down. Use hammer arm with your other arm, Norman instructed as Slaking's spare arm glowed white and charged toward Mytiana. However, due to its reduced speed, Max had the advantage. Not going to happen again. Finish this with play rough, he ordered. Mytiana struck Slaking repeatedly, overcoming the hammer arm. After several moments, Slaking fainted from the damage. Slaking is unable to battle. Mytiana wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Max, declared Kenny. We did it. Well done, Mytiana, Max exclaimed, hugging the Pokémon, who liked his cheek in return. Returned Slaking. That was a great battle. Take a good rest, Norman praised as he recalled Slaking. He then approached Max and took out a badge from his pocket. Well done, son. You and your Pokémon fought valiantly. I'm very proud of you. As proof of victory, here is the balance badge, he said, handing the badge to Max. Thanks, Dad. You and your Pokémon fought really well, Max replied as he accepted the badge. Speaking of which, how is the Slakoth I gave you? Norman asked. Oh, it evolved into Vigoroth, Max said, releasing Vigoroth from its Pokeball. Impressive, I look forward to it becoming a Slaking, Norman commented. Good luck with challenging the remaining 3 gyms. I believe the next gym is in Tree City, isn't it? He inquired. That's right. Quite a walking distance, Max replied. That battle was really impressive, Kenny and Caroline said as they approached Norman and Max. It's almost night time, Caroline noted. Max, would you like to stay overnight and have dinner and breakfast with us and leave tomorrow morning? She asked. Sure. It's been a long time since I ate your cooking, Max agreed. All right, it's decided, Norman said. Speaking of which, where is May? Max asked, curious despite his lingering resentment towards his sister for her past actions. A somber look crossed Norman and Caroline's faces. She's currently in Sinnoh competing in the Pokémon contests there. I suspect she is still with Drew, but I have no solid evidence to support my suspicion, Norman explained. Well, I guess there's nothing we can do at the moment. I wonder if she plans to enter the annual global battle tournament in Alola that you plan to enter, Caroline added. Knowing May, most likely yes. But she won't stand a chance against Ash's remaining loyal friends competing as well. Alongside them, I'll stand to avenge Ash and help defeat the traitors one by one, Max declared. That's the spirit, son, praised Norman. Alright, enough said, Kenny commented. Let's go make dinner, he suggested, and the others nodded in agreement as they made their way to the kitchen. A few days after defeating Alessa in Nimbasa City, Paul, the purple-haired trainer from Sinnoh, made his way west and arrived in Driftvale City. It was already night by the time he arrived, so he decided to wait until the next day to challenge the gym. The following morning, after collecting his Pokémon from Nurse Joy and having breakfast, Paul headed to the gym. Upon entering, he saw an elevator and made his way downstairs, where he was greeted by Clay. Greetings, young man. I am Clay, the gym leader of Driftvale City. Are you here for a gym battle? Clay asked. That's correct. My name is Paul, and I'm ready if possible, Paul replied. Clay assessed the purple-haired trainer standing before him. He doesn't seem inexperienced. Let's see how he fares against my Pokémon, he thought. Alright, Paul. I accept your challenge. Follow me, Clay said as he led the way to the battlefield. Once they arrived, Paul took one side while Clay took the other. This will be an official 3 versus 3 gym battle between the gym leader, Clay, and the challenger, Paul. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute his Pokémon, and the battle will end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please send out their first Pokémon, the referee requested. Alright, go Crocodile, Clay said, sending out the intimidation Pokémon. Ursaring, stand by for battle, Paul commanded as the Hibernator Pokémon appeared, standing on its hind legs. The moment it entered the battlefield, it was met with a glare from Crocodile, lowering its attack. Battle begin, the referee announced. You can go first, Paul, Clay offered. If you insist. Ursaring, use bulk up, Paul ordered, and a red aura surrounded Ursaring as it flexed its arm muscles, increasing its defense and restoring its attack stat. Use Earthquake, Clay commanded as Crocodile unleashed a powerful earthquake that shook the battlefield, inflicting damage on Ursaring, though it was slightly reduced due to bulk up. Use bulk up again, Paul instructed, and Ursaring flexed its muscles again, surrounded by another beam of red aura, increasing its attack and defense. Bite it with Crunch, Clay said as Crocodile charged toward Ursaring. Ursaring, use Slash, Paul countered, and one of Ursaring's claws glowed white as it aimed at Crocodile's Crunch. Both attacks collided, with neither side giving way. Paul felt a surge of confidence as he recalled the moment when his Electivire had triumphed over Ash's Pikachu in the Sinnoh League. With a small smirk, he directed Ursaring to use its other claw, which glowed white and struck Crocodile, sending it backward. Clay observed the battle closely, recognizing the skill in Paul's strategy. Impressive, he thought, but he knew the fight was far from over. Use bulk up again, Paul commanded, and Ursaring surrounded itself with a red aura, flexing its muscles for the third time. Use foul play, Clay ordered as Crocodile charged at Ursaring, grabbing it and slamming it to the ground. The damage was less than expected, thanks to Ursaring's increased defenses from bulk up. Use play rough, Paul instructed, and Ursaring charged at Crocodile. Clay countered with another foul play, leading to a clash of moves that resulted in an explosion of energy. Moments later, it was clear that Crocodile had fainted, while Ursaring remained standing. Crocodile is unable to battle. Ursaring wins, announced the referee. Clay returned Crocodile to its Pokeball, acknowledging the tough battle. Go, Excadrill, he called, sending out the drill Pokemon. Battle begin, said the referee. Excadrill, use Swords Dance, Clay ordered, and Excadrill created a series of animated swords that danced around it, boosting its attack. Ursaring, use Close Combat, Paul commanded. Ursaring unleashed a flurry of powerful punches at Excadrill, dealing significant damage but lowering its own defenses in the process. Clay, momentarily surprised, quickly adapted. Charge forward with Drill Run, he instructed, and Excadrill sped toward Ursaring. Close combat again, Paul said, and Ursaring struck back with another series of punches. The two moves collided fiercely. Not so fast. Use Horn Drill, Clay ordered, and Excadrill's horn glowed as it charged at Ursaring, landing a decisive hit. Ursaring is unable to battle. Excadrill wins, the referee declared. Paul returned Ursaring, praising its effort. Magmortar, stand by for battle, he said as the blast Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, announced the referee. Magmortar, use Sunny Day, Paul commanded, and a powerful beam of sunlight enveloped the battlefield. Use Swords Dance, Clay ordered, and Excadrill created another set of animated swords, boosting its attack once more. Flamethrower, Paul instructed, and Magmortar unleashed a fiery attack toward Excadrill. Charge straight through with Drill Run, Clay commanded, and Excadrill spun forward at high speed. The two attacks collided, with Excadrill managing to overpower the Flamethrower but sustaining heavy damage due to the sunlight's boost. Both Pokemon fell to the ground, unable to continue. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon, the referee requested. Return Magmortar. You did your best, Paul said, recalling his Pokemon. Torterra, stand by for battle, he announced as the large continent Pokemon took its place on the field. You too, Excadrill, Clay said, returning his Pokemon. Seismitoad, I'm counting on you, he called, sending out the vibration Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee declared. Seismitoad, eliminate the Sunny Day with Rain Dance, Clay ordered, and dark clouds gathered above, bringing rain that negated the sunlight. Torterra, speed things up with Swords Dance, Paul commanded, and Torterra created several animated swords, boosting its attack. Now use Earthquake, he instructed, causing the ground to tremble as the attack surged toward Seismitoad. Dodge it, Seismitoad. Then use Hydro Pump, Clay ordered, and Seismitoad swiftly avoided the earthquake, unleashing a powerful beam of water that struck Torterra, dealing significant damage. Paul strategized quickly. Use Ice Punch, Clay commanded, and Seismitoad charged at Torterra, landing another hit. Use Stone Edge, Paul ordered, and Torterra fired rings of stones at Seismitoad, but the damage was minimal. Suddenly, Paul had an idea. Use Stone Edge one more time, he commanded. As Torterra launched the stones, Clay instructed Seismitoad to use Ice Punch again. Bingo, now use Seed Bomb, Paul said, and Torterra released a large seed that struck Seismitoad directly, knocking it out. Seismitoad is unable to battle. Torterra wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Paul, the referee announced. Well done, Torterra. Take a good rest, Paul said, recalling his Pokémon. Clay approached him, pulling out a badge. Well, Paul. I must say I was very impressed with our battle. As proof of victory, here is the Quake badge, Clay said, handing the badge to Paul. Thank you, Clay, Paul replied, accepting the badge. Your Pokémon are raised really well. There's no doubt you'll soon earn all 8 badges and challenge the Unova League. Good luck, Clay added. Thank you once again, Clay, Paul replied as he made his way out of the gym and towards the Pokémon Center. A few days after defeating Ramos in Coumarine City, Bonnie returned to her hometown, Lumio City, to challenge her older brother for her 5th gym badge. As she entered the gym, she was greeted by Clembot. Ah, Bonnie, it's been quite a while. Good to see you, Clembot said in his electronic voice. Yes, it has. Good to see you too, Clembot, Bonnie replied. Where is my big brother? Follow me, Clembot said, leading the way. Soon enough, they reached Clement's bedroom, where he was working on a new invention. Ah, Bonnie, you're back. Already collected 4 gym badges, did you? Clement asked as he turned to face Clembot and his younger sister. Yep, and you know what I'm here for, Bonnie replied. That's right. Okay, let's head to the battlefield, Clement said as the 3 of them made their way to the battlefield. As usual, I will be the referee, Clembot announced, earning nods of acknowledgement from both Clement and Bonnie as they took their positions. This will be an official 3 versus 3 gym battle between the gym leader Clement and the challenger Bonnie. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute her Pokémon, and the battle will officially end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokémon? Clembot requested. Alright, go Diggersby, Clement said as the digging Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Go Kirlia, Bonnie said as the emotion Pokémon stood ready. A Kirlia? Interesting. Do you plan to evolve it into Gardevoir or Galade? Clement asked curiously. Gardevoir, Bonnie replied. And I assume that will be your Pokémon for Mega Evolution? Clement added. That's right. Let's get this battle started, Bonnie said. Battle begin, Clembot declared. Kirlia, start off with Psychic, Bonnie commanded, and a blue aura surrounded Diggersby. Diggersby, snap out of it, Clement urged as the digging Pokémon struggled to break free. Not a chance. Now slam it on the ground, Bonnie directed, and Kirlia gained control of Diggersby, striking it down and causing significant damage. Impressive. Alright, speed things up with Swords Dance, Clement ordered as Diggersby created several animated swords that began dancing, sharply increasing its attack. Alright, use Calm Mind, Bonnie instructed as Kirlia focused its mind, raising its special attack and defense. Now use Earthquake, Clement commanded, and Diggersby unleashed a powerful earthquake. Jump up and use Icy Wind, Bonnie said, and Kirlia leaped into the air, evading the earthquake. It whipped up a powerful gust of icy wind that struck Diggersby, inflicting heavy damage and reducing its speed. Use Fire Pinch, Clement ordered, as one of Diggersby's ears ignited with fire and aimed at Curlia. Use Dazzling Gleam, Bonnie commanded, and Curlia released a rainbow beam of light that struck Diggersby. However, Clement and Diggersby weren't finished yet. Now use your other ear, he instructed, and despite the damage, Diggersby managed to strike Curlia. As a result, both Pokémon fainted from the impact of their attacks. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their next Pokémon? Clembot requested. Return Curlia. Great job, especially since this is your first gym battle, Bonnie praised as she recalled the emotion Pokémon. Go, Florges, she said as the garden Pokémon entered the battlefield. You too, Diggersby. Take a good rest, Clement said as he recalled Diggersby. Alright, go Heliolisk, he called as the generator Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, Clembot announced. Heliolisk, use Surf, Clement commanded, creating a large wave of water that surged towards Florges. Eliminate that with Vine Whip, Bonnie ordered, and Florges used its vines to negate the incoming water, causing Heliolisk to lose balance. Now that it is off balance, strike it with Razor Leaf, Bonnie said, and several razor-sharp leaves hit Heliolisk, inflicting damage. Not bad, Clement acknowledged as Heliolisk regained its footing. Use Fairy Wind, Bonnie commanded, and Florges unleashed a pink gust of wind towards Heliolisk. Dodge it, then use Grass Knot, Clement instructed, and Heliolisk managed to evade the attack, creating a knot of grass that caused Florges to trip. Now use Parabolic Charge, Clement said, and Heliolisk released a beam of electricity that drained energy from Florges. Not good, Bonnie thought to herself. Better finish this off soon. Use Dazzling Gleam, Bonnie ordered as Florges began to glow brightly and fired a rainbow beam towards Heliolisk. Use Parabolic Charge once more, Clement commanded, and Heliolisk released another wave of yellow electricity. The two moves collided, causing a powerful explosion that knocked both Pokémon backwards, rendering them unable to battle. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please send out their final Pokémon, requested Clembot. Another tie. Interesting, Clement commented as he withdrew Heliolisk. Alright, Chestnut. I'm counting on you, he said as the spiny armor Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Last match decides the winner, Bonnie added as she recalled Florges. Go, Mantine, she called, and the kite Pokémon flew onto the battlefield. Battle begin, said Clembot. Mantine, begin with Double Team, Bonnie ordered, and Mantine created several copies of itself, surrounding Chestnut in a circle. Alright, use Swords Dance, Clement instructed, and Chestnut created several copies of a sword that began dancing, sharply increasing its attack. Use Aerial Ace, Bonnie commanded, and all copies of Mantine performed somersaults in the air and dived towards Chestnut. Use Stone Edge, Clement ordered as two rings of sharp stone surrounded him and began to fire towards the copies of Mantine. As the illusions of Mantine began to disappear, the real one managed to score a direct aerial ace on Chestnut. However, it was hit by Stone Edge, causing both Pokémon to take significant damage. Now use Seed Bomb, Clement said as Chestnut created a giant seed and hurled it towards Mantine. Freeze the Seed Bomb with Blizzard, Bonnie commanded as Mantine opened its mouth and fired a powerful blizzard towards the incoming Seed Bomb, resulting in a powerful explosion that damaged both Pokémon. About half a minute later, the explosion cleared. Alright, use Stone Edge once more, Clement ordered as another pair of rings containing sharp stones began to fire towards Mantine. Use Scald followed by Blizzard, Bonnie instructed as Mantine shot hot water towards the Stone Edge and then aimed a blizzard at the Scald to freeze it. As the Scald and Blizzard combination clashed with Stone Edge, it took a moment for both attacks to cancel each other out. By the time it was done, Mantine was nowhere to be seen until Clement realized it was behind Chestnut. Chestnut, behind you, Clement warned. Too late, finish it with Aerial Ace, Bonnie commanded as Mantine performed another somersault in the air and dived towards Chestnut. Dodge it, Clement urged, but Chestnut was not fast enough to react and was hit, fainting from the impact. Chestnut is unable to battle, Mantine wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Bonnie, declared Clembot. Oh well, a loss is a loss. Take a good rest, Chestnut, Clement said as he recalled the spiny armor Pokemon into its Pokeball and approached Bonnie. Return, Mantine. You were amazing out there, Bonnie said as she returned the kite Pokemon to its Pokeball. Well done, Bonnie. I'm proud of you. Your Pokemon were raised really well. As proof of victory, here is the Voltage badge, Clement said, handing the badge to his sister. Thank you, big brother, Bonnie replied as she took the badge. It's getting late now. Do you want to stay home overnight and continue your journey tomorrow? Clement offered. I think that's a good idea. Thanks for the offer, Bonnie replied. No problem. In the meantime, can you take both my Pokemon and your Pokemon to the Pokemon Center for healing while I make dinner? Clement requested, giving her his Pokeballs. Sure thing, Bonnie said as she took Clement's Pokeballs and headed to the Pokemon Center while Clement made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The day after Ash completed the Ula Ula Island Grand Trial, the group made their way to Pony Beach after having breakfast at Malie City. Upon arriving at Pony Beach, Ash, Professor Kukui, and the 5 students ventured through the Pony Wilds and arrived at Seafolk Village, where they were greeted by a young woman with blonde hair. Ah, Professor Kukui, I've been waiting for you, the woman said as she approached the group. Mina, good to see you, replied Professor Kukui. I assume you remember what we discussed last night? Yes, I do remember, Mina said. And this is the challenger that you and Hala informed me about, she added, gesturing to Ash. Correct, Kukui confirmed. Alright, without further ado, follow me, Mina said as she led the group to a battlefield outside her house. So, Ash. What you need to do first is defeat me in a 3 vs 3 battle. When you defeat me, I will give you the pink petal, but you will need to collect the other colored petals, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and orange. Once you collect all 7 petals, you will need to make the rainbow flower, which attracts the totem Rabombi that you need to battle in order to complete my trial. When battling me, make sure you don't go easy on me, Mina explained as she positioned herself at one end of the battlefield. Sure, neither do I plan to, Ash replied, taking his position at the other end. This will be an official 3-on-3 battle between the island trial captain, Mina, and the challenger, Ash Ketchum. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokemon? Professor Kukui requested. Alright, go Granbull, Mina said as the fairy Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Wow, its facial expression looks rather scary, Lily remarked. Well, the thing is, even though Granbull may look intimidating, it is actually a shy and timid Pokemon, Professor Kukui explained. That's correct, Mina added. A Granbull, huh? Then let's do this, Goodra, Ash said as the dragon Pokemon appeared on the battlefield, surprising everyone. Why? Mallow asked, aware that dragon-type attacks don't affect fairy-type Pokemon. I know that type advantages don't always guarantee a win, but this is a complete disadvantage for Ash, Kiawe commented. It's the least of my concerns, Ash replied. One of my rivals managed to defeat my Glisker using his Electivire in the Sinnoh League, so I don't see why I can't do the same. Okay, battle begin, Professor Kukui announced. Granbull, start off with bulk up, Mina ordered, and a red aura surrounded the fairy Pokemon, increasing its attack and defense. Goodra, use Sludge Bomb, Ash commanded. Goodra opened its mouth and fired a large purple sludge at Granbull, scoring a direct hit and dealing significant damage due to the type advantage. Additionally, it caused Granbull to become poisoned. Wow, interesting, Sophocles remarked. Using a poison type against a major type disadvantage. As expected of Ash. Seems like you gave yourself a head start, Ash. But we will catch up. Use Stone Edge, Mina said as Granbull smashed one of its paws on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude and head towards Goodra. Charge forward with Iron Tail, Ash ordered. Goodra's large tail glowed silvery white, destroying the incoming Stone Edge while taking some damage. Eventually, the Dragon Pokémon managed to score another direct hit on Granbull, inflicting a fair amount of damage, though the usual impact was slightly reduced due to bulk up. Truly impressive, Mallow said. Alright, this is harder than I thought. Use Play Rough, Mina commanded as Granbull charged towards Goodra at surprising speed. How did it manage to get so fast all of a sudden? Lily asked in shock. That must mean Mina's Granbull has quick feet as its ability. When affected by a special condition like poisoning, its speed doubles, Ash realized. Dodge it, Ash ordered, but Granbull was too fast for Goodra and managed to score a direct hit, inflicting significant damage, boosted by bulk up. After Goodra stood up, Ash gave another order. Use Iron Tail, he commanded as Goodra's tail began to glow white. Counter with Play Rough again, Mina said as Granbull charged towards Goodra. Both attacks collided, causing a powerful explosion that sent both Pokémon back, knocking them out. Both Pokémon are unable to battle, Kiawe announced. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon? Return Goodra. Take a well-deserved rest, Ash said as he recalled the Dragon Pokémon. You too, Granbull, Mina said, returning the fairy Pokémon to its Pokeball. Well, Ash, I must say I'm very impressed with your battling skills. Thanks, Mina. Shall we continue the battle? Ash asked. Of course. Go Mawile, Mina said as the Deceiver Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. So it has a Mega Stone. Okay, let's do this, Blastoise, Ash said as the Shellfish Pokémon appeared. Oh my goodness, Lana exclaimed, excited as a Water-type Pokémon lover. Battle begin, Professor Kukui announced. So Ash, I see that you have a Mega Stone for Blastoise. Shall we begin by Mega evolving our Pokémon? Mina asked. As you wish, Ash replied as bright beams of pale yellow energy enveloped both Ash and Blastoise, and Mina and Mawile. Half a minute later, both Pokémon evolved into their Mega forms. This will be exciting to watch, Kiawe said, awed by the sight of both Mega evolved Pokémon. Blastoise, use Earthquake, Ash ordered. Blastoise jumped on the ground, causing it to rumble towards Mawile. Mawile, use Iron Defense, Mina commanded as the Deceiver Pokémon's body glowed silvery white, sharply increasing its defense. It was still struck by Earthquake and took some damage, reduced by Iron Defense. Now use Hydro Pump, Ash ordered as Blastoise fired 3 powerful jets of water from its cannons. Impressive, so that is the Mega Launcher ability, Kiawe noted. That's right, Mega Launcher boosts the user's special attack by 50%, Ash replied. Use Play Rough, Mina commanded as Mawile charged forward towards Blastoise. Despite being hit by a powerful Hydro Pump, it managed to charge through and score a direct hit on Blastoise, inflicting significant damage. Such power, Sophocles commented, despite being directly hit by Hydro Pump boosted by Mega Launcher. That power is thanks to Mega Mawile's ability, Huge Power, which doubles its attack, Mina explained. So both Mega evolved Pokémon's abilities boost their attack or special attack. It seems like the outcome of this battle is uncertain, Mallow said. Or even a tie, Lana added. Now use Grass Knot, Mina commanded as Mawile created a knot of grass that tripped Blastoise and inflicted more damage. It must have been a counter against ground-type Pokémon, Ash thought as he watched Blastoise recover. Finish this with Play Rough again, Mina ordered as Mawile charged towards Blastoise once more. Use Hydro Pump again, Ash commanded as Blastoise fired another powerful triple jet of water towards the incoming Mawile. Once again, both Pokémon hit each other directly, causing an explosion and a cloud of dust. After a minute, it was revealed that both Pokémon had fainted and reverted to their original forms. Again, both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their final Pokemon? Professor Kukui requested. Return, Blastoise, Ash said as he recalled the shellfish Pokemon. You too, Mawile, Mina said, returning Mawile to its Pokeball. Let's finish this. Go Ribombee, Mina said as the bee-fly Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Let's go, Noivern, Ash said as the sound wave Pokemon appeared. Another dragon type against a fairy type. I wonder what Ash has in mind, Sophocles commented. Don't forget, Ribombee is also a bug type, which makes it weak against Noivern as well, since it is also a flying type Pokemon, so the odds are even, Lily noted. Battle begin, Professor Kukui announced. Ribombee, start off with Dazzling Gleam, Mina commanded as the bee-fly Pokemon fired a ball of bright white light towards Noivern. Dodge it and use Iron Tail, Ash ordered. Noivern deftly dodged the attack, and its tail began to glow silvery white, scoring a direct hit on Ribombee and inflicting significant damage. Alright then, use Quiver Dance, Mina instructed as Ribombee began to dance, its body glowing white and boosting its speed, special attack, and special defense. Now's our chance. Use Hurricane, Ash commanded, and Noivern unleashed a powerful gust of wind, striking Ribombee. The attack was super effective, inflicting significant damage, though Ribombee's special defense had been bolstered by Quiver Dance. This is getting tricky. Use Dazzling Gleam, Mina said, but Ribombee seemed unresponsive, its eyes appearing hollow. What happened to it? Mallow asked, concerned. That's an additional effect of Hurricane, Ash explained. It can confuse the opponent if hit. Now, Noivern, use Heat Wave. Noivern released a bright wave of flames, hitting Ribombee again and causing more damage. Wow, Ash really knows what he's doing, Kiawe remarked, impressed. Yeah, he's got the hang of this, Lana agreed. After the attack, Ribombee was engulfed in flames for a moment before disappearing. It is now confused and burned as well. I wonder how Mina and Ribombee will handle this, Mallow commented. Alright, I guess I have no choice but to use this, Mina said as energy began to gather between her Zering and Ribombee's Farium Z. Then we will do the same, Ash replied, mirroring her actions with his Zering and Noivern's Flyinium Z. Once both Z moves were charged, Supersonic Skystrike and Twinkle Tackle clashed, creating a powerful explosion that caused significant damage to both Pokemon. After the dust settled, it was revealed that Noivern was barely standing, while Ribombee had fainted. Ribombee is unable to battle. Noivern wins, announced Professor Kukui. That means the winner is the challenger Ash. Well done, Noivern, Ash said, recalling his Pokemon. Take a good rest, Ribombee, Mina said as she returned her Pokemon to its Pokeball. Well, Ash, that was one of the most enjoyable battles I've had so far. As proof of victory, here is the pink petal, Mina said, handing Ash the pink petal. Thank you, Mina, Ash replied, accepting the gift. So when do you plan to finish collecting the other 6 petals? Mina asked. Well, now that it's almost midday, I plan to collect 3 this afternoon and the other 3 tomorrow, so I can make the rainbow flower and challenge the totem Ribombee tomorrow afternoon, Ash explained. That's a great idea, Mina said. Congrats, Ash, Professor Kukui and his students said as they approached him. Thanks, guys, Ash replied gratefully. Hey Ash, would you like us to help you look for the other 6 petals? There are 6 of us, including you, so we can each look for one, Kiawe offered. Strictly speaking, since it is my challenge, I'm supposed to do it myself, so I appreciate the offer, but I can't accept, Ash replied. That's fine, we understand, Mallow said. In the meantime, let's head to lunch. I'm starving after that battle, Ash suggested. I'm in for that, Lana added, and the others nodded in agreement. So Ash, I assume I'll see you tomorrow afternoon when you make the rainbow flower and challenge the totem Ribombee? Mina inquired. Yes, that would be great, Ash confirmed. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Good luck finding the 6 petals, Mina said as she headed to the Pokemon Center to heal her Pokemon. Yep, see you tomorrow afternoon, Ash replied. Alright, let's head to lunch, Ash said to Professor Kukui and the students as they made their way to a nearby restaurant. A few days after defeating his father and earning the Balance Badge in Petalburg City, Max arrived at Fortree City and received his Pokemon. As he approached the outdoor battlefield of the Fortree Gym, Winona greeted him. Hi Max, long time no see. I assume you're here for a gym battle with me, she asked. Yep, that's right, Max replied. Okay, let's battle then. I heard you defeated your father at the Petalburg Gym a few days ago. Congrats, Winona said, gesturing for Max to take his position. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Max acknowledged. This will be an official 3 versus 3 gym battle between the gym leader and the challenger Max. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon, and the battle will end when all of either side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokemon, the referee requested. Alright, go Pelipper, Winona said as the water bird Pokemon flew onto the battlefield. Go Kirlia, Max called, and the emotion Pokemon stood ready. Battle begin, the referee announced. Kirlia, use Calm Mind, Max ordered, and Kirlia's body glowed white as it raised its special attack and special defense. Pelipper, start off with Rain Dance, Winona commanded, summoning clouds that darkened the battlefield and began to rain. Now use Thunderbolt, Max instructed, and Kirlia released a powerful lightning bolt that struck Pelipper, dealing significant damage. Wasn't expecting that, Winona said, surprised yet impressed. After Pelipper recovered, she issued her next command. Use Hydro Pump once more, she said, and Pelipper unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Kirlia, boosted by the rain. Use Psychic, Max countered, and Kirlia's eyes glowed blue as it fired waves of energy at the incoming Hydro Pump. The two moves collided, causing both Pokemon to stagger back from the impact. Use Calm Mind once more, Max instructed, and Kirlia focused again, enhancing its special attack and defense. Use Hurricane, Winona commanded, and Pelipper whipped up a strong gust of wind, striking Kirlia directly. However, due to the effects of Calm Mind, the damage done was considerably reduced. Max instructed Kirlia to use Thunderbolt again, but Kirlia seemed to be in a trance and began to hit itself. Max felt a wave of despair wash over him. Winona took the opportunity to order Pelipper to use Roost, allowing it to recover some energy. Max urged Kirlia to use Thunderbolt once more, and despite its confusion, Kirlia managed to fire another beam of electricity, hitting Pelipper and knocking it out. Pelipper is unable to battle, Kirlia wins, announced the referee. Winona returned Pelipper to its Pokeball and sent out Swellow. Max recalled memories of Ash's Swellow battling Winona's Swellow. Begin with Sky Attack, Winona commanded as Swellow surrounded itself with a white beam of energy, preparing for its next move. Max instructed Kirlia to use Calm Mind, allowing it to increase its special attack and special defense. As Swellow charged forward, Max called for Kirlia to use Thunderbolt, but due to its confusion, Kirlia was unable to attack and was hit by Swellow's powerful move, fainting in the process. Kirlia is unable to battle. Swellow wins, the referee declared. Max returned Kirlia to its Pokeball and sent out Mytiana. Battle begin, the referee announced. Winona commanded Swellow to use Work Up, boosting its attack and special attack. Max instructed Mytiana to use Scary Face, which reduced Swellow's speed. Now use Crunch, Max ordered as Mytiana charged at Swellow. Winona countered with Brave Bird, and both moves collided, causing heavy damage to both Pokemon. Alright, this time use Play Rough, Max commanded. Mytiana charged toward Swellow. Winona instructed Swellow to use Reversal, gathering its damage and launching an attack towards Mytiana. The moves collided again, resulting in an explosion. When the dust settled, both Pokemon were revealed to have fainted. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their final Pokemon, the referee requested. Go Altaria, I'm counting on you, Winona said as the humming Pokemon flew into the battlefield. An Altaria? Alright, go Sceptile, Max responded as the forest Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Winona ordered Altaria to use Flamethrower, which Sceptile deftly dodged before striking back with quick attack. Winona noted Sceptile's impressive speed but remained determined. Use Aerial Ace, she commanded, and Altaria managed to hit Sceptile hard. Max instructed Sceptile to counter with Focus Blast, resulting in an explosion that affected both Pokemon. Once the smoke cleared, Winona ordered Altaria to charge forward with Dragon Rush. Max commanded Sceptile to use Dragon Claw, and the two moves collided fiercely. Max wasn't finished yet. Now finish it with your other claw, he said, and Sceptile struck Altaria down, causing it to faint. Altaria is unable to battle, Sceptile wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Max, declared the referee. Well done, Sceptile, Max praised, patting it on the head. Return, Altaria. You fought well. Now take a good rest, Winona said as she returned her Pokemon. She approached Max with a smile. Well done, Max. I really enjoyed this battle with you. I'm impressed with how your Sceptile managed to win despite the type disadvantage. Now that you defeated me, I present you with the Feather Badge, she said, handing him the badge. Thanks, Winona. I've been training hard for the Hoenn League, Max replied. I can tell. Only 2 left to go. Best of luck, Winona added. Thanks, Winona. I'll be on my way now, Max said as he made his way down the stairs from the outdoor battlefield to the main area of Fortree City, heading to the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon. A few days after departing Driftvale City, Paul arrived in Mistralton City around midday. He decided to grab some lunch while leaving his Pokemon with Nurse Joy for healing. After lunch, Paul returned to the Pokemon Center to retrieve his Pokemon and headed to the gym. He noticed a woman had just arrived from a jet plane nearby and was approaching him. Hello, my name is Skyla, the gym leader of Mistralton City. Are you here for a gym battle? She asked. That's right. When can we battle? Paul inquired. I can do it now, sorry for the rush. I was busy with my daily plane driving routine. Follow me, Skyla replied, gesturing for Paul to follow her. No problem. I'm Paul, by the way, he introduced himself as they walked to the battlefield. Pleasure meeting you, Paul, Skyla said with a smile. Don't apologize, Skyla said as she continued walking. An old man standing near the midpoint of the battlefield observed Paul with interest. Another challenger today? He asked. Yes, Skyla replied. Paul, this is my grandfather, Miles. He was the previous gym leader of Mistralton City and will be the referee for our gym battle. Nice to meet you, Paul, Miles said as Skyla moved to one end of the battlefield. Pleasure meeting you, Miles, Paul responded, taking his position at the opposite end. This will be an official gym battle between gym leader Skyla and challenger Paul. Each side may use 3 Pokemon, but only the challenger can substitute Pokemon. The battle ends when all Pokemon on either side are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokemon? Miles requested. Swoobat, let's battle, Skyla called as the courting Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Honchkrow, stand by for battle, Paul commanded as the big boss Pokemon emerged, standing tall. Battle begin, Miles announced. You can go first, Paul, Skyla offered. As you wish. Honchkrow, begin with Steel Wing, Paul ordered, and Honchkrow's wings glowed silvery white as it charged toward Swoobat. Use Signal Beam, Skyla commanded, and Swoobat fired a yellowish-green beam of light at the incoming Honchkrow. The attacks collided, with Honchkrow taking a hit but still managing to strike Swoobat twice with Steel Wing, sending both Pokemon reeling backward. Use Air Slash, Skyla ordered, and Swoobat flapped its wings, creating a powerful slash of air aimed at Honchkrow. Dodge it, Paul instructed, but Honchkrow seemed momentarily confused and was hit by the air slash, taking damage. Use Charge Beam, Skyla said, and Swoobat fired a beam of electricity at Honchkrow. Dodge it and use Heat Wave, Paul commanded. Honchkrow, despite its confusion, managed to evade the attack and unleashed a wave of flames toward Swoobat, scoring a direct hit. The flames engulfed Swoobat. Not good, it got burnt. Swoobat, use Air Slash, Skyla directed, but the burn hindered Swoobat's ability to attack effectively. Quick, now finish it with Night Slash, Paul ordered. Honchkrow charged at Swoobat, its wings glowing purple, and struck with two powerful hits, knocking Swoobat out of action. Swoobat is unable to battle. Honchkrow wins, Miles declared. Return, Swoobat. You did really well. Now take a good rest, Skyla said, recalling her Pokemon. Now, my second Pokemon will be you, she added as Unpheasant appeared on the battlefield. An Unpheasant? Alright, I'll stick with Honchkrow, Paul remarked. Battle begin, Miles announced. Use Work Up, Skyla commanded, and Unpheasant surrounded itself with a red beam of aura, boosting its attack and special attack. Strike it with Steel Wing, Paul ordered, and Honchkrow charged forward, its wings glowing silvery white as it struck Unpheasant, raising its own defense in the process. Now conclude this with Sky Attack, Paul instructed, and Honchkrow began charging energy for the next turn. Use Air Cutter, Skyla commanded, and Unpheasant fired a blue X-shaped energy at Honchkrow. Unable to dodge due to its charge, Honchkrow was hit but continued its attack. Now fire, Paul commanded as Honchkrow dove toward Unpheasant. Counter it with Brave Bird, Skyla directed, and Unpheasant charged forward, surrounded by blue energy. The two moves collided, resulting in a powerful explosion that left both Pokemon fainted on the ground. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon? Miles requested. Return Honchkrow. Good job for taking down two Pokemon. Now leave the rest to me, Paul said, recalling his Pokemon. Now Glisker, stand by for battle, he announced as the Fong Scorpion Pokemon appeared. Impressive, seeing how your Honchkrow managed to take down two of my Pokemon. Alright, take a good rest, Unpheasant, Skyla said, returning her Pokemon. Now, Swanna. I'm counting on you, she added as the White Bird Pokemon appeared. First Honchkrow, now Glisker, both flying types from the Sinnoh region, Skyla thought. Are you from Sinnoh by any chance? She asked Paul. Yes, I am. From Veilstone City, Paul replied. Battle begin, Miles announced. Swanna, use Scald, Skyla commanded, and Swanna fired a jet of hot water at Glisker. Dodge it and use Aerial Ace, Paul ordered. Glisker dodged the attack and struck Swanna, knocking it back. Don't give up, Swanna. Use Ice Beam, Skyla instructed, and Swanna fired a beam of ice at Glisker, inflicting significant damage. If Glisker gets hit by Ice Beam one more time, it's finished. Alright Glisker, use Tailwind, Paul commanded. Glisker flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that doubled its speed for 2 turns. Use Ice Beam to finish this battle, Skyla directed as Swanna prepared another attack. Dodge it, then conclude this battle with Guillotine, Paul ordered. Glisker dodged the Ice Beam thanks to Tailwind and charged toward Swanna at increased speed, landing a decisive hit. Dodge it quick, Skyla urged, but Glisker was too fast and knocked Swanna out. Swanna is unable to battle. Glisker wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Paul, Miles declared. Oh well, we got outsmarted. Return Swanna, take a good rest, Skyla said, recalling her Pokemon. You too, Glisker. Great job, Paul said as he returned the Fong Scorpion Pokemon to its Pokeball. He was then approached by Skyla. She complimented Paul on his impressive battle strategies and presented him with the Jet Badge as proof of his victory. Paul thanked her. admitting that her Swanna had surprised him with its ice beam attack. Miles, who was nearby, noted that not many could win against his granddaughter without using a third Pokémon. Skyla wished Paul luck in collecting the remaining gym badges as he waved farewell and headed towards the Pokémon Center to heal his 2 Pokémon. After spending the night at her home and enjoying breakfast from her older brother, Clement, Bonnie made her way through Route 14 and arrived at Laver City. Upon reaching the gym, she was greeted by Valerie, a young woman with black hair and a fanciful outfit. They exchanged warm greetings, and Bonnie complimented Valerie on her appearance. Bonnie explained that she was there to challenge Valerie to a gym battle as part of her journey in the Kalos League. Valerie was excited and led Bonnie indoors, where a group of Furisode girls were chatting. They were surprised to see both Valerie and Bonnie together. One of the girls volunteered to be the referee for the upcoming battle. The referee announced that it would be an official 2-on-2 gym battle, with Bonnie allowed to substitute Pokémon. Both sides were instructed to send out their first Pokémon. Valerie chose Sylveon, while Bonnie sent out Deden. The battle began, and Bonnie commanded Deden to use Thunderbolt. Valerie countered with Sylveon's Moonblast, resulting in a powerful collision. Valerie then instructed Sylveon to use Light Screen to reduce future damage from special attacks. Bonnie took the opportunity to command Deden to use Nuzzle, which not only damaged Sylveon but also paralyzed it. Despite the paralysis, Valerie ordered Sylveon to use Moonblast again, landing a hit on Deden. Bonnie quickly responded with Iron Tail, and Sylveon was unable to move due to paralysis, allowing Deden to score a victory. The referee declared Sylveon unable to battle, and Valerie praised her Pokémon before sending out Aromatisse. Bonnie decided to give Deden a rest and send out Florges instead. The battle continued with both trainers using their Fairy-type Pokémon. Bonnie commanded Florges to use Light Screen, while Valerie ordered Aromatisse to use Flash Cannon, which hit Florges but was slightly reduced in damage. Bonnie encouraged Florges to use Moonblast, which struck Aromatisse and lowered its special attack. Valerie attempted to counter with another Flash Cannon, but Bonnie had a plan. She commanded Florges to use Vine Whip to redirect the attack back at Aromatisse, causing damage. Bonnie then called for a final Moonblast, and despite Valerie's attempt to counter with Psychic, Aromatisse was overwhelmed and fainted. The referee declared Aromatisse unable to battle, making Bonnie the winner of the match. Bonnie celebrated her victory and hugged her Pokémon before recalling it into its Pokeball. Valerie congratulated Bonnie on her win, expressing her enjoyment of the battle and confidence in Bonnie's abilities for the Kalos League. As proof of victory, Valerie handed the fairy badge to the young trainer. "Thank you, Valerie, that means a lot," Bonnie said, accepting the badge with a smile. "Best of luck when challenging Olympia and Wulfric. They will be quite a challenge, especially with Wulfric's Mega Abomasnow," Valerie added. "I'll do my best," Bonnie replied confidently. "I know you will," Valerie said encouragingly. "Alright, I'll head to the Pokémon Center to heal my Pokémon." "See you later, Valerie," Bonnie said as she walked out of the gym, waving farewell to Valerie and the Furisode girls, who waved back. "Good idea, and take care," Valerie called after her, watching Bonnie leave. After spending the afternoon and the next morning collecting 6 petals, Ash enjoyed a quick lunch with Professor Kukui and the students before heading to Mina's house. There, she took the petals and crafted a rainbow flower. Once the rainbow flower was complete, the totem Rabombi appeared before them. "Alright, Decidueye, I choose you," Ash declared as the Arrow Quill Pokémon emerged onto the battlefield. "Since when did you get a Decidueye?" Mallow asked in surprise. "Well, he was still a Rowlet when I caught him shortly before challenging Ilima's trial." "This Pokémon actually participated in Ilima's trial," Ash explained. "Interesting," Lana commented. "Decidueye, start off with Spirit Shackle," Ash commanded. The Arrow Quill Pokémon fired an arrow from its wing, looping around Rabombi before striking it, creating a blue fire-like energy that inflicted damage. "I see, so that prevents it from switching to another ally Pokémon," Professor Kukui noted. "Though this is the only time I'll do this." It wouldn't be fair to use it every time when challenging a totem Pokemon, Ash added. That won't matter much, considering this is your last challenge with the totem Pokemon, Sophocles remarked. That's true, Ash agreed. And you will be in for another surprise. And what might that be? Kiawe asked curiously. You'll see, Ash replied with a grin. As Ribombee realized it couldn't switch out due to the effects of Spirit Shackle, it began to use Quiver Dance, boosting its speed, special attack, and special defense. Alright, use Work Up, Ash commanded, and Decidueye surrounded itself with a red beam of energy, enhancing its attack and special attack. I wonder what Ash has planned this time, Lily mused. Hit it with Smackdown, Ash instructed, and Decidueye fired several orange orbs of energy at Ribombee, which countered with a bug buzz by flapping its wings toward the incoming attack. Both moves collided, causing damage to their targets, with Ribombee taking more damage due to the super effective hit. Couldn't Ash teach it a flying-type move like Brave Bird or Sky Attack? Lana asked, puzzled. I could have, but Smackdown, being a rock-type attack, is useful against 3 of Decidueye's weaknesses, fire, ice, and flying, Ash explained. Use Spirit Shackle, Ash commanded again as Decidueye fired another arrow quill from its wings toward Ribombee. In response, the totem Ribombee unleashed a bluish-white beam of light toward the incoming Spirit Shackle. The two moves created an explosion that knocked both Pokemon back, inflicting damage on them. Power up with Work Up, Ash commanded, but instead of using Work Up, Decidueye created several animated swords that began dancing, sharply increasing its attack. Wow, you learned Swords Dance instead. Even better, since all of your attacks are physical, Ash said, impressed. As Decidueye used Swords Dance, the totem Ribombee seized its chance to use Quiver Dance, further boosting its stats. Use Smackdown, Ash ordered, and Decidueye fired another set of orange energy orbs at Ribombee, who countered with Draining Kiss, inflicting damage while recovering some HP. However, it was also severely hurt by Smackdown. Time to finish this. You ready, Decidueye? Ash asked, receiving a nod in response. Both Ash and Decidueye struck several poses as a beam of energy enveloped them. Eventually, the Z move was ready to fire, with Decidueye creating a large array of arrows and launching them at Ribombee with full force. Ribombee responded by firing one last dazzling gleam toward the incoming attack, creating an explosion. However, the Z move overpowered Dazzling Gleam due to the effects of Work Up and Swords Dance, scoring a direct hit on Ribombee and causing it to faint. Well done, Ash. I'm impressed with how your Decidueye learned Swords Dance, Mina said. As proof of victory, here is the Farium Z, she added, handing Ash a rhombus-shaped crystal. Thanks, Mina, Ash said as he accepted the badge. Congratulations, Ash, Professor Kukui said as he and the students approached the raven-haired trainer. Thanks, guys, Ash replied. So who is the island kahuna of Pony Island, he asked. That would be Hapu, and the grand trial will be held in Vast Pony Canyon, Professor Kukui explained. Awesome, how do we get there? Ash inquired. From here, you'll need to get through the Pony Wilds and the ancient Pony Path, Professor Kukui replied. It might be better if we head to Hapu's house first in the ancient Pony Path to let her know, he added. That's fine. I think it's better to head there tomorrow since it's already afternoon, Ash suggested. Good idea. Let's head to the Pokemon Center and book a few cabins to stay overnight, Professor Kukui said. Once again, thanks for the Z-Crystal, Mina, Ash said gratefully. No problem, you deserve it. Good luck with your final grand trial, Mina wished him. I'll do my best, Ash replied as he, Professor Kukui, and the students began making their way to the Pokemon Center. Max had recently caught a Golduck and surfed across Route 124 from Lily Cove City, finally arriving at Moss Deep City to challenge the gym leader. Upon entering the gym, he was greeted by two familiar faces. Hi Max, long time no see, said Tate, one of the gym leaders. Tate and Liza, it's so good to see you again, replied Max with a smile. It's good to see you too, Liza added warmly. Are you ready to accept my gym battle challenge? Max asked eagerly. Absolutely, let's get started, Tate responded, leading Max to the battlefield. As usual, our mother is the referee, Liza said, preparing for the match. This will be an official gym battle, a double battle, between the gym leaders, Liza and Tate, and the challenger Max. Neither side is allowed to substitute Pokémon, and the battle will conclude when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle, Rachel, the referee, announced. Can both sides please take out their Pokémon? Lunatone, let's battle, Liza called as the meteorite Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Solrock, let's do this, Tate added, summoning the counterpart of Lunatone. Just like when battling Ash. Alright, Breloom and Golduck, let's go, Max declared as the mushroom Pokémon and the duck Pokémon joined the fray. Battle begin, Rachel said, signaling the start. Max, you can go first, Liza encouraged. Alright, as you wish. Breloom, speed things up with Swords Dance, commanded Max. Breloom created several animated swords that danced in a circle, sharply boosting its attack. Solrock, use acrobatics on Breloom, Tate ordered as Solrock charged towards Breloom in midair. Golduck, keep Solrock at bay with Hydro Pump, Max instructed. Golduck opened its mouth and fired a powerful jet of water, hitting Solrock and inflicting significant damage. Lunatone, use Grass Knot on Golduck, Liza commanded, creating a knot of grass that tripped Golduck and caused considerable damage. Golduck, use Signal Beam on Solrock, Max directed as the red jewel on Golduck glowed, releasing a powerful beam of light. And Breloom, use Seed Bomb on Lunatone, he added as Breloom created a giant seed and launched it at Lunatone. Solrock, counter that signal beam with Stone Edge, Tate commanded, creating rings of sharp stones that flew towards the signal beam, resulting in an explosion that damaged both Pokémon. Lunatone, use Ice Beam on Breloom, Liza ordered, firing a powerful beam of ice. However, due to Swords Dance, Seed Bomb overpowered Ice Beam, inflicting heavy damage on Lunatone. Lunatone, don't give up. Use Sunny Day, Liza encouraged, and Lunatone released a beam of sunlight that covered the battlefield. Solrock, use acrobatics on Breloom, Tate instructed as Solrock charged towards Breloom. Golduck, use Hydro Pump on Solrock. Breloom, knock Lunatone out with Seed Bomb again, Max commanded. Both Pokémon executed their attacks, resulting in Breloom hitting Lunatone while also being struck by Solrock's acrobatics. Solrock took damage from Golduck's Hydro Pump, but the original damage was reduced due to Sunny Day. Consequently, both Breloom and Lunatone fainted. Both Breloom and Lunatone are unable to battle, Rachel announced. Return, Lunatone. Tate, I'm counting on you, Liza said, recalling her Pokémon. Good job, Breloom. Let Golduck and I finish the rest, Max said as he returned Breloom. Alright Golduck, clear the Sunny Day with Rain Dance, Max ordered. Golduck summoned dark clouds, and soon it began to rain. Solrock, use Zen Headbutt, Tate commanded, striking Golduck and inflicting damage. Use Stone Edge, Tate added as Solrock fired rings of sharp stones at Golduck. Golduck, dodge it, Max instructed, but due to the effects of Zen Headbutt, Golduck flinched and was hit, taking serious damage. Finish this with one more shot of Zen Headbutt, Tate said as Solrock prepared to attack again. Dodge it, Max said with a smirk, knowing Golduck's ability had activated. Golduck swiftly evaded the attack without taking damage. But how? Liza and Tate exclaimed, surprised by Golduck's speed. That's Golduck's ability, Swift Swim. When it rains, Golduck's speed doubles, Max explained. Now Golduck, finish this off with Hydro Pump, he commanded. Golduck unleashed a powerful jet of water that struck Solrock directly, knocking it out. Solrock is unable to battle. Golduck wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Max, Rachel declared. Well done, Golduck. Good job on earning your first victory in your gym battle, Max said, recalling the duck Pokemon. Return, Solrock. Take a good rest. You did really well, Tate said as the meteorite Pokemon was recalled. Congrats on winning against us, Max. I'm impressed how you outsmarted us with that combination of rain dance and swift swim, Liza added. As proof of victory, here is the mind badge, Tate said, handing the badge to Max. Thanks, Liza and Tate, Max replied, accepting the badge. Only one badge left, Tate commented. Good luck when battling against Juan. He has quite a formidable team, especially Milotic, Liza advised. Thanks again, guys. I will be heading off now, Max said as he made his way out of the gym towards the Pokemon Center. Take care, Liza and Tate called as they waved farewell to Max. Initially, Paul had planned to challenge the Icera City gym. However, the gym leader, Bryson, who had been a movie star, was currently busy filming a new movie. Nurse Joy from the Icera's Pokemon Center advised Paul to continue east towards Oplucid City to challenge Drayden. After a long day of traveling, Paul arrived in Oplucid City in the late afternoon. He decided to leave his Pokemon with Nurse Joy for recovery while he booked a cabin to stay overnight. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, he retrieved his Pokemon from Nurse Joy and walked towards the gym. There, he was greeted by a figure dressed mostly in white, wearing a mask that covered only his mouth and sporting white hair. Greetings, young man. My name is Drayden, the gym leader of Oplucid City. I presume you are here for a gym battle? Drayden asked. That's right. When are you available? Paul inquired. I'm available now, actually. Follow me, Drayden replied, leading Paul to the battlefield. Also, what is your name? Drayden added. Paul, the purple-haired trainer replied. This will be an official 3vs3 gym battle between the gym leader Drayden and the challenger Paul. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute his Pokemon, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can all sides please send out their first Pokemon, the referee requested. Druddigon. You're up first, Drayden said as the cave Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Ursaring. Stand by for battle, Paul commanded as the Hibernator Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Ursaring, start off with bulk up, Paul instructed, and Ursaring's body became surrounded with a red beam of aura, increasing its attack and defense. Druddigon, fire away with Gunk Shot, Drayden commanded, and the cave Pokemon launched a large chunk of garbage covered in poison at Ursaring, scoring a direct hit and inflicting damage while also poisoning the Hibernator Pokemon. As Ursaring became poisoned, another red beam of aura surrounded it, boosting its attack once more. Must be Ursaring's ability, Guts, which increases its attack when poisoned, burned, or paralyzed. However, while being poisoned, it still takes damage from the poison as it continues to battle, Drayden thought. Alright, use Dragon Claw, he ordered, as Druddigon's claws glowed light blue and aimed a blow at Ursaring. Use Slash, Paul commanded, and Ursaring's claws glowed bright white, countering the incoming Dragon Claw. Thanks to the effects of Bulk Up and Guts, it overpowered the Dragon Claw, inflicting heavy damage on Druddigon and knocking it backward. Use Revenge, Drayden ordered as Druddigon gathered energy, surrounded by an orange beam of aura. It charged towards Ursaring and landed a strike. Use Slash once more, Paul instructed, but due to the poisoning, Ursaring faltered and slowed down, ultimately becoming unable to move. As a result, it was hit by the revenge attack and took significant damage. This is harder than I thought. Finish this with Play Rough, Paul commanded as Ursaring charged towards Druddigon. Use Revenge once more, Drayden commanded, and Druddigon gathered energy again, surrounded by an orange aura, and struck Ursaring. Both moves collided, causing a powerful explosion that knocked out both Pokemon. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon, the referee requested. Take a good rest, Druddigon. Thanks for doing your best, Drayden said as he recalled the cave Pokémon. Flygon, you're up next, he announced as the mystic Pokémon appeared, flying into the battlefield. Return Ursaring. Electivire, stand by for battle, Paul said, recalling the Hibernator Pokémon and sending out the Thunderbolt Pokémon, surprising Drayden. He deliberately sent out a Pokémon with a major type disadvantage. I wonder how he will get through this battle, Drayden thought. Battle begin, the referee announced. Flygon, use Fire Punch, Drayden ordered as the mystic Pokémon's claws formed a fiery fist aimed at Electivire. Dodge it and use Dynamic Punch, Paul commanded. Electivire dodged the attack and landed a direct hit on Flygon. Interesting. But let's see how you handle this one. Use Earthquake, Drayden ordered, but Flygon, confused from the Dynamic Punch, could not hear the command. Finish this off with Ice Punch. Use both hands to double the effect, Paul instructed, and Electivire's hands glowed light blue, delivering another set of direct hits on Flygon. Due to Flygon's 4x weakness to ice types and taking 2 direct hits, it fainted. Flygon is unable to battle. Electivire wins, the referee announced. Impressive, Drayden thought as he recalled Flygon. Haxorus, I'm counting on you, he said as the Axe Jaw Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Electivire, return. Agron, stand by for battle, Paul instructed as he returned his Thunderbolt Pokémon to its Pokeball and sent out the Iron Armor Pokémon onto the battlefield. Battle begin, announced the referee. Haxorus, start off with Earthquake, Drayden commanded, and the Axe Jaw Pokémon leaped up and slammed down, creating a powerful tremor that surged towards Agron. Agron, you do the same too, Paul replied, and Agron mirrored Haxorus's movements. The tremors from both Pokémon began to cancel each other out, resulting in an explosion that damaged both combatants. Use Brick Break, Drayden ordered, as one of Haxorus's claws glowed white and struck both Pokémon. Counter with Iron Head, Paul commanded, and Agron charged forward with its head glowing silvery white. The two moves collided, neither side yielding. Strike with your other claw, Drayden instructed, and Haxorus landed a direct hit on Agron, inflicting significant damage due to Agron's vulnerability to fighting-type attacks. Guess I have to resort to this, Paul thought as Agron recovered. Use Head Smash, he ordered, and Agron's head glowed blue as it aimed at Haxorus. Finish it off with Brick Break again, Drayden commanded, as both of Haxorus's claws glowed white and targeted the incoming Agron. However, Agron's Head Smash overpowered the attack, causing a powerful explosion that engulfed the battlefield. After a minute, the dust settled, revealing both Pokémon had fainted. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Since Drayden has no Pokémon left while Paul has his Electivire remaining, the winner is the challenger, Paul, the referee declared. Well done, Agron. Take a good rest, Paul said, recalling the Iron Armor Pokémon into its Pokeball. You too, Haxorus, Drayden said as he returned his Pokémon. Well done, Paul. I'm really impressed with your Pokémon strength and your battling skills. As proof of victory, here is the Legend Badge, Drayden said, handing Paul the badge. Thanks, Drayden, Paul replied, accepting the gym badge. The next gym is located in Humolo City, but it's quite a long distance from here, Drayden advised. Not to worry. I have a map to help navigate my way through, Paul responded. Good luck with your last Unova gym battle, Drayden wished him. Thank you once again, Drayden, Paul said, bowing to the gym leader before making his way out of the gym and to the Pokemon Center. After defeating Valerie in Laver City and spending a few days, Bonnie began her journey to Anistar City. On her way, she visited the Pokemon Fossil Research Lab. The scientists were delighted to see Bonnie reunite with the Tyrant Rum she had temporarily cared for during her previous journey and decided to let her keep it, which thrilled her. Upon arriving at Anistar City, she handed all her Pokemon to Nurse Joy while she went to get some lunch. After finishing her meal, her Pokemon were healed and returned. As Bonnie entered the gym, she was greeted by the gym leader, Olympia. Greetings, young Bonnie. I predicted you would be here soon to challenge me in a gym battle. I accept your request, Olympia said, gesturing for Bonnie to follow her. This will be an official double battle between gym leader Olympia and challenger Bonnie. Neither side is allowed to substitute Pokémon, and the battle will end when all Pokémon on either side are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their Pokémon, the referee requested. Meowstic, I'm counting on you, Olympia said, sending out 2 Meowstic, 1 male and 1 female. Tyrantrum and Mantine, let's go, Bonnie called, and the Despot Pokémon and Kite Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, announced the referee. Mantine, start with Scald on the female, Bonnie ordered, and the Kite Pokémon unleashed a stream of hot water towards the female Meowstic. Tyrantrum, use Dragon Claw and slash at the male Meowstic, she added, as both of Tyrantrum's claws glowed green and aimed at the male Meowstic. Use Light Screen and Dark Pulse against the incoming Scald, Olympia commanded, and the female Meowstic fired a dark ring of energy to eliminate the Scald attack, resulting in a powerful explosion that affected all Pokémon. While the explosion caused damage, the male Meowstic created a bright yellow light screen that reduced damage from special attacks for 5 turns. However, it was struck by Dragon Claw, taking significant damage from both strikes. Impressive. Use Thunder Wave on Mantine and Shadow Ball on Tyrantrum, Olympia instructed, as the male Meowstic aimed a wave of electricity at Mantine while the female Meowstic fired a shadowy ball at Tyrantrum. Tyrantrum, use Stone Edge on the female Meowstic, and Mantine, dodge the attack with Double Team, Bonnie commanded, as the Despot Pokémon slammed one claw on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude and strike the female Meowstic, inflicting considerable damage. However, it took damage from the Shadow Ball. As Tyrantrum executed its own attack while taking damage, Mantine created several illusion copies of itself and managed to dodge the incoming Thunder Wave, avoiding paralysis. Use Future Sight and Psyshock towards Mantine, ordered Olympia as the female Meowstic's eyes and body began to glow blue before stopping a few seconds later, while the male Meowstic began to fire a strong purple beam of energy towards Mantine. Counter with Blizzard and Tyrantrum, use Iron Head on the male Meowstic, commanded Bonnie. Mantine opened its mouth and fired a powerful blizzard towards both Pokémon from the opposing side, while Tyrantrum's head began to glow silvery white, aiming towards the male Meowstic. Due to the effects of Light Screen, the power of Blizzard was reduced and was overpowered by Psyshock, inflicting damage on the Kite Pokémon. However, Tyrantrum managed to score a direct hit with Iron Head on the male Meowstic, knocking it backwards. Meowstic, use Psyshock on Tyrantrum and Dark Pulse on Mantine, commanded Olympia. The male Meowstic attempted to fire its attack but was unable to move, while the female Meowstic fired a stream of black rings surrounded by purple energy towards Tyrantrum. Now that the male Meowstic is unable to move due to the Iron Head flinching, finish it off with Aerial Ace. And Tyrantrum, use Stone Edge to eliminate the Psyshock, ordered Bonnie. Both Pokémon fired their respective attacks, causing the male Meowstic to be knocked out from the Aerial Ace, while Stone Edge collided with Psyshock, resulting in an explosion that damaged the other 3 Pokémon. Meowstic is unable to battle, said the referee. Return, Meowstic. Take a good rest and leave the remaining battle for me to deal with, praised Olympia as she returned the constraint Pokémon back into its Pokeball. Mantine, use Scald and Tyrantrum, use Dragon Claw, commanded Bonnie. The Kite Pokémon fired a stream of hot water from its mouth while the Despot Pokémon's claws began to glow green, aiming towards the female Meowstic. Use Thunder Wave on Mantine, said Olympia as the constraint Pokémon aimed several waves of electricity at the Kite Pokémon, causing it to falter. However, it was directly hit by Dragon Claw and took serious damage from the attack. A few seconds later, 4 portals began to open, and several rainbow spheres of energy appeared, aiming towards Mantine and Tyrantrum. Tyrantrum was able to dodge the attack, but Mantine was unable to evade due to paralysis and was hit, eventually fainting. Mantine is unable to battle, said the referee. Mantine, return. Take a well-deserved break, said Bonnie as the kite Pokemon was returned. Conclude this with Psyshock, commanded Olympia as the constraint Pokemon fired a purple beam of energy towards the despot Pokemon. Finish this with Stone Edge, ordered Bonnie. Instead of using Stone Edge, Tyrantrum's body became surrounded by a whitish-blue aura, and it aimed its head at the attack, instantly overpowering the Psyshock and scoring a direct hit on the female Meowstic, immediately knocking it out. Meowstic is unable to battle. Tyrantrum wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Bonnie, declared the referee. Yay, we did it, said Bonnie as she ran and hugged her Tyrantrum, who liked her cheek in return. Return, Meowstic. Take a good rest to you too, said Olympia as the constraint Pokemon was recalled back into its Pokeball. Congratulations, Bonnie. I'm impressed with your Pokemon skills. As proof of victory, here is the Psychic Badge, said Olympia as she gave Bonnie the gym badge. Thank you, Olympia, said Bonnie as she took the badge. By the way, you were probably wondering what move your Tyrantrum just learned, am I right? Asked Olympia. That was Head Smash, wasn't it? Inquired Bonnie. Correct, replied Olympia. Then how come Tyrantrum appeared not to have taken a lot of recoil damage? Asked Bonnie. That must mean your Tyrantrum's ability is Rock Head, which prevents recoil damage from moves that inflict recoil damage on the user, such as Double Edge, Flare Blitz, and Head Smash, answered Olympia. I see. That would be very useful, especially when Head Smash is the strongest rock-type attack along with Rock Wrecker, said Bonnie. That's right. And best of luck when challenging Wulfric in Snowbell City, said Olympia. Thank you, Olympia. I'll be on my way now, said Bonnie as she returned Tyrantrum back into its Pokeball and made her way out of the gym and towards the Pokemon Center. The next morning, after breakfast, Ash, Pikachu, Lucario, Professor Kukui, and the students made their way to Hapu's house, walking through the Pony Wilds and the ancient Pony Path. Upon arrival, Professor Kukui knocked on the door. Coming, answered a female voice, and footsteps approached the door before it opened. Ah, Professor Kukui, said Hapu, greeting them. Morning, Hapu. We have a challenger here with us to complete the Pony Island Grand Trial, Professor Kukui explained. And that might be you? Hapu asked, looking at Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario. Yes, Ash replied confidently. Alright, let's go, Hapu said, joining the group as they continued their journey to the ancient Pony Path, heading towards the Pony Breaker Coast, where the battlefield was located. Here we are, Hapu announced as they arrived at the battlefield. Professor Kukui, will you be the judge for this battle? Not a problem, Professor Kukui replied, and the students moved to the side to watch as Ash and Hapu took their positions at opposite ends of the battlefield. This will be an official one-on-one grand trial battle between Island Kahuna Hapu and Challenger Ash. Neither side may substitute Pokemon, and the battle ends when either side's Pokemon can no longer battle. Please send out your Pokemon. Go, Mudsdale, Hapu called, and the draft horse Pokemon appeared, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Let's do this, Charizard, Ash said as the flame Pokemon emerged onto the battlefield. Finally, I've always wanted to see Ash's Charizard battle, Kiawe exclaimed in excitement. Me too. The only times we've seen it was when Ash rides on it, Sophocles added. Battle begin, Professor Kukui announced. Charizard, start with Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful jet of flames at Mudsdale. Counter with Mega Kick, Hapu ordered. Mudsdale jumped towards the Flamethrower, powering up a kick with its rear legs. Despite taking damage from the fire attack, it landed a solid hit on Charizard, causing both Pokemon to stagger back. Guess it's time to get serious, Ash said, looking at Charizard. You ready? Charizard nodded in response. Then let's do this. Key Stone, respond to my heart. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve. A bright beam of energy enveloped Ash's Key Stone and the Charizardite Y, and as Charizard transformed, a harsh beam of sunlight illuminated the battlefield. Amazing, Lily said, awestruck by Charizard's new form. The stakes have gotten higher. This will be fun, Hapu commented. Use Mega Kick again, she commanded, and Mudsdale's legs glowed white as it prepared to attack. Dodge it and use Air Slash, Ash instructed. Charizard deftly evaded the attack and flapped its wings, sending sharp gusts of wind toward Mudsdale, landing another hit. Impressive. But we won't give up that easily. Use Stomp, Hapu ordered, but noticed Mudsdale was unable to move. That's one effect of Air Slash. If it hits, it can cause the target to flinch, Ash explained. Now, Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard fired a multicolored beam of energy at Mudsdale, landing another hit while the Draft Horse Pokémon remained immobilized. Ash's Charizard is really powerful, Mallow commented. Charizard was initially a Charmander when I first caught him, one of my first Pokémon on my journey in Kanto. We've been through a lot together, Ash shared. Would you like to know more about my Charizard? Sure, why not, the students replied. Alright, but that will have to wait until after the battle. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ash commanded, and Charizard unleashed another powerful jet of flames at Mudsdale. I've been waiting to use this. Use Rock Slide. Hapu ordered, and Mudsdale surrounded itself with an orange aura, forming a circle of large rocks that flew toward Charizard, hitting it hard. This isn't good. Charizard is weak to rock-type attacks, Lana said, concerned. Charizard, are you okay? Ash asked anxiously, relieved when Charizard stood up after a moment. Finish this off with one more rock slide, Hapu commanded, and Mudsdale prepared another attack. It's time to conclude this battle. Finish with Solar Beam. Ash instructed. Charizard gathered a green beam of energy and fired it, destroying the rocks and hitting Mudsdale with a super effective attack, knocking it out. Mudsdale is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Therefore, the winner of this battle is the challenger Ash, Professor Kukui declared. Well done, Charizard, Ash said, approaching the flame Pokémon and patting its arm, earning a playful Flamethrower in return, surprising everyone. What was that about? Kiawe exclaimed. That's Charizard's way of showing affection, Ash explained. It's been doing that for a while. Congratulations on beating me in your final grand trial, Ash. As proof of victory, here is the Pony Island trial stamp, Hapu said, handing Ash the stamp. Thanks, Hapu, Ash replied, accepting it. Additionally, now that you've completed all the island trial challenges and grand trials, you can choose a Z crystal from this box, Hapu added, presenting a box filled with various Z crystals. Awesome. Well, Charizard, since you did the hard work, which one do you want to select? Ash asked. After a moment, Charizard pointed to the dark blue Z crystal. So, the Dragonium Z. Hapu confirmed, and Charizard nodded in agreement. Then here you go, Hapu said as she handed Ash the Dragonium Z. Thanks again, Hapu, Ash replied, accepting the item. Alright, now that the battle is over, I'll tell you the story about my Charizard. The group gathered in a circle on the battlefield, with Pikachu perched on Charizard's shoulder and Charizard and Lucario sitting beside Ash. It all started back when I first traveled in Kanto with two of my companions, Brock and Misty, Ash began, pausing for a moment with a sad smile. What's wrong? Hapu asked, concern in her voice. Well, Hala did tell you about the betrayal, didn't he? Ash inquired. Yes, I remember he did, Hapu replied, recalling the day Hala contacted her about Ash Ketchum. Well, Misty became one of the traitors, but Brock continued to support my dreams, Ash explained. Anyway, back to the topic. Charizard was still a Charmander when I first met it. On the way to Vermilion City, we saw Charmander resting on a rocky outcrop, its tail flame weak. It was waiting for its trainer to return. We left it behind, and by the time we arrived at the Vermilion City Pokémon Center, it started raining. I was worried about Charmander. Inside the center, we overheard a trainer named Damien talking about how he abandoned Charmander because he found it weak. "That's just cruel," Lily said, disgust evident in her voice. Indeed it was. So we went back outside and took Charmander to the Pokémon Center to let Nurse Joy care for it. However, the next morning, it disappeared from the emergency room. We initially wanted to find it but decided against it. Not long after leaving the center, we fell into a trap set by Team Rocket, who stole my Pikachu. Just like Team Skull, Mallow commented. But when Team Rocket was about to leave, Charmander showed up, demanding they give Pikachu back. They refused, and Charmander scared them off with a flamethrower, dropping Pikachu in the process. As we escaped the trap amidst the chaos, Damien returned to retrieve Charmander, claiming that temporarily abandoning it made it stronger. He tried to recapture it but was met with a flamethrower before running off. From that moment on, Charmander chose to join my team, Ash concluded. "That's a very nice story," Professor Kukui said. "That's not all of it, though," Ash continued. "During its time as a Charmander, it listened to my orders in battle. But when it evolved into Charmeleon and then Charizard, it stopped obeying me. That was why I only made it to the top 16 during the Indigo League, getting eliminated by my rival, Richie." He glanced at Charizard, who looked sheepish and embarrassed. "It's alright, bud. Don't feel bad," Ash reassured Charizard, while the group admired their bond. "So when did Charizard start obeying you again?" Sophocles asked. "Good question. When I journeyed in the Orange Islands, I battled a trainer named Tad and his Poliwrath. Its ice beam encased Charizard's tail, so I had to spend the entire night melting the ice to restore the flames. That made Charizard regain its respect and loyalty," Ash explained. "Wow, just wow," Lana said, impressed. "Yep, and I challenged Tad to a rematch and won. After my journey in the Orange Islands, I took Charizard with me to Johto." "Has anyone here heard of the Cherasific Valley?" Ash asked. "Vaguely. Isn't it a training ground for Charizard to become stronger?" Kiawe answered. "Correct. It's located between Violet City and Azalea Town. When we first arrived, I noticed Charizard was enjoying itself, but I also saw it was one of the weaker ones. So, I decided to leave it there to train. Leaving it behind was one of the hardest moments I faced," Ash said. "I can imagine," Professor Kukui replied. "By the time the Johto League Silver Conference came, I used Charizard in a battle against my childhood friend and rival, Gary Oak, who is Professor Oak's grandson. I'm really glad I left it in Cherasific Valley. During its time there, it became so powerful that it took down half of Gary's team, including Scizor, Golem, and finally Blastoise, Gary's strongest Pokémon. In the next round, the final battle was between my Charizard and Harrison's Blaziken, but we lost despite having the type advantage. After traveling through Hoenn without using Charizard, I challenged the battle frontier and started another journey in Kanto. I used Charizard twice there, first against Nolan's Articuno in a one-on-one battle, which we won, and then against Brandon's Dusclops, where we lost. However, since that battle was a 4-on-4, my other Pokémon helped me win, including Charizard, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Pikachu," Ash shared. "So you ended up using your own starter Pokémon, Pikachu, and all 3 ordinary starter Pokémon of Kanto to battle against the final frontier brain." "Fascinating," Lily remarked. "That's right. It was very iconic. Note that my Squirtle eventually evolved into a Blastoise, but Bulbasaur refused to evolve, just like Pikachu. I didn't use Charizard during my journey in Sinnoh either, but in Unova and the Decolore Islands, I reunited with Charizard after competing in the Unova League Virtus Conference and ranking top. I ended up using only my Kalos team during the Lumiose Conference. That's pretty much the story of my Charizard," Ash concluded. "You certainly went through a lot with Charizard," Hapu said. "Yes. Now that I've finished, let's head to lunch. I'm starving after that battle. Any suggestions?" Ash asked, causing everyone to sweat drop. Well, why don't we head to my house so I can make lunch? Hapu suggested after a brief moment. Sounds like a great idea, Ash agreed. Is everyone okay with this? Professor Kukui asked, receiving nods of agreement from the students and Ash. Alright, let's go, Hapu said as she led the group back to her house for lunch. A few days after defeating Liza and Tate in Moss Deep City, Max arrived at Satopolis City by boat. He collected all his Pokémon from the Pokémon Center and made his way to the gym. Well, if it isn't Max long time no see, Gym Leader 1 greeted him as he entered the building. Indeed it has been. Are you available right now for a gym battle? Max asked. Of course. The rules are the same as when I faced Ash. Is that okay with you? Juan inquired. Not a problem. It would be nice to face a new gym battle rule for once, Max replied. Then without further ado, let's get started, Juan said, leading Max to a large swimming pool where the first of 4 matches would take place, a double battle. This will be an official gym battle between Gym Leader Juan and Challenger Max. The battle will be split into 4 rounds, with the first round being a double battle and the rest being one-on-one battles. Both sides may use up to 5 Pokémon each. Substitutions during each round are not allowed, and the battle will end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their first Pokémon, requested Sebastian, Juan's butler and the judge. Go Lovedisc and Whiscash, Juan called as the Pokémon appeared in the water. Alright, let's do this, Golduck and Mytiana, Max said as his Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, Sebastian announced. You may go first, Juan offered. Golduck, start off with Rain Dance. Mytiana, use Crunch on Whiscash, Max commanded. Golduck summoned dark clouds that released rain over the battlefield while Mytiana charged toward Whiscash. Lovedisc, use Bounce on Golduck and Whiscash, use Rock Smash on Mytiana, Juan ordered as Lovedisc leaped into the air, moving swiftly due to Rain Dance, while Whiscash prepared its attack. Mytiana's Crunch collided with Whiscash's Rock Smash, neither side giving way. However, Juan wasn't finished yet. Now smash it with your other fin, he commanded, and Whiscash struck Mytiana with a powerful hit, causing significant damage. Impressive, Max thought. Golduck, use Hydro Pump on Whiscash, he commanded. Golduck unleashed a powerful jet of water, hitting Whiscash and knocking it back. Fire with Bounce at Golduck, Juan said as Lovedisc charged toward Golduck. Not so fast. Mytiana, jump above Golduck, protect it, and use Scary Face on Lovedisc, Max ordered. Mytiana jumped in front of Golduck, creating a scary face that reduced Lovedisc's speed. That way, Lovedisc's swift swim won't work now that Mytiana has managed to hit with Scary Face, Max said confidently. That was a high level of smart thinking. Your battling skills are impressive, Juan praised. But this isn't over yet. Whiscash, use Rock Smash again on Mytiana. Lovedisc, use Draining Kiss on Mytiana as well, he commanded. Golduck, use Signal Beam on Lovedisc, Max ordered, and Golduck fired a beam of light, hitting Lovedisc and confusing it. Use Crunch again, Max added as Mytiana charged toward Whiscash, resulting in another clash of moves. Now use your spare fin, Juan commanded. Counter with Play Rough, Max said as both Pokémon struck each other, causing both to faint. Mytiana and Whiscash are unable to battle, Sebastian announced. Return, Mytiana. You did very well. Take a good rest, Max said, recalling his Pokémon. You too, Whiscash, Juan said as he returned his Pokémon. Golduck, finish this off with Hydro Pump, Max commanded. Golduck fired another powerful jet of water at Lovedisc. Counter with Ice Beam, Juan said, but due to confusion, Lovedisc hurt itself and was hit by Hydro Pump, fainting shortly after. Lovedisc is unable to battle. Golduck wins, Sebastian declared. Return, Lovedisc. Take a good rest too, Juan said as he recalled his Pokémon. Same for you, Golduck, Max said, returning his Pokemon to its Pokeball. Max, now that we've finished the first round, let's move to the other battlefield, Juan said, gesturing for Max to follow. Okay, let's go, Max replied. A short while later, they arrived at a battlefield resembling a lake surrounded by land. Here we are, let's begin the second round. Can both sides please take out their next Pokemon? Sebastian requested. Sea King, let's battle, Juan said as the goldfish Pokemon appeared and jumped into the lake. Let's do this, Breloom, Max said as the mushroom Pokemon emerged. Battle begin, Sebastian announced. Breloom, start off with Swords Dance, Max commanded as Breloom created several animated swords that boosted its attack. Use Agility, Juan ordered as Sea King moved rapidly, increasing its speed. Now use Poison Jab, he commanded, and Sea King struck Breloom, poisoning it. As expected from Juan, Max thought to himself. Use Seed Bomb, Max instructed as Breloom created a giant seed and hurled it toward Sea King. Dodge it and use Bounce, Juan commanded, and Sea King jumped into the air, charging at Breloom. Now strike Breloom, Juan ordered as Sea King propelled itself forward. Stop it by using Stone Edge, Max countered, and Breloom created 2 rings of sharp stones, firing them at Sea King and scoring a direct hit, halting the goldfish Pokemon in its tracks. Interesting. Let's conclude this with Blizzard, Juan commanded as Sea King jumped back into the lake and unleashed a powerful blizzard at Breloom. Counter with Seed Bomb, Max said, and Breloom fired another giant seed towards the incoming blizzard, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield and damaged both Pokemon. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that both Pokemon were knocked out from the impact. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon? Sebastian requested. Return, Breloom. Take a good rest, Max said as he recalled the mushroom Pokemon. Next up is you, Walrein, Juan announced as the Ice Break Pokemon emerged from its Pokeball into the lake. Sceptile. I'm counting on you, Max said as the forest Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, Sebastian declared. Sceptile, use Work Up, Max commanded, and Sceptile became surrounded by a red aura, boosting its attack and special attack. Use Ice Beam, Juan ordered, and Walrein fired a whitish-blue beam of ice at Sceptile, landing a direct hit and inflicting significant damage. Not good, Max thought. Use Energy Ball, he commanded, and Sceptile unleashed a large green sphere of energy at Walrein. Destroy the Energy Ball with Ice Beam, Juan instructed, and Walrein fired. Another powerful beam of ice at the Energy Ball. Back it up with Focus Blast, Max said, and Sceptile fired a light blue orb of energy, causing the Energy Ball and Focus Blast to combine, overpowering the Ice Beam and striking Walrein hard. Walrein, use Blizzard instead, Juan ordered, and Walrein unleashed a powerful blizzard at Sceptile. Dodge it and finish it off with Dragon Claw, Max commanded. Sceptile dodged the attack, charged forward with glowing claws, and struck Walrein twice, knocking it out. Walrein is unable to battle. Sceptile wins, Sebastian announced. Return Walrein. That was a great battle. Take a good rest, Juan said as he recalled the Ice Break Pokemon. You too, Sceptile, Max added as he returned his Pokemon. Max, you've battled really well so far. But let's see how you fare against Milotic, Juan said as he sent out the tender Pokemon into the lake. Go Gallade, Max said as the Blade Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, Sebastian declared. Milotic, use Rain Dance, Juan commanded, and dark clouds gathered above the battlefield. In that case, we'll use Bulk Up, Max said as Gallade became surrounded by a red aura, enhancing its attack and defense. Use Hydro Pump, Juan ordered, and Milotic fired a powerful jet of water at Gallade. Charge forward with Zen Headbutt, Max commanded. Despite being hit by Hydro Pump and taking damage, Gallade managed to strike Milotic, knocking it backward. Fire with Dragon Pulse, Juan instructed, but he realized Milotic was unable to move. An additional effect of Zen Headbutt is that if it hits, the target may flinch. Now Galade, strike it with Brick Break, Juan commanded as Galade's arms glowed white, delivering powerful strikes to Milotic. Magnificent. However, how is this for a change? Milotic, use Hydro Pump followed by Blizzard, Juan ordered. Milotic fired another jet of water followed by a blizzard, creating a large ice projectile aimed at Galade. Destroy the ice with Brick Break, Max commanded. Galade struck the ice repeatedly, shattering it in seconds, and then turned the attack on Milotic, knocking it out. Milotic is unable to battle. Galade wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Max, Sebastian announced. Did Galade just learn close combat? Max asked in surprise. Yes, Sebastian replied. Well done for learning close combat. However, be careful when using it, as it lowers the user's defense and special defense. Return, Milotic. You did a great job. Now rest easy, Juan said as he recalled the tender Pokémon. He then approached Max, taking out a badge from his pocket. Congratulations on your victory. Here is the Rain badge, Juan said, handing the badge to Max. Thanks, Juan, Max replied as he accepted the badge. Now that you have collected your last Hoenn Gym badge, you are qualified to compete in the Hoenn League in Evergrande City, Juan said. We wish you the best of luck in the Evergrande Conference, Sebastian added. Thank you, Juan and Sebastian, Max said, bowing to both before making his way out of the gym as they waved farewell. Several days after defeating the Dragon-type gym leader, Drayden, in Oplucid City, Paul arrived in Humilos City to obtain his last Unova Gym badge. After collecting his Pokémon from Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, he headed to the gym. Ah, a challenger. Greetings, my name is Marlon, the Humilos City gym leader. And what is your name? Marlon asked. My name is Paul. And that is quite a nice gym battlefield, Paul replied. A very interesting layout compared to the other gym battlefields in Unova, Paul observed. Thanks, shall we begin our gym battle now? Marlon asked. Of course, let's get started, Paul replied as they took their positions on either side of the battlefield. This will be an official gym battle between the gym leader Marlon and the challenger Paul. Both sides are allowed to use 2 Pokémon each, and only the challenger can substitute his Pokémon. The battle will conclude when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokémon, the referee requested. Go, Jellicent, Marlon called as the floating Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Magmortar, stand by for battle, Paul commanded as the blast Pokémon emerged, standing on one of the floating platforms in the water layout of the battlefield. Interesting choice with Magmortar. The question is, how will you allow it to move around with only a few floating platforms surrounded by water? Marlon remarked. I'll manage, Paul replied confidently. Battle begin, the referee announced. Magmortar, start off with Sunny Day, Paul ordered. The blast Pokémon fired a powerful beam of sunlight into the sky, bathing the battlefield in harsh sunlight. I see, you're using that to weaken water-type attacks temporarily. Use Shadow Ball, Marlon commanded as Jellicent launched a large Shadow Ball at Magmortar, landing a direct hit. Use Thunderbolt, Paul instructed after Magmortar recovered, sending a powerful beam of electricity toward Jellicent. Use Trick Room, Marlon countered as Jellicent created a light blue rectangular prism that covered the battlefield, becoming invisible moments later. However, it was also struck by Thunderbolt, taking significant damage. This is going to get tricky, Paul thought to himself. Use Sludge Wave, Marlon ordered, and Jellicent unleashed a wave of purple sludge at Magmortar, hitting it directly and inflicting poison. Impressive, use Solar Beam, Paul commanded as Magmortar fired a powerful beam of sunlight from above, striking Jellicent and causing substantial damage. Use Shadow Ball, Marlon called, and Jellicent fired another Shadow Ball at Magmortar. Destroy it with Flamethrower, Paul instructed, but Magmortar faltered and was unable to move, taking the hit from the Shadow Ball and additional damage from the poison. "It's now or never, finish this off with Thunderbolt," Paul ordered as Magmortar unleashed another powerful beam of electricity at Jellicent. "Use Hydro Pump, despite the sunny day," Marlin commanded. Jellicent fired a strong jet of water, which, although reduced by the sunlight, collided with the incoming Thunderbolt, creating an explosion that knocked both Pokémon backward. When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon were unable to battle, and the harsh sunlight faded. "Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next and final Pokémon?" the referee requested. "Return, Magmortar. You fought well despite the type disadvantage. Take a good rest," Paul said as he recalled the blast Pokémon. "Weevil, stand by for battle," he added as the Sharp Claw Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "You too, Jellicent," Marlin said, recalling his Pokémon. "Mantine, I'm counting on you," he added as the Kite Pokémon flew into the battlefield. "Battle begin," the referee announced. "Mantine, start off with Signal Beam," Marlin commanded as the Kite Pokémon fired a powerful yellowish-green beam of light at Weevil. "Dodge it and use Swords Dance," Paul ordered. Weevil's claws glowed purple as it swung them around, sharply boosting its attack. The dimensions of Trick Room then disappeared. "Now use Night Slash," Paul instructed as Weevil aimed its glowing claws at Mantine. "Use Bounce," Marlin commanded, and Mantine propelled itself into the sky, dodging the attack. "Use Swords Dance once more," Paul ordered, realizing that pursuing Mantine was futile. "Hit it with Bounce," Marlin said as Mantine dove down toward Weevil, landing a direct hit and knocking it backward. "Use Ice Punch," Paul commanded, but Weevil was encased in multiple small yellow beams of electricity and could not move. "No. It must have gotten paralyzed from that bounce attack," Paul thought. "Now's our chance, use Signal Beam," Marlin ordered as Mantine fired another beam of light at Weevil, landing a direct hit due to its paralysis. "Come on, Weevil. Use Night Slash," Paul urged, but he realized that Weevil was confused from the additional effect of Signal Beam and watched helplessly as it hurt itself. "Guess it's over. Use Hydro Pump," Marlin commanded as Mantine fired a powerful jet of water at Weevil. "Dodge it and finish it off with Night Slash," Paul instructed. Miraculously, despite the paralysis and confusion, Weevil managed to listen and struck Mantine twice, knocking out the Kite Pokémon. Mantine is unable to battle. Weevil wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Paul, the referee declared. "Well done, Weevil. You were amazing. Take a well-deserved rest," Paul praised as he recalled the Sharp Claw Pokémon. "You too, Mantine," Marlin said, recalling his Pokémon as well. "That was an excellent battle, Paul. I'm very impressed with your Pokémon and their battling skills. As proof of victory, here is the Wave Badge," Marlin said as he approached Paul with the Gym Badge. "Thank you, Marlin," Paul replied. "And congratulations on earning your last Gym Badge. The Unova League will be held in Virtus City, known as the Virtus Conference. Good luck in the league," Marlin added. "Thanks again," Paul said as he bowed to Marlin and the referee before making his way out of the gym and back to the Pokémon Center to heal Magmortar and Weevil. A few days after winning against Olympia in the Onistar Gym, Bonnie arrived at Snowbell City, ready to challenge the Kalos gym leader for her last gym badge. After collecting her Pokémon from Nurse Joy, Bonnie walked to the Snowbell Gym and was greeted by a group of 5 Bergmite. She waved back at them as she entered the gym. "Ah, Bonnie. It's been a while," said Wulfric as he noticed her entering from the door that led to the cold chamber surrounding the battlefield. "Hello, Wulfric. I would like to request a battle with you," Bonnie replied. "Not a problem. Shall we start?" Wulfric asked. "Sure thing. Let's begin," Bonnie said as they made their way to opposite ends of the battlefield. This will be an official gym battle between the gym leader, Wulfric, and the challenger, Bonnie. Both sides are allowed to use 3 Pokémon each, and only the challenger is allowed to substitute her Pokémon. The battle will end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokémon, the referee announced. Bergmite, let's begin, Wulfric called as the Ice Chunk Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Diden, I choose you, Bonnie said as the Antenna Pokémon appeared. You can go first, Wulfric offered. Sure thing. Diden, use Nuzzle, Bonnie commanded as Diden charged towards Bergmite, gathering electricity in its cheek pouches. Use Avalanche, Wulfric ordered. Bergmite took the hit and then glowed blue, summoning dark clouds above Diden, which unleashed a flurry of ice chunks that struck Diden repeatedly. Oh no, Diden, Bonnie exclaimed, realizing that Avalanche dealt double damage because Diden had attacked first. However, she noticed that Bergmite had become paralyzed, giving her a chance to fight back. Use Thunderbolt, Bonnie commanded, and Diden fired a powerful bolt of electricity at Bergmite. Counter with Euro Ball, Wulfric instructed, but Bergmite was unable to move due to paralysis and was hit directly, knocking it backwards. Use Iron Tail, Bonnie said as Diden charged towards Bergmite, its tail glowing silvery white. Fight back with Ice Fang, Wulfric ordered, and Bergmite opened its mouth, its fangs glowing light blue. Both attacks collided, resulting in an explosion that knocked both Pokémon backwards. When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon were unable to battle. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon, the referee requested. Avalugg, you're next, Wulfric said as the Iceberg Pokémon appeared, causing the battlefield to shake. Tyrantrum, let's go, Bonnie called as the Despot Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Tyrantrum, use Iron Head, Bonnie commanded as Tyrantrum charged towards Avalugg, its head glowing silvery white. Use Curse, Wulfric ordered, surrounding Avalugg with a purple aura that lowered its speed but increased its attack and defense. Avalugg took the hit from Iron Head but managed to endure it. Use Dragon Claw, Bonnie commanded as Tyrantrum's claws glowed green and aimed at Avalugg. Use Avalanche, Wulfric instructed. Avalugg, empowered by Curse, absorbed the two strikes from Dragon Claw before summoning dark clouds above Tyrantrum, showering it with ice chunks and dealing heavy damage. Tyrantrum, are you alright? Bonnie asked in concern. Tyrantrum turned its head towards her and gave a reassuring nod, causing Bonnie to sigh in relief. Finish this off with Head Smash, Bonnie ordered as Tyrantrum's head glowed blue and charged towards Avalugg at high speed. Counter with Euro Ball, Wulfric commanded as Avalugg spun into a giant silver ball towards Tyrantrum, resulting in a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon had fainted. Both Pokémon are unable to battle, the referee announced. Can both sides please send out their final Pokémon? Abomasnow, I'm counting on you, Wulfric said as the Frost Tree Pokémon appeared, causing clouds to gather above the battlefield and hail to fall. Gardevoir, let's battle, Bonnie called as the Embrace Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, the referee stated. Gardevoir, start off with Calm Mind, Bonnie instructed as Gardevoir closed its eyes, glowing blue and increasing its special attack and defense. Key Stone, respond to my heart. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve, Wulfric declared as a beam of energy enveloped Abomasnow, transforming it into a bulkier form. Use Blizzard, Wulfric commanded as Abomasnow unleashed a powerful blizzard that hit Gardevoir directly. Thanks to Calm Mind, Gardevoir endured the attack. Use Moonblast, Bonnie instructed, and Gardevoir fired a powerful pink orb of energy at Abomasnow. Counter with Wood Hammer and strike it twice, Wulfric ordered. Despite being hit by Moonblast, Abomasnow managed to close in on Gardevoir and struck it twice with Wood Hammer, taking recoil damage in the process. Use Calm Mind once more, Bonnie commanded as Gardevoir increased its special attack and defense again. Strike it with Ice Punch, Wulfric instructed as Abomasnow charged towards Gardevoir. However, the damage it had taken slowed it down, giving Bonnie and Gardevoir an advantage. Now's our chance. Finish this off with Focus Blast, Bonnie ordered as Gardevoir fired a powerful whitish-blue orb of energy at Abomasnow, scoring a direct hit and knocking the Frost Tree backwards, causing it to revert to its original form. Abomasnow is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Bonnie, declared the referee. We did it, Gardevoir, Bonnie exclaimed as she ran to hug her Pokémon. Return, Abomasnow. Take a good rest, buddy, Wulfric said as he returned the Frost Tree to its Pokeball. He approached Bonnie, pulling a badge from his pocket. Well done, Bonnie and Gardevoir. Congratulations on defeating me in this battle. As proof of victory, here is the Iceberg badge, Wulfric said, handing the gym badge to Bonnie. Thanks, Wulfric, Bonnie replied, accepting the badge. Now that you have obtained all 8 Kalos badges, you can compete in the Kalos League Lumio City at the Lumiose Conference. I wish you the best of luck, Wulfric added. Thanks again, Wulfric, Bonnie said. I'll be on my way now, she said as she began to exit the gym. Take care, Wulfric called as he waved farewell. After having lunch at Hapu's house, Ash, Pikachu, Lucario, Professor Kukui, and the students were ready to head back to their Pokemon school in Melee Island. Hapu, thank you for your hospitality. Your cooking was delicious, Professor Kukui said, and the others nodded in agreement. It was my pleasure, Hapu replied. Also, I'll be coming with you back to Melee Island, she added. Oh really? How come? Ash asked. You'll see, Professor Kukui responded. As a matter of fact, all of the other trial captains, Island Kahunas, and the Alola Elite Four will be waiting for us there. Upon hearing this, Ash turned to the students. Any idea why? He asked, confused. It's a surprise, the 5 students replied in unison. Alright, let's get going then, Professor Kukui said. A few hours later, after traveling back home to the Pokemon school in Melee, the group arrived at their destination, greeted by a large group consisting of Ilima, Hala, Olivia, Acerola, Nanu, Mina, Molayne, Kahili, and Principal Oak. Welcome back, the group said in unison. Well, Ash, you must be wondering why all of us are here, Olivia said. Yes, that's right, Ash replied. While you haven't noticed it, Professor Kukui and Hapu have been secretly discussing something regarding you with all of us here, Ilima explained. Regarding me? What exactly is it about? Ash inquired. Believe it or not, after a long discussion, we would like you to accept the title of Alola Champion, Hala said, shocking Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario. Are you serious? How come? It seems so sudden, Ash said in disbelief. We were impressed with how well you managed to complete all of our trials. After hearing from Hapu that you completed her grand trial, we contacted Professor Oak from Kanto regarding your performance here. We were impressed to learn how you placed second in the Kalos League and were a champion in the Orange League, as well as conquering the Battle Frontier, even though you placed in the top 4 or 8 in your Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova League participations. After much discussion, we deem you worthy of being the Alola champion, Hala explained. And Alola actually doesn't have a champion at the moment, Nanu added. But in order to become the champion, aren't I supposed to battle all of the Elite Four members and win? Ash asked. That's right. Currently, our Elite Four members are Molayne, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili, Mina said. Since you have already won against me and technically defeated Acerola by completing her challenge, you only need to defeat Kahili and Molayne in individual battles, Olivia stated. Normally, you would also be required to battle me, but given how well you've completed every island trial and the grand trial, we decided to give you an exception, Acerola said, with the others nodding in agreement. And as for becoming an Alolan League champion, you do not need to worry about that. The reason is the same as why you don't have to battle Acerola, Nanu added. So Ash, are you ready for the challenge? Kahili asked. Could I battle both of you 1 month from now? Ash inquired. Sure thing, that will give you enough time to practice and train, Molayne replied. And what are the rules of the battle? Ash asked. Just a simple one-on-one battle against us individually, so give us your best shot, Molayne answered. I'll do my best and look forward to battling both of you in a month's time, Ash said, earning smiles in reply from Kahili and Molayne. A month later, after hard training with all of his Pokémon at their cottage in 10 Carrot Hill and catching a stray Litten that fully evolved into an Incineroar, Ash was finally ready to challenge Kahili and Molayne. Upon finishing a light lunch, Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario made their way to the battlefield of the Pokémon School, where Professor Kukui, the 5 students, the trial captains, the island kahunas, and the Elite Four were waiting for them. We've been waiting for you, Molayne said. So who shall battle Ash first? Nanu asked. I have an idea for that, Ash replied as he took out a Nanodex and opened the feature that does a random coin flip. Whoa, what is that? Professor Kukui asked, surprised by the high-tech device. A Nanodex, something that Professor Oak gave me. I'm the only person who has one, so please keep this a secret, Ash said, receiving nods in agreement. Anyway, which side do you choose? He asked Kahili and Molayne. I choose tails, Kahili said. Then I choose heads, Molayne replied. Alright, here goes the coin flip, Ash said, and after a few seconds, the coin finished flipping in the Nanodex. Tails it is, so I'll be battling Kahili first, Ash announced as he and Kahili took their positions on either side of the battlefield while Molayne went to sit with the others. This will be an official one-on-one battle between Elite Four member Kahili and the challenger Ash. Neither side is allowed to substitute Pokémon, and the battle will be over when either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon, requested Professor Kukui. To Cannon, let's do this, said Kahili as the Cannon Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Incineroar, I choose you, said Ash as the heel Pokémon stood tall on its 2 legs. Battle begin, announced Professor Kukui. You may have the first move, Kahili offered. Alright. Incineroar, start off with bulk up, Ash commanded, a red aura surrounding Incineroar and boosting its attack and defense. In that case, Toucannon, power up with Swords Dance, Kahili instructed as Toucannon created several animated swords that danced in a circle, sharply increasing its attack. Strike with Darkest Lariat, Ash ordered, as Incineroar's hands ignited with yellow-orange fire, aiming at Toucannon. Use Beak Blast, Kahili countered, Toucannon's beak glowing orange as it fired a beam of energy at Incineroar's attack. The two moves collided, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent both Pokémon reeling. After the dust settled, both Pokémon were still standing. Use Fire Punch, Ash commanded, as Incineroar's hand became engulfed in flames, targeting Toucannon. Counter with Drill Peck, Kahili replied, Toucannon's beak spinning like a drill as it charged at Incineroar, causing their attacks to clash without yielding. Strike it with your spare hand, Ash ordered, and Incineroar's other hand glowed with fire, landing a solid hit on Toucannon and knocking it back. Impressive, but how will you deal with this? Use Rock Blast, Kahili commanded, as Toucannon unleashed a barrage of rocks at Incineroar. Destroy the rocks with Cross Chop, Ash instructed, as Incineroar's forearms glowed white, forming an X shape and obliterating the incoming rocks while charging at Toucannon, landing another hit. Wow, you really did think this through, Kahili remarked. Toucannon, are you ready? Toucannon nodded, recovering from the damage. Then let's do this, Kahili said, as energy began to envelop them, preparing for their final attack, Supersonic Skystrike. Using a Z-move are we? Then Incineroar, let's finish this off with our Z-move, Ash declared, and Incineroar gave a thumbs up, preparing for Malicious Moon's ult. Moments later, both sides launched their final attacks, creating a massive cloud of dust that enveloped the battlefield. After a minute and a half, the dust cleared, revealing Incineroar barely standing while Toucannon had fainted. Toucannon is unable to battle, Incineroar wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger Ash Ketchum, announced Professor Kukui. Well done, Incineroar, Ash said, approaching and patting it on the shoulder. Return, Toucanon. You were brilliant, take a good rest now, Kahili said, recalling her Pokémon and walking towards Ash. Well done, Ash. Congratulations on defeating me. Now you only need to defeat Molayne before becoming the champion of Alola, Kahili encouraged. Thanks, Kahili. I really enjoyed battling against you, Ash replied. Same here. And good luck when battling Molayne, Kahili said. Excellent job, Ash. I suggest you take a 30-minute break before battling Molayne, Professor Kukui advised. Half an hour later. Ash, are you ready? Asked Molayne. Whenever you are, Ash replied as they took their positions on either side of the battlefield. This will be an official one-on-one battle between Elite Four-member Molayne and Challenger Ash. Neither side is allowed to substitute Pokémon, and the battle will end when either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon? Requested Professor Kukui. Go Magnezone, Molayne said as the Magnet Area Pokémon floated into the battlefield. Talonflame, I choose you, Ash called as the scorching Pokémon soared from its Pokeball onto the battlefield. Magnezone vs Talonflame. This will be quite an interesting battle, Olivia remarked. Yes, both sides have type advantages over each other, so let's see how this unfolds, Hala added. Battle begin, Professor Kukui announced. Talonflame, start off with Sunny Day, Ash commanded, and Talonflame released a powerful beam of energy into the sky, creating harsh sunlight over the battlefield. Use Thunderbolt, Molayne ordered, and Magnezone fired a powerful beam of electricity at Talonflame, landing a direct hit and causing significant damage. Talonflame, get up and use Fire Blast, Ash urged, and Talonflame nodded, firing a massive blast of orange fire at Magnezone. Counter with Tri-Attack, Molayne commanded, and Magnezone produced a triangle of 3 orbs, launching them at the incoming Fire Blast. However, Magnezone's attack was overpowered by Fire Blast, which took a direct hit and caused heavy damage. I see. That's why Ash had Talonflame use Sunny Day at the start, Kahili noted. Smart thinking, and Fire Blast is one of the strongest fire-type attacks, Hapu commented. It seems like he has the upper hand for now, Mina added. Not for long, Molayne said. Use Electric Terrain, he instructed, and Magnezone released a wave of electricity across the battlefield, but the Sunny Day remained. Use Fire Blast once more, Ash commanded, and Talonflame unleashed another blast of orange fire at Magnezone, landing another hit and inflicting additional damage. Use Thunderbolt, Molayne ordered, and Magnezone fired a powerful beam of electricity boosted by Electric Terrain at Talonflame. Dodge it, Ash shouted, but Talonflame, affected by paralysis, was unable to move and took a direct hit from Thunderbolt, sustaining heavy damage. Talonflame, are you okay? Ash asked, concern evident in his voice. This is bad. If Talonflame is hit once more by Thunderbolt, it is finished, Acerola remarked. Guess it is time to finish this battle. Magnezone, let's do this, Molayne declared as energy began to envelop them, preparing for their Z-move, Gigavolt Havoc. Are you ready for this, Talonflame? Ash asked, and the scorching Pokémon managed to recover and nodded in response. Then let's go, Ash said as the same energy began to build between the raven-haired trainer and the scorching Pokémon, their Z-move being Inferno Overdrive. Moments later, both Z-moves collided, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the battlefield. After a minute, the smoke cleared, revealing Talonflame still standing, though suffering from paralysis, while Magnezone lay knocked out. Magnezone is unable to battle, Talonflame wins. Therefore, the winner is the challenger, Ash Ketchum, declared Professor Kukui, prompting the rest of the group to rise and applaud. Return, Magnezone. You put up a great fight. Take a good rest, Molayne said as he recalled the Magnet Area Pokémon into its Pokeball. Talonflame, well done, Ash praised, patting Talonflame on the head as it perched on his shoulder. Congratulations on defeating me, Ash. That battle was spectacular, and you are now our new champion of Alola, Molayne said, extending his hand for a handshake. That was a very intense battle, and I enjoyed it, Ash replied, shaking his hand. Well done, Ash, Sophocles added. You finally did it, Ash. Our new champion of Alola, Kiawe said in awe and respect. Ash, do you mind if I contact Professor Oak, Charles Goodshow, and Scott about you becoming the champion of Alola? Professor Kukui asked. Sure thing. But before you go, there's something I would like to say to everyone here, Ash said, and the group fell silent, focusing on him. Ever since I returned from the Kalos League and faced betrayal from some former friends and rivals, I felt hopeless, having not won any mainstream leagues. However, with the support of my remaining friends and Pokémon, I remembered something: never give up until the very end. I said that to a friend when I was a child at Professor Oak's summer camp in Kanto. I'm grateful I decided to travel to Alola. Without all of you, I wouldn't have made it this far and become the new champion of Alola. Thank you for your endless support, Ash said, bowing with Pikachu, Talonflame, and Lucario. A moment later, applause erupted again. And we're very lucky to have met you, Lily said gratefully. Agreed. If you hadn't saved us from the 3-team Skull Grunts, who knows what could have happened, Kiawe added. There's one more thing I'd like everyone to do, Ash said, catching their attention again. Even though I'm now the new champion of Alola, I'd like to keep my identity a secret until I reveal it myself after the first few matches of the upcoming annual Global Pokémon Battle Tournament. Is that okay? No problem, you have our word, Hala replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Ash, do you mind if Principal Oak and I contact Professor Oak, Charles Goodshow, and Scott? Professor Kukui asked. Not at all. Just remember to keep this a secret between us, Ash answered. Got it, I'll head out now, Professor Kukui said as he and Principal Oak walked to their office. I have an idea, Mallow said. What is it? Sophocles asked. To celebrate Ash's victory and becoming the new champion of Alola, let's have dinner together at my family restaurant, Aina's Kitchen, Mallow suggested. But won't it be crowded with other customers? Lana asked. Not a problem. I'll get my father to close the restaurant tonight, saying it's reserved for exclusive guests, Mallow replied. Sounds great, Lily said. Well, we're only a few hours from dinner time, so why don't we all stay here? Ash suggested. Sure, the rest of the group agreed. In the meantime, I'll need to go to the Pokémon Center to get Charizard, Incineroar, and Talonflame healed, Ash said. Same for Toucanon and Magnezone, Kahili and Molayne said as the 2 Elite Four members joined Ash to head to the nearby Pokémon Center. A few hours later, around 6:30 p.m., the entire group made their way to Aina's Kitchen in Hawali City. Upon entering, they spotted several large tables reserved for them. Welcome to Aina's Kitchen, Mallow and her father, Abe, greeted. We're glad to have such honored guests dining with us tonight. No, we should be thanking you for your service and for reserving it for us, Professor Kukui replied, with the others nodding in agreement. Please, seat yourselves, Abe said as the group chose a table. And you must be Ash, right? He asked, approaching Ash. Yes, I am. Thank you for your hospitality, Ash replied. You're very welcome. Mallow has told me about you. Congratulations on becoming the new champion of Alola. Your secret is safe with us, Abe assured. Thanks, Abe, Ash said. About 10 minutes later, there was another knock on the door. Ah, it must be them, Professor Kukui said as he opened the door, revealing 5 familiar figures. Surprise, they exclaimed. Mom. Gary. Professor Oak. Charles Goodshow. And Scott. Ash said in shock. Long time no see, Ashy boy, Gary said. What are you guys doing here? Ash asked, confused. Professor Kukui contacted us about you becoming the new champion of Alola and asked us to come celebrate with you, Charles Goodshow explained. Congratulations on becoming the new champion of Alola, Ash. I'm so proud of you, son, Delia said, pulling her son into a hug. Thanks, Mom, Ash replied, hugging her back. So, Ash, how does it feel to be the new champion of Alola? Scott asked. It feels new yet accomplished, Ash answered. And now, you have the annual Global Pokemon Battle Tournament to participate in, Professor Oak added. Yes, I look forward to that, Ash said. The first batch of food is ready, Abe announced as Ash and 5 other visitors took their seats. Several workers emerged from the kitchen, carrying trays filled with delicious dishes. All right, without further ado, help yourselves and eat, Abe and Mallow encouraged, and everyone began to enjoy the meal. This is absolutely delicious, Ash exclaimed, with Pikachu and Lucario nodding in agreement. Aina's Kitchen is one of the most popular restaurants here in Melee and throughout Alola, Lana explained. I can see why. It's been so long since I last ate here, Lily added. Is everyone enjoying the food? Mallow and Abe asked. Definitely, your cooking is amazing. We should come here to eat more often. Ash said, causing laughter among the group. Only 1 year left until the tournament begins, Kiawe noted. Well, you need to be there 2 months early for registration, Charles Goodshow reminded them. That's right, Scott agreed. Are both of you excited for the tournament? He asked Ash and Kiawe. Definitely, they both replied. That's the spirit, Professor Oak said with a smile. After about an hour and a half, everyone had finished the meal prepared by Mallow, Abe, and their team. They began to head back to their homes. Well, Ash, Scott and I have to return to Hoenn to start arranging the tournament layout, Charles Goodshow said. While Gary, Delia, and I will be heading back to Pallet Town, Professor Oak added. Ashy boy, it's good to see you again in person. I'll see you at the tournament in a year, Gary said, extending his hand to Ash. Right back at you, Gary. Will you be participating in the tournament? Ash asked as he shook Gary's hand. Definitely. I look forward to it when the time comes, Gary replied. All right, take care, all of you, Ash said as he and the others waved farewell to Gary, Professor Oak, Delia, Charles Goodshow, and Scott as they made their way to Alola Airport for their respective journeys. Well Ash, we better head back to our homes, the trial captains and island kahuna said. No problem, it was great seeing all of you again, Ash replied. Likewise, take care and good luck to you and Kiawe in the tournament, Hala said as they began to walk away, waving goodbye to Ash, Pikachu, Lucario, Professor Kukui, Principal Oak, and the 5 students. I better head back to my cottage as well, Ash said to the group. Not sure about you guys, but I'm starting to feel tired and need to rest. I think we all are, Professor Kukui agreed. Today has been a big day for all of us after all, Principal Oak commented. Agreed, Lily said. Well then, see you guys tomorrow, Ash said as he recalled Lucario and took out Charizard to fly back to their cottage, while the rest of the group waved farewell, watching them disappear into the distance. Max had finally made his way to Evergrande City by boat after defeating Juan at the Satopolis gym. He was greeted by Professor Birch after registering for the league. Congratulations on making it into the Hoenn League, Max, Professor Birch said, presenting him with a box containing a key stone and a Galladite. Which mega stone is that? Max asked, though he had a vague idea. A Galladite and a key stone, Professor Birch replied. Impossible, where did you get it from? Max asked in surprise. Well, I found it while doing some field work. When Juan from Satopolis City contacted me about you earning all 8 badges, he mentioned your Galade winning against his Milotic. I also had a spare key stone with me, so here you go, Professor Birch explained. Thanks a lot, Professor, Max said as he accepted the items. No problem. Good luck in your competition. I need to head back to my lab now, Professor Birch said as he walked away. Take care, Max called after him. After watching Professor Birch disappear, he made his way to a public telephone with a screen for face-to-face interaction. A few seconds after dialing a number, Max's parents appeared on the screen. "Hello Max, it's good to see you again," Norman said. "Hi Mum and Dad, I just wanted to let you know that I finally made it to the Hoenn League," Max said. "Don't worry, we already know, son. Professor Birch informed us," Caroline replied. "We're very proud of you for making it this far. Good luck, and we will be cheering you on," Norman said. "Thank you so much," Max replied. "Also, is May still in Sinnoh by any chance?" he asked. "Yes, and she recently won a grand festival there, making her a top coordinator," Caroline said. "Yeah, she seems very proud of her achievement," Norman added. "Well, it's not much for us, considering how she and Drew turned their backs on Ash," Max commented. "I know. Not long before you defeated Norman, May contacted us saying that Drew had decided to go back to Johto a few months ago to collect ribbons instead of in Sinnoh, eventually winning the grand festival there and earning the title of top coordinator," Caroline explained. "Well, I'm surprised you even listened to her talk about how proud she is of Drew," Max said. "I'm still willing to give her a chance to redeem herself. She is my daughter and your older sister after all," Norman replied. "It will take time. Though I was thinking of something," Max said. "What is it?" Norman and Caroline asked. "I suggest we wait until the tournament when May and the others face Ash's loyal friends. I'm sure that defeat will help her realize her mistake of turning her back on Ash. Perhaps that could be a starting point," Max suggested. "Good idea," Norman agreed. "Her happiness won't last long," Caroline added. "Alright," Max concluded. Max decided to focus on winning the league, determined to put aside any worries about his friends. Norman encouraged him, and Caroline wished him good luck as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Days later, after a series of intense matches in the Hoenn League, Max found himself in the finals of the Evergrande Conference, ready to face Harrison, who had previously defeated Ash in the Johto League Silver Conference. As the final match approached, both trainers made their way to opposite ends of the battlefield. An electronic screen activated, displaying various terrains before settling on a grassy field. The empty battlefield transformed into a vibrant arena covered in grass. The referee announced the match, stating that each trainer could use 6 Pokémon and substitute them as needed. Max sent out his Slaking, while Harrison chose Kecleon. The battle commenced with Kecleon charging at Slaking, using Power-Up Punch. Max countered with Brick Break, and the two attacks collided. Slaking's strength allowed it to overpower Kecleon, inflicting significant damage and changing Kecleon's type to fighting. Harrison, aware of Slaking's ability, commanded Kecleon to use Power-Up Punch again, successfully boosting its attack without taking damage. The battle continued, with both trainers exchanging powerful moves. Kecleon executed Dizzy Punch, but Max countered with Play Rough, resulting in a fierce clash. The battle escalated as Kecleon used Power-Up Punch once more, followed by Aerial Ace. Max responded with Chip Away, leading to a powerful explosion that left both Pokémon unable to battle. The referee called for the next Pokémon. Harrison recalled Kecleon, praising its efforts, while Max sent out Golduck. Harrison responded with Hypno, and the match resumed. Max initiated Rain Dance, summoning dark clouds and rain. Harrison ordered Hypno to use Nasty Plot, raising its special attack. Hypno then fired Extrasensory, but Max instructed Golduck to dodge the attack. Max's Golduck proved to be swift, and he commanded it to use Signal Beam, landing a direct hit on Hypno. Harrison attempted to counter with Shadow Ball, but Hypno, still confused, struggled to execute the move. Seizing the opportunity, Max ordered Golduck to use Hydro Pump, knocking Hypno back. Despite its confusion, Hypno managed to fire Extrasensory, but Max countered with Ice Beam. The Psychic-type attack overpowered Golduck, causing significant damage. Harrison saw an opportunity to finish the battle with Shadow Ball, but Max instructed Golduck to dodge and unleash another Hydro Pump, successfully knocking out Hypno. With Hypno unable to battle, the referee declared Golduck the winner. Harrison recalled Hypno and sent out Houndoom, ready for the next round of their intense battle. "You're up next," Harrison said as the dark Pokémon appeared on all fours in the battlefield. "Golduck, are you able to continue battling?" Max asked with concern, receiving a nod from the duck Pokémon in reply. "Alright, battle begin," the referee announced. "Houndoom, use Sunny Day," Harrison commanded, and the dark Pokémon opened its mouth, releasing a powerful beam of light that filled the battlefield with harsh sunlight, negating the rain dance. "Golduck, use Hydro Pump," Max instructed, and the duck Pokémon unleashed a jet of water at Houndoom, landing a direct hit and inflicting significant damage, though the effects of Sunny Day reduced the impact. "Don't give up. Use Thunder Fong," Harrison ordered as Houndoom recovered and charged at Golduck, its fangs glowing with electricity. "Keep it at bay with Signal Beam," Max countered, and Golduck fired a beam of light towards the incoming Houndoom. However, Houndoom dodged the attack and struck Golduck, knocking it out. Golduck is unable to battle. "Houndoom wins," the referee declared. "Return, Golduck. Thanks for your effort." "Leave the rest to me," Max said, recalling his Pokémon. "Breloom, I choose you," he announced as the mushroom Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "Battle begin," the referee stated. "Houndoom, use Heat Wave," Harrison commanded, and Houndoom unleashed a wave of flames at Breloom. "Destroy it with Stone Edge," Max instructed, and Breloom formed an array of sharp stones that eliminated the heat wave and struck Houndoom, causing substantial damage. "Power up with Swords Dance," Max said, and Breloom created several animated swords that danced around it, boosting its attack. "Strike with Heat Wave," Harrison ordered, and Houndoom fired another wave of flames, hitting Breloom and inflicting damage, along with a burn. "We're not going to give up. Use Sky Uppercut," Max commanded, and Breloom charged forward, fists glowing white. It reached close quarters with Houndoom just as Harrison shouted for Houndoom to dodge, but it was too late. Breloom struck Houndoom with a powerful Sky Uppercut, knocking it out. Houndoom is unable to battle. Breloom wins. There will now be a 30-minute break for both trainers, and when the second half of the match begins, the battlefield will change, the referee announced. "Return Houndoom Breloom," Harrison and Max said as they recalled their Pokémon and exited the battle arena. 30 minutes later, both trainers returned to the battlefield, which was now a grassy field. The electronic screen displayed diagrams of possible battlefield terrains, eventually landing on an icy battlefield filled with ice boulders. "The second half of the match will now begin," the referee said. "Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon?" "Go Weevil," Harrison said as the Sharp Claw Pokémon appeared. "Breloom, let's do this," Max said as his Mushroom Pokémon appeared. "Battle begin," the referee announced. "Weevil, use Ice Punch," Harrison commanded, and Weevil charged at Breloom with glowing blue claws. "Destroy it with Sky Uppercut," Max instructed, but Breloom faltered due to the burn from the previous battle, resulting in Weevil striking it directly and knocking it out. Breloom is unable to battle. "Weevil wins," the referee declared. "Return, Breloom. You did well. Take a good rest," Max said, recalling his Pokémon. "Go, Mytiana," he added as the Bite Pokémon appeared, lowering Weevil's attack with its Intimidate ability. "Battle begin," the referee stated. "Mytiana, use Play Rough," Max commanded as the Bite Pokémon charged at Weevil. "Dodge it and use Swords Dance," Harrison ordered, and Weevil managed to evade the attack while its claws glowed purple, raising its attack. "Aim with Brick Break," Harrison instructed as Weevil charged at Mytiana. When Weevil was close, Max commanded, "Use Scary Face," and Mytiana created a frightening expression that lowered Weevil's speed, giving Max a chance to counter. "Use Iron Tail," he ordered, and Mytiana's tail glowed silvery white, striking Weevil and knocking it back. "Come on, Weevil. Fight back with Ice Punch," Harrison urged as Weevil charged forward again. "Use Play Rough," Max commanded, and both Pokémon struck each other simultaneously, resulting in an explosion. When the dust settled, Maitayana remained standing, though it had taken considerable damage, while Weevil was knocked out. Weevil is unable to battle. Maitayana wins, the referee announced. Return, Weevil. You did great. Take a good rest, Harrison said as he recalled his Pokémon. Go Steelix, he said as the Iron Snake Pokémon appeared on the battle arena. Battle begin, announced the referee. Maitayana, use Scary Face, ordered Max as the Bite Pokémon charged towards Steelix, making an intimidating face. Use Earthquake, commanded Harrison. Steelix slammed its body into the icy ground, causing the battlefield to shake and making Maitayana lose balance, preventing it from executing its attack. Now use Iron Tail, Harrison instructed, and Steelix's tail began to glow silvery white, aiming at the off-balance Maitayana. Maitayana, get up and use Crunch on the Iron Tail, Max urged. Maitayana managed to rise and, with its fangs glowing white, bit down on Steelix's Iron Tail, inflicting some damage. Now use Scary Face once more, Max said. Maitayana created a scary face that affected Steelix, who was at close quarters. Don't let that hold you down. Throw it against one of the icy boulders, Harrison commanded. Despite the effects of Scary Face, Steelix shook Maitayana off its tail and sent it crashing into an icy boulder, causing it to faint from the impact. Maitayana is unable to battle. Steelix wins, announced the referee. Well done, Maitayana. You were amazing, now rest easy, Max said as he returned the Bite Pokémon to its Pokeball. Go Sceptile, Max called as the forest Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, said the referee. Sceptile, start off with work up, Max ordered. The outline of Sceptile's body was surrounded by a red aura, increasing its attack and special attack. Harrison, knowing Sceptile was vulnerable to ice, devised a plan. Use Iron Tail to slam Sceptile against the icy pillar, he commanded. Steelix's tail glowed silvery white as it aimed at Sceptile, landing a direct hit and causing it to crash into an icy boulder, inflicting more damage. That was a smart move, Max thought, realizing Harrison's strategy and vowing not to fall for it again. Use Leaf Blade, he instructed as Sceptile recovered and charged towards Steelix, its arms glowing light green and forming blades. Strike it with Ice Fang, Harrison ordered, and Steelix's teeth glowed light blue, encased in ice, as it aimed for Sceptile. However, Sceptile's superior speed allowed it to dodge the attack, landing 2 strikes on Steelix and knocking it down, though not fainting it. Finish it with Focus Blast, commanded Max. Sceptile produced a powerful light blue ball of energy and fired it at Steelix, landing a direct hit and inflicting serious damage, finally knocking it out of action. Steelix is unable to battle. Sceptile wins, said the referee. Alright, Steelix. Return. Leave the rest to me, Harrison said as he recalled the Iron Snake Pokémon. Blaziken, my last and final Pokémon, I'm counting on you, he added as the Blaze Pokémon entered the battlefield. Battle begin, announced the referee. Blaziken, use Sky Uppercut, Harrison commanded, and one of Blaziken's fists glowed white as it aimed at Sceptile. Dodge it and use Dragon Claw, Max instructed. Sceptile evaded the attack and charged at Blaziken, its claws glowing green and enlarging. Seconds later, Sceptile scored a direct hit on Blaziken, inflicting damage and knocking it backwards. Impressive, but how will you deal with this? Use Blaze Kick, Harrison said as one of Blaziken's feet ignited with fire and aimed for Sceptile. Use Dragon Claw once more, Max ordered. Sceptile's claws enlarged and glowed light green, countering the Blaze Kick. Both moves collided, with neither side yielding. Now's our chance, finish this off with Sky Uppercut, Harrison commanded. Blaziken's fist glowed white and struck Sceptile, knocking it out. Sceptile is unable to battle. Blaziken wins, announced the referee. Return, Sceptile. You were amazing. Now take a rest for now, Max said as he recalled the forest Pokémon. Alright, Galade. It's up to you now, Max declared as the Blade Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, said the referee. So Max, I noticed that your Golade has a Galadite, shall we begin by Mega Evolving both our Pokémon? Harrison asked. No problem, Max replied. Alright, let's do this Blaziken Golade. Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve, they both called as a beam of energy enveloped the two pairs, and moments later, the energy dissipated, revealing their Mega Evolved forms. Golade, begin by using Bulk Up, Max ordered. A red aura surrounded Golade as it flexed its muscles, increasing its attack and defense. Use Swords Dance, Harrison commanded. Blaziken created a circle of swords that danced around it, sharply increasing its attack. Use Close Combat Sky Uppercut, they both called as their Pokémon charged towards each other, preparing their attacks. A giant explosion erupted, knocking both Pokémon backwards and inflicting significant damage. Max noticed that Blaziken's speed seemed faster after using Swords Dance, realizing it must be due to Mega Blaziken's ability, Speed Boost. Use Blaze Kick, Harrison ordered. Blaziken jumped towards Golade, its foot surrounded by fire. Dodge it and use Poison Jab, Max commanded. Golade narrowly evaded the attack, its hands glowing purple as it struck Blaziken, knocking it backwards. A few moments later, Blaziken struggled to rise, and Harrison realized it had become poisoned from the previous attack. Use Thunder Punch, he ordered as Blaziken charged towards Golade, its fists glowing yellow with electricity. Counter with Zen Headbutt, Max instructed as Galade's head glowed blue, aiming directly at the incoming Blaziken. Only one of Blaziken's fists clashed with the Zen Headbutt, and Harrison wasn't done yet. He urged Blaziken to strike with its other hand, and the Pokémon responded with a Thunder Punch that knocked Golade back. Max ordered Golade to use Bulk Up once more, surrounding itself with a red aura that increased its attack and defense. Hit it with Blaze Kick, commanded Harrison, but Blaziken was unable to move due to flinching from the previous attack. Max seized the opportunity and instructed Golade to charge towards Blaziken. Harrison quickly countered, telling Blaziken to use Sky Uppercut with both hands. Blaziken managed to move and ran toward Golade, its fists glowing white. Another explosion occurred, causing both Pokémon to take damage and knock each other backwards. Seeing the condition of their Pokémon, both trainers decided it was time to conclude the final battle. Finish this off with Blaze Kick and Zen Headbutt, they commanded simultaneously. The two attacks clashed head-on, creating a powerful dust cloud that sent both Pokémon reeling. After a minute and a half, the dust settled, revealing both Pokémon still standing. However, Blaziken faltered and collapsed, reverting back to its original form. Blaziken is unable to battle. Golade wins. Therefore, the winner of the Hoenn League is Max Maple from Petalburg City, declared the referee. Max ran over to hug Golade in joy, and the Pokémon returned the embrace. Harrison approached, encouraging Blaziken, we did our best. We'll do better next time. He then congratulated Max, extending his hand for a handshake. That was a really intense yet enjoyable battle. Congratulations on becoming the Hoenn League champion. Thanks, Harrison, Max replied, accepting the handshake. Harrison reminisced about a past battle he had with Ash Ketchum in the Johto League Silver Conference, where he had faced Ash's Charizard. Despite winning that battle, his Blaziken had been too injured to continue, leading to his loss in the next match. Max confirmed he knew Ash, having journeyed with him, his sister May, and Brock. However, he shared a troubling incident from about a year ago involving Ash's betrayal. Harrison listened in shock and outrage as Max recounted the events. Do you know where Ash is now? Harrison asked. Max admitted he had no idea but held on to hope that Ash was out there somewhere. Harrison expressed his desire to avenge Ash, and Max suggested he could ask Charles Goodshow if Harrison could join an upcoming tournament he was planning to participate in. Charles Goodshow soon approached, announcing it was time for Max to collect his trophy. He handed the trophy to Max, who beamed with pride as the audience applauded. Afterward, Max explained Harrison's interest in the tournament in Alola, and Charles approved the request. Charles returned with an invitation for Harrison to the Global Pokémon Battle Tournament in Melee Island, set to begin in a year. The winner would receive $1 million Pokédollars, and all champions and Elite Four members would be present to supervise and participate. The invitation detailed that accommodations would be covered for competitors. "This will be very exciting," Harrison said, and Max agreed. Charles wished them both luck, reminding them of the tough competition ahead. As they prepared to head home, Max shared that he was from Petalburg City, while Harrison revealed he was from Littleroot Town. They realized they could journey back home together. "Mr. Goodshow, thanks for hosting the league. We'll see you in a year at the tournament," Max said. "It was my pleasure," Charles replied. "Take care for now," Charles Goodshow said as he waved farewell to Max and Harrison, who began their journey back home. A week after defeating Marlin in the Humolo Gym, Paul had made his way to Virtus City and registered for the league. As the first matches commenced, Paul fought fiercely through each battle, ultimately reaching the finals where he would face Cameron from Unova. When the final match was about to begin, both trainers approached the battle arena, a simple empty battlefield with no special features. This will be the official final match of the Virtus Conference between the two trainers, Paul and Cameron. Each side may use up to 6 Pokémon, and substitutions are allowed. The battle concludes when all Pokémon on either side are unable to continue. "Please send out your first Pokémon," the referee announced. "Watchog, I choose you," Cameron declared as the lookout Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "Gastrodon, stand by for battle," Paul said as the Sea Slug Pokémon joined the fray. "Battle begin," the referee signaled. "Watchog, start off with Swords Dance," Cameron ordered, and the lookout Pokémon created several animated swords that danced in a circle, sharply increasing its attack. "Gastrodon, use Muddy Water," Paul commanded, and the Sea Slug Pokémon unleashed a large wave of brown water at Watchog, landing a direct hit. "Use Hyper Fang," Cameron instructed as Watchog charged toward Gastrodon, its fangs glowing. "Hit it with Sludge Bomb," Paul countered, and Gastrodon fired a powerful bomb of sludge at Watchog. "Dodge it and keep going," Cameron urged, but Watchog missed the attack. "But how?" he asked, confused. "That's one of the effects of Muddy Water," Paul explained with a slight smirk. "It can cause the target to lose accuracy." "Now use Earthquake," he commanded, and Gastrodon slammed into the ground, creating a powerful earthquake that shook the battlefield, causing Gastrodon to lose balance. "Don't give up, Watchog. Use Hyper Fang again," Cameron encouraged, and Watchog managed to recover, landing a solid hit on Gastrodon. "Impressive. Get up and use Sludge Bomb," Paul commanded, and Gastrodon fired another Sludge Bomb at Watchog. "Counter with Zen Headbutt," Cameron ordered, and Watchog charged forward, scoring a hit while dodging the sludge attack, knocking Gastrodon back. "Use Ice Beam," Paul instructed, but Gastrodon couldn't move due to flinching from the previous attack, and Paul cursed under his breath. "Finish this off with Hyper Fang," Cameron commanded, and Watchog charged again, but this time it missed, giving Gastrodon a chance to retaliate. "Use Ice Beam," Paul said, and Gastrodon seized the opportunity, firing a powerful beam of ice at Watchog, knocking it out of action. Watchog is unable to battle. "Gastrodon wins," the referee announced. "Return, Watchog. Take a good rest." "Go, Ferrothorn," Cameron said, recalling his Pokémon and sending out the Thorn Pod Pokémon. "Battle begin," the referee called. "Ferrothorn, use Stealth Rock," Cameron ordered, and Ferrothorn launched several small stones toward Gastrodon's side of the battlefield. "Use Earthquake," Paul commanded, and Gastrodon slammed into the ground, shaking the battlefield and dealing damage to Ferrothorn. "Use Power Whip," Cameron instructed, and Ferrothorn retaliated, landing a direct hit on Gastrodon, knocking it out due to the effectiveness of the attack. Gastrodon is unable to battle. "Ferrothorn wins," the referee declared. "Return, Gastrodon. Hariyama, stand by for battle, Paul said, recalling his Pokemon and sending out the arm move Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee announced. Hariyama, start off with bulk up, Paul commanded, and Hariyama flexed its muscles, surrounded by a red aura that increased its attack and defense. Ferrothorn, use spikes, Cameron ordered, and Ferrothorn released several metallic spikes that landed on Hariyama's side of the battlefield without inflicting damage. Use cross chop, Paul instructed, and Hariyama's arms formed an X shape, glowing as it aimed for Ferrothorn. Counter with Euro Ball, Cameron commanded, and Ferrothorn began to spin toward the incoming attack. For a moment, both moves appeared to be at a stalemate, but eventually, Cross Chop overpowered Ferrothorn, inflicting damage and knocking it out of action. Ferrothorn is unable to battle. Hariyama wins, the referee announced. Return, Ferrothorn. You did your part well. Take a good rest, Cameron said, recalling his Pokemon. Swanna, you're up next, Cameron said as he recalled the Thorn Pod Pokemon and sent out the White Bird Pokemon. The referee announced the start of the battle. Swanna, use Rain Dance, Cameron commanded, and the White Bird Pokemon summoned dark clouds above the battlefield, causing rain to pour down. Use Stone Edge, Paul ordered, and rings formed around Hariyama, launching stones at Swanna, landing a direct hit and causing significant damage. Swanna, get up and use Scald, Cameron urged as Swanna managed to rise and fired a jet of hot water at Hariyama. Counter with Iron Head, Paul said as Hariyama's head glowed and charged at Swanna. However, boosted by the Rain Dance, Scald overpowered Iron Head, damaging Hariyama. Hariyama, use Stone Edge again, Paul commanded, and stones flew toward Swanna. Finish this off with Hurricane, Cameron instructed. Swanna flapped its wings, creating a powerful hurricane that collided with Stone Edge, resulting in a massive explosion that knocked both Pokemon back. After a moment, the smoke cleared, revealing both Pokemon were unable to battle. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Swanna. You did a great job. Take a good rest, Cameron said, recalling the White Bird Pokemon. Samurott, I'm relying on you. The formidable Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Same for you, Hariyama. Drapion, stand by for battle, Paul said, recalling Hariyama and sending out the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee declared. Drapion, start off with Swords Dance, Paul ordered, and Drapion created a circle of swords, boosting its attack. Samurott, use Hydro Pump, Cameron commanded, and the formidable Pokemon fired a powerful jet of water at Drapion, scoring a direct hit. Not bad. Drapion, use Throat Chop, Paul said as Drapion's pincers glowed and aimed at Samurott. Counter with Mega Horn, Cameron instructed, and Samurott charged at Drapion. Catch the Mega Horn with one of your pincers, Paul commanded, and Drapion managed to catch Samurott's horn. Now strike it with your other pincer, Paul added, and Drapion grabbed Samurott, slamming it down. A few moments later, the Rain Dance faded. Finish this off with Hydro Cannon, Cameron ordered as Samurott fired a large ball of water at Drapion. Destroy it with Cross Poison, Paul commanded, and Drapion fired an X-shaped poison at the Hydro Cannon, creating a large explosion that engulfed the battlefield. After a moment, the smoke cleared, and both Pokemon were knocked out. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Samurott. Let's do this, Hydreigon, Cameron said, recalling the formidable Pokemon and sending out the brutal Pokemon. Take a good rest, Drapion. Ursaring, stand by for battle, Paul said as the Hibernator Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee declared. Ursaring, start off with bulk up, Paul commanded, and Ursaring flexed its muscles, increasing its attack and defense. Hydreigon, use Dragon Pulse, Cameron instructed, and the brutal Pokemon fired a turquoise ball of energy at Ursaring, landing a direct hit. Don't let that affect you too much. Use bulk up again, Paul said, and Ursaring repeated its earlier movements. Use Dark Pulse, Cameron ordered, and Hydreigon fired an array of black rings at Ursaring, hitting it again. Now, use Slash, Paul said, but Ursaring was unable to move due to flinching from Dark Pulse. How's this for a change? Use Fire Blast, Cameron commanded, and Hydreigon fired a large flame at Ursaring, causing more damage and inflicting a burn. Paul smirked, and as Ursaring's eyes glowed red, its Guts ability activated, boosting its attack. Conclude this with Play Rough, Paul ordered as Ursaring charged at Hydreigon. Knock it out with Dragon Pulse, Cameron said. When Hydreigon fired its Dragon Pulse, Ursaring repelled it back, inflicting significant damage. However, Ursaring wasn't finished. It grabbed Hydreigon and began hitting it repeatedly with Play Rough, ultimately knocking out the brutal Pokémon. Hydreigon is unable to battle. Ursaring wins, the referee announced. Return, Hydreigon. Alright, Lucario, I'm counting on you, Cameron said, recalling the brutal Pokémon and sending out the Aura Pokémon. Battle begin, the referee declared. Ursaring, use close combat, Paul commanded, but due to its burn, Ursaring faltered, giving Cameron and Lucario a chance to finish this. Quick, Lucario. Knock it out with Aura Sphere, Cameron ordered, and the Aura Pokémon created a powerful blue ball of energy, hitting Ursaring directly and knocking it out. Ursaring is unable to battle. Lucario wins, the referee announced. Alright, Ursaring, return. Electivire, stand by for battle, Paul said, recalling the Hibernator Pokémon and sending out the Thunderbolt. Battle begin, the referee stated. Lucario, ready to do this? Cameron asked, and Lucario nodded with a smile. Alright, Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve. Cameron exclaimed as a yellow beam of energy enveloped Lucario and its trainer. Moments later, Lucario transformed and was ready for battle. Impressive, Paul thought to himself. Lucario, use Aura Sphere, Cameron commanded, and the Aura Pokémon launched a blue ball of energy from its paws at Electivire. Several days after defeating Wulfric at the Snowbell Gym, Bonnie returned to her hometown of Lumiose City, where the Kalos League Lumiose Conference was about to begin. Upon arriving home, she was greeted by Clement and her father, Meyer. Big brother and dad, I'm home, Bonnie announced as she entered the house. Welcome home, Clement replied. Congratulations on earning all 8 gym badges, Meyer added. How did you know I collected all the badges? Bonnie asked, puzzled. That would be because of me, a familiar figure said as he approached the group. Professor Sycamore. Bonnie recognized him. Yes, it's been a while, Bonnie. Wulfric contacted me to tell me that you defeated him with a Gardevoir against his Mega Abomasnow and was impressed with your Pokémon. A few days ago, I found this, Professor Sycamore said, presenting a box that revealed a Gardevoirite and a keystone. Is that a Gardevoirite? Bonnie gasped, unable to believe her eyes. That's right. Since you have a Gardevoir, I decided to give this to you as a gift for making it into the Lumiose Conference, he explained as he handed the gift to Bonnie. Thank you so much, Professor, Bonnie said, accepting the present. Speaking of which, we have one more visitor. Ah yes, here she comes, Clement said as someone knocked on the door. He opened it to reveal Serena. Bonnie, congratulations on making it to the Kalos League, Serena said, embracing Bonnie. Serena, it's so good to see you again. Bonnie exclaimed joyfully. How's life as Kalos Queen? It's great, though it can be quite tiring at times defending my title against new challengers, but I manage to win every time, Serena replied. That's great to hear, Clement said. And Bonnie, when you participate in the Kalos League, all of us will be spectating and cheering you on, Meyer added. Wow, thanks everyone, Bonnie said, smiling at the group. And train hard before you register for the league, Serena advised. 6 days later, after battling her way through the competition, Bonnie secured a spot in the finals. When the scoreboard revealed her opponent, her expression darkened. Calem, she muttered to herself. Well, well, well. Look who we have here, a familiar male voice said from behind. Bonnie turned to see Calem. What do you want, Calem? She asked, her tone unfriendly. Is there any reason for you to be that hostile? I just wanted to congratulate you on making it into the finals with me, Calem replied, though his expression suggested otherwise. I don't know if your statement is genuine, but thanks, Bonnie said flatly. Either way, prepare to be defeated in your last battle. Defeating you is my only obstacle to becoming the Kalos League champion, Calem declared arrogantly. What's going on here? Serena and Clement asked, their faces darkening upon seeing Calem. Calem, what are you doing with my younger sister? Clement questioned. Nothing, really, Calem answered dismissively. That certainly didn't sound like nothing to me, Serena remarked. Still supporting your friend Ash Ketchum? Or should I say, Ash Ketchup? Face it, he's out of the picture, Calem sneered. I have many reasons to support him. He's a better trainer and person than you are, Clement retorted. Oh really? If he was truly a better trainer than I am, how come he hasn't won a single league? Calem shot back. He may not have won a single league, but you seem to have forgotten that he is one of the champions of the Orange League and has conquered the battle frontier, Serena countered. And don't forget that you haven't won a single league either, Clement added. Maybe I haven't. Yet. I will when I defeat your sister, which should be easy, Calem boasted. That would mean I am at least a proper league champion, unlike Ketchup, who won't be because he's out of the picture. Why you? Bonnie started. Bonnie, Clement warned. Just ignore him. He's obviously trying to provoke us, Serena advised. Well, you certainly are smarter than the other two, Serena. I'm impressed, Calem said. Just forget about Ash. You already have me as your childhood friend. You mean, former childhood friend. I have decided not to be friends with you after what you did to Ash, Serena replied coldly. Perhaps you will change your mind after the finals, Calem said confidently. Be seeing you. I have a league to win, he added before walking off, leaving Serena, Bonnie, and Clement fuming. Bonnie, show him who's the boss, Clement encouraged. Gladly, Bonnie replied. Just remember, Bonnie. Don't let what Calem said get to you. Focus on the battle ahead and keep your emotions in check, Serena reminded her. You know it, Bonnie said. Race you to the lobby, she called as she dashed toward the lobby. Hey, wait for us. Clement and Serena shouted as they chased after her. About 30 seconds later, they accidentally bumped into three figures and stumbled. Ouch, one of the figures said. Sorry about that, Bonnie said, getting up. Alan. Clement recognized one of them. Oh, it's Clement, Alan replied. And, Sawyer? Serena asked. That's me, the green-haired figure answered. Marin, it's great to see you again, Bonnie said, recognizing the third figure. Long time no see, Marin replied. Indeed it has been a while. So what are you guys doing here? Alan inquired. Well, Bonnie is here to compete in the Kalos League, Serena explained. Oh, that's great to hear, Sawyer said. What about you guys? Clement asked. Well, Professor Sycamore told us at the last minute that someone we know is currently participating in the league and has made it to the finals, but he wanted to keep it a surprise for us, Marin explained. And I guess that you guys will be spectating the finals with us? Serena asked. That's right, Sawyer answered. So who will Bonnie be facing? Alan inquired. Calem, Bonnie replied, her expression darkening at the mention of his name. What's wrong? You don't seem happy, Marin observed. Oh right, you guys don't know what happened to Ash after he returned home from the previous Kalos League, Serena explained. For the next 10 minutes, she, along with Clement and Bonnie, recounted the incident of Ash's betrayal and the confrontation with Calem to Alan, Marin, and Sawyer. Surely this has to be some sort of joke, Sawyer said, outraged. I can't believe they would do that to Ash, Marin added, disgusted. Same here, Serena agreed. And as for Calem, I have nothing to say, Alan said, shocked. Bonnie, make sure you beat him in the finals, he encouraged. You bet, Bonnie replied confidently. And the three of us will be cheering you on with Serena and Clement, Sawyer said, receiving nods of affirmation from Alan and Marin. One last thing, Clement interjected. About a year from now, we will be participating in a tournament at Melee Island in Alola. We would like you to join us in avenging Ash. Interesting, but how will we get invited? Sawyer asked. The tournament is managed by Charles Goodshow and Scott, the owner of the Battle Frontier. Since Charles Goodshow is here during the league, we can find him and get him to print out invitations for you guys, Serena explained. I see, but what about Marin? Alan asked. Well, does she have 6 Pokémon with her at the moment? Bonnie questioned. No, unfortunately. But don't worry, I'm not interested in participating in the tournament. I'll be with Alan and definitely side with all of you against the traitors, Marin assured. That's great to hear, Clement said. The next day, as the time for the final match of the Kalos League Lumiose Conference approached, Bonnie and Calem made their way to opposite sides of the battlefield, which was set up as a grassy terrain. This will be the official final match of the Kalos League Lumiose Conference between trainers Bonnie and Calem. Both sides are allowed to use up to 6 Pokémon each, and substitutions can be made at any time. When 3 Pokémon from either side are knocked out, there will be a short break before the second half of the match continues. The battle will end when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokémon, the referee requested. Meowstic, let's battle, Calem said as the Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Diden, you're up first, Bonnie called as her Pokémon jumped into the arena. Battle begin, the referee announced. Meowstic, use Calm Mind, Calem commanded, and his Pokémon closed its eyes, glowing as it increased its special attack and defense. Diden, use Nuzzle, Bonnie ordered, and her Pokémon charged towards Meowstic, gathering electricity in its cheeks. Diden struck Meowstic, inflicting damage and paralyzing it. Use Shadow Ball, Calem commanded, but noticed Meowstic was unable to move due to paralysis. Now's our chance. Hit it with Thunderbolt, Bonnie instructed, and Diden released a powerful beam of electricity at Meowstic, scoring a direct hit. Get up and use Future Sight, Calem said as Meowstic managed to rise and create 4 wormholes, with energy blasts entering them. Use Iron Tail, Bonnie commanded, and Diden charged at Meowstic, striking it with its glowing tail. Shadow Ball, Calem ordered as Meowstic fired an attack at Diden. Thunderbolt, Bonnie said, and Diden released a powerful bolt of electricity, causing an explosion that damaged both Pokémon. Future Sight is about to come. Since Meowstic is paralyzed, it might be unable to move, so I can do something about it, Bonnie thought. Moments later, the wormholes opened again, and energy blasts aimed at Diden. Suddenly, Bonnie remembered what Ash's Pikachu did during a previous battle. Diden, jump towards the blasts of energy and hit it with Iron Tail towards Meowstic, she ordered. Diden nodded and ascended, tail glowing. Seconds later, Diden struck all the energy blasts towards Meowstic, who was hit by its own attacks and fainted. Meowstic is unable to battle. Diden wins, the referee announced. Impressive. Very smart move that Bonnie and Diden pulled off, Alan commented. Exactly what Ash and Pikachu did when battling Grant, Clement added. Return, Meowstic. Clefable, you're up next, Calem said as he recalled his Pokémon and sent out the fairy type. Battle begin, the referee stated. Diden, use Nuzzle, Bonnie commanded as her Pokémon charged towards Clefable. Wait for it, Calem said firmly. When Diden was close, he ordered, use Moonblast. Clefable fired a bright beam of energy, striking Diden and knocking it out. Diden is unable to battle. Clefable wins, the referee declared. That was quick yet unexpected, Marin remarked in surprise. I know. Calem seems to have gotten stronger since we last saw him, Sawyer noted. This will be tough for Bonnie, but I hope she wins, Serena said. I think we all do, Alan agreed, and the others nodded. Return, Diden. You did a great job. Now take a good rest, Bonnie said as she recalled her Pokémon. Alright, go Mantine, Bonnie called as the kite Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, the referee announced. Clefable, use Moonblast, Calem commanded as his Pokémon fired another bright beam of energy towards Mantine. Dodge it and use Air Slash, Bonnie instructed, and Mantine efficiently dodged the attack, creating sharp slashes of air with its wings and striking Clefable, dealing damage. Use Light Screen, ordered Calem, noticing that Clefable was unable to move after being hit by Air Slash. How come Clefable wasn't able to move? Asked Marin. That's one additional effect of Air Slash, it can sometimes make the opponent flinch, explained Alan. Hit it with Scald, commanded Bonnie as Mantine opened its mouth and fired a powerful jet of hot water at Clefable, scoring a direct hit and additionally burning it. Wow, seems like luck is on Bonnie's side, said Sawyer. For now, that is, corrected Serena. Serena is right. The battle is far from over, so Calem still has a chance to turn the tables, said Clement. What rotten luck, Calem muttered to himself. Use Light Screen, he commanded as Clefable managed to create a rectangular wall made of yellow lights, reducing the damage from special attacks for 5 turns. So Calem is attempting to reduce the damage from special attacks. Interesting, said Alan. It makes perfect sense, all of Mantine's moves that inflict damage appear to be special attacks, said Sawyer. Use Moonblast, ordered Calem as Clefable created a bright white beam of energy and fired it towards Mantine. Use Double Team, then hit it with Blizzard, commanded Bonnie as Mantine created several copies of itself, evading the attack and then firing a powerful blizzard from its mouth towards Clefable, dealing damage. It was a direct hit, but Clefable seems to be able to continue battling, said Marin. That's because of Light Screen, which allowed it to survive longer, said Serena. Alright, Clefable, change things up with Psyshock, said Calem as the fairy Pokémon fired a powerful blue and purple beam of energy at Mantine. Counter it with Scald, ordered Bonnie as Mantine opened its mouth and fired another jet of hot water at the incoming attack, creating an explosion that knocked both Pokémon backwards. About half a minute later, the explosion cleared, revealing that Clefable had fainted. Clefable is unable to battle. Mantine wins, announced the referee. Even though Clefable is knocked out, Light Screen is still in effect for another 3 turns, noted Sawyer. Return, Clefable. Go, Absol, said Calem as he recalled the fairy Pokémon and sent out the disaster Pokémon into the battlefield. Battle begin, said the referee. Absol, start off with Swords Dance, ordered Calem as the disaster Pokémon created several swords that began to dance in a circle, sharply boosting its attack. Use this opportunity with Scald, commanded Bonnie as Mantine sprayed a jet of hot water at Absol, scoring a direct hit and causing it to be burned. Even though Scald didn't do much damage, at least it burned Absol, said Serena. That's right. It makes things easier for Bonnie's next Pokémon, added Alan. Use Night Slash, commanded Calem as Absol charged towards Mantine at high speed, its front paws glowing purple. Dodge it, said Bonnie, but Absol was too fast and managed to score a direct hit on Mantine, knocking it out of action. Mantine is unable to battle. Absol wins, said the referee. Return, Mantine. You did a great job. Take a good rest. Alright, Florges, you're next, said Bonnie as she returned the kite Pokémon and sent out the garden Pokémon into the battlefield. Florges. Seems like Bonnie has the type advantage, commented Marin. Well, it would take more than type advantage to win, said Alan. Battle begin, said the referee. Florges, start off with Light Screen, ordered Bonnie as Florges created a rectangular wall made of yellow light surrounding itself, reducing the damage from special attacks by 50%. Use Psycho Cut, commanded Calem as Absol's large horn began to glow pink, swinging it to send a powerful wave of pink energy towards Florges, scoring a direct hit and inflicting significant damage. Dodge it, then use Moonblast, said Bonnie as Florges managed to dodge the attack at the last second and fired a powerful white beam of energy at Absol, dealing heavy damage. That was impressive, said Clement. Indeed it was. A great deal of damage, commented Sawyer. TCH, Absol, finish this off with Night Slash, ordered Calem, but Absol's body began to become enveloped in flames from the earlier burn. Hit it with one more shot of Moonblast, said Bonnie as Florges fired another bright white beam of energy at Absol, knocking it out of action. Absol is unable to battle. Florges wins. There will be a short break now, and both trainers are required to be back after 30 minutes while the battlefield terrain will be changed, said the referee. After returning Florges to its Pokeball, Bonnie went to meet up with Clement, Serena, Alan, Marin, and Sawyer. Well done, Bonnie. I'm so proud of you, said Clement as he hugged his younger sister. You were amazing out there, said Serena. Keep up the good work, said Alan. We're all counting on you, said Marin. Thanks, guys, said Bonnie. And I have a surprise for you that you'll see when I continue battling Calem. And what might that be? Asked Sawyer. I know what she's talking about. It's a surprise, said Clement, smiling. Wait, Clement, so you know what Bonnie is talking about? Asked Marin. Correct, only Professor Sycamore, my father, Bonnie, and I know what the surprise is, said Clement. You guys will just have to wait and see, said Bonnie, causing Serena, Alan, Marin, and Sawyer to start pondering. When the 15-minute break ended, Bonnie and Calem headed back to the battlefield, only to see that it had changed to a rugged terrain mostly covered in hard soil. The second half of the finals will now begin. Can both trainers please send out their next Pokémon? Requested the referee. Go Vaporeon, said Calem as the Bubble Jet Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Lapras, you're up, said Bonnie as the Transport Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, said the referee. Vaporeon, start off with Hydro Pump, ordered Calem as the Bubble Jet Pokémon opened its mouth and fired a powerful jet of water at Lapras. Counter it with Hydro Pump, commanded Bonnie as Lapras opened its mouth and fired a powerful jet of water at the incoming attack, creating a powerful explosion that damaged both Pokémon. Hit it with Iron Tail, said Calem as Vaporeon charged towards Lapras, its tail glowing silvery white. Wait for it, Bonnie said with a slight smirk. When Vaporeon was in close quarters with Lapras, Bonnie gave an order. She instructed Lapras to use Freeze Dry, and it opened its mouth, firing a light blue beam of energy at Vaporeon, landing a direct hit and dealing significant damage. Marin questioned the choice of Freeze Dry, noting that Ice-type moves typically aren't very effective against Water-type Pokémon. Clement explained that Freeze Dry is an exception, being super effective against Water-type Pokémon as well as Dragon, Grass, Ground, and Flying types. Sawyer remarked on Bonnie's growing skill, while Calem decided to switch out Vaporeon for Chestnut, his starter Pokémon. Serena noted the type advantage in play, and they all anticipated how Bonnie would handle the situation. Calem commanded Chestnut to start with Hammer Arm, its arm glowing white as it charged toward Lapras. Bonnie countered with Zen Headbutt, and the two attacks clashed, neither side yielding. Calem then instructed Chestnut to strike with its other arm, but Bonnie quickly ordered Lapras to use Freeze Dry, hitting Chestnut before it could land its blow and knocking it back. Sawyer observed that both Pokémon seemed equally matched, while Alan pointed out a drawback of Hammer Arm: it reduces the user's speed after use. Calem then ordered Chestnut to use Bulk Up, surrounding itself with a red aura to boost its attack and defense. Bonnie responded with another Zen Headbutt, which, despite being slightly less effective due to Chestnut's Bulk Up, still dealt a good amount of damage. Calem commanded Chestnut to use Seed Bomb, launching a powerful attack at Lapras. Bonnie countered with Freeze Dry again, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Lapras was unable to continue. Bonnie recalled Lapras, sending out Florges next. The referee announced the start of the new battle. Calem ordered Chestnut to use Iron Head, charging at Florges. Bonnie instructed Florges to dodge and finish with Moonblast, which it executed perfectly, scoring a direct hit and knocking Chestnut out. Calem returned Chestnut and sent out Vaporeon. The referee signaled the start of the next round. Calem directed Vaporeon to initiate Rain Dance, summoning dark clouds that began to rain. Bonnie countered with Light Screen, creating a protective barrier around Florges. Calem commanded Vaporeon to use Hydro Pump, and it unleashed a powerful jet of water at Florges. Bonnie instructed Florges to counter with Energy Ball, resulting in another explosion that filled the battlefield with smoke. Calem seized the moment, ordering Vaporeon to jump towards Florges and strike with Iron Tail, successfully knocking it out. Bonnie returned Florges and sent out Tyrantrum. The referee announced the new battle. Bonnie commanded Tyrantrum to start with Dragon Dance, enhancing its speed and attack. Calem responded with a blizzard from Vaporeon, hitting Tyrantrum hard. Bonnie then ordered Tyrantrum to use Dragon Claw. Calem instructed Vaporeon to keep Tyrantrum at bay with Hydro Pump, but Tyrantrum managed to land 2 strikes, inflicting significant damage. Realizing the stakes, Calem directed Vaporeon to use Blizzard once more. Bonnie commanded Tyrantrum to finish with Head Smash, which resulted in a powerful clash that knocked both Pokémon out simultaneously. The referee announced that both were unable to battle and requested the trainers to send out their final Pokémon. With only one Pokémon left. For each trainer, the tension rose. Bonnie and Calem recalled their Pokémon and sent out their final choices. The referee signaled the start of the final battle. Calem, with a confident tone, revealed his keystone, declaring that it was time to finish the match with his ultimate weapon. He called upon his Altaria to Mega Evolve. Bonnie, not to be outdone, activated her own keystone, preparing her Gardevoir for Mega Evolution as well. The stage was set for an epic conclusion, with both trainers ready to give it their all. "That's amazing," Marin exclaimed. "This is where the actual battle begins," Alan stated confidently. Sawyer reminisced, "It reminds me of when Alan's Charizard Mega evolved into Mega Charizard X to face Remo's Mega Garchomp and Trevor's Mega Charizard Y. Bonnie's Mega Gardevoir has the type advantage," Serena commented. "True, but I believe Calem won't lose easily just because of that," Clement replied. "Altaria, use Dragon Dance," Calem commanded. A red and black aura circled the humming Pokémon as it danced, boosting its attack and speed. "Alright, use Calm Mind," Bonnie instructed. Gardevoir closed its eyes, glowing as it increased its special attack and defense. "Use Aerial Ace," Calem ordered. Altaria performed a somersault in the air and dove toward Gardevoir at high speed. "Hit it with Psychic," Bonnie commanded. Gardevoir's eyes glowed blue, firing a beam of energy at the incoming Altaria. The attack struck true, but Altaria managed to hit Gardevoir with Aerial Ace, leaving both Pokémon damaged. "Use Steel Wing," Calem commanded as Altaria's wings glowed silvery white, charging toward Gardevoir. "Use Calm Mind again," Bonnie decided, taking a risk. Gardevoir closed its eyes once more, glowing as it increased its special attack and defense again. However, it was struck by Steel Wing, taking significant damage. "What is Bonnie doing?" Clement asked, concern etched on his face. "I think she's trying to finish this quickly, having used Calm Mind twice," Sawyer speculated. "I hope she knows what she's doing," Serena said anxiously. "Don't worry, Bonnie has this under control. She's performed really well," Marin reassured. "That's true," Alan agreed. "Use Aerial Ace again," Calem commanded. Altaria somersaulted in the air and charged toward Gardevoir. "Use Moonblast," Bonnie ordered. Gardevoir unleashed a bright white beam of energy, hitting Altaria and causing heavy damage. "Is it over?" Marin asked. Not yet. Altaria is recovering from the attack, Alan replied. Impressive, but it's time to end this. Finish with Steel Wing, Calem declared as Altaria's wings glowed and dove toward Gardevoir. Gardevoir, wait until it's a meter away, Bonnie instructed. Gardevoir nodded, remaining still. Not moving. That makes things easier for me, Calem said with a hint of arrogance. As Altaria approached, Bonnie shouted, now, hit it with your final shot of Moonblast. Gardevoir fired a powerful beam of energy, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield. Despite being hit, Altaria managed to strike Gardevoir as well. After a minute and a half, the smoke cleared, revealing both Pokémon standing, but moments later, Altaria collapsed and reverted to its original form. Altaria is unable to battle, Gardevoir wins. Therefore, the winner of the Kalos League Lumiose Conference is Bonnie from Lumio City, the referee announced. The audience erupted in applause and cheers for Bonnie. Overcome with joy, Bonnie ran to Gardevoir and hugged it, tears of happiness streaming down her face. She noticed Calem withdrawing Altaria into its Pokeball without a word before walking away. Well done, young Bonnie. Congratulations on becoming the winner of this Kalos League, Charles Goodshow said as he approached Bonnie, holding a trophy and presenting it to her. Thank you, Mr. Goodshow, Bonnie replied, accepting the trophy and waving to the cheering audience. 10 minutes later, after the ceremony, Bonnie reunited with Clement, Serena, Alan, Marin, Sawyer, Professor Sycamore, and Charles Goodshow in Goodshow's office. I'm so proud of you, little sis, Clement said, hugging his sister. Now you're in the same position as Alan, both Kalos League champions, Marin added. Your battle was incredible, Sawyer complimented. Thanks, everyone, Bonnie said, beaming. Now that the Kalos League is over, let's discuss our request with Mr. Goodshow, Serena suggested. They explained their desire for Alan and Sawyer to compete in the tournament in Alola. Absolutely. The more, the merrier, Charles Goodshow said, printing out 2 invitations. He returned with the invitations for Alan and Sawyer, who opened them to read. Dear Alan Sawyer. You have been invited to the Global Pokemon Battle Tournament to be held on Melee Island in Alola, starting in 1 year. The tournament winner will receive 1 million Poke Dollars. All champions and Elite Four members will be present to supervise and participate in battles. The tournament requires extensive organization, which is why it will be held in a year. Please arrive 2 months prior to register. Don't worry about accommodations, there is a hotel exclusively for competitors, with all expenses covered. We look forward to seeing you at the tournament. Kind regards. Charles Goodshow and Scott. This makes me really excited, Sawyer said after reading the invitation. Same here. I can't wait to face the traitors for Ash, Alan added. Wait, Professor Sycamore interjected, unaware of the backstory. What does this have to do with Ash? Oh right, Professor Sycamore doesn't know about Ash's situation, Serena noted. The group then spent the next 10 minutes explaining the full story of Ash's betrayal, leaving Professor Sycamore shocked and upset. They did that, he exclaimed, appalled by the news. Unfortunately, yes. We witnessed the entire incident, Serena, Clement, and Bonnie confirmed. And we only found out just before the final match between Bonnie and Calem began, Alan, Marin, and Sawyer added. Professor Sycamore faced Charles Goodshow and remarked on the recent decision to host a tournament. Charles confirmed the plan, and then Professor Sycamore inquired about Ash's whereabouts. Everyone, including Charles, shook their heads, though Charles kept silent about Ash being in Alola, honoring a promise to keep Ash's identity a secret. Only a select few knew where Ash truly was. Clement spoke up, expressing that they all knew Ash was out there somewhere. Alan emphasized the need for everyone to train hard for the tournament. Sawyer wondered who would emerge victorious, while Bonnie firmly stated that it wouldn't be the traitors. Clement added that they would have their revenge, and Serena echoed that they would make the traitors regret their actions towards Ash. Marin suggested they travel as a group to Alola for the tournament, and Clement, Bonnie, Serena, Alan, and Sawyer all agreed enthusiastically. Professor Sycamore praised the idea but mentioned he might not be able to attend due to ongoing research. However, he expressed interest in watching the tournament on TV with Clement and Bonnie's father when he had the chance. Clement and Bonnie were pleased with this plan, and Serena concluded that it was time for everyone to head back home. Knowing my title as Kalos Queen, I understand that there will be more challengers trying to take my title. I will do my best to defend it for everyone, and most of all, for Ash, she declared. Realizing the emphasis she placed on Ash's name, she noticed the amused expressions on everyone's faces. Seems like someone has a crush on Ash, Alan remarked with a smirk, prompting a wave of laughter from the group. Serena has had a crush on Ash since he helped her out of the forest during the summer camp hosted by Professor Oak in Kanto when they were little, Bonnie chimed in. Bonnie! Serena exclaimed, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment, while the laughter around her only grew louder. Chapter End. 2 weeks before the registration for the annual Global Pokémon Battle Tournament in Melee Island, Alola, participants received a letter detailing the tournament's location in Hawali City. Ash had successfully collected all Z-crystals compatible with his Pokémon, finalizing their movesets. About 10 months after earning his title as champion of Alola, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Lucario, made his way to the Pokémon school, where Professor Kukui and the students awaited him. He had brought a cloak to conceal his identity but chose not to wear it until registering for the tournament. We've been waiting for you, said Professor Kukui. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hope it wasn't for too long, Ash replied. All good, only 5 minutes, Kiawe added. Ash, what's that cloak for? Lily asked, noticing the cloak in Ash's hand. Oh, for hiding my true identity. Even with a mask, my hairstyle hasn't changed, so I need a cloak to keep that hidden, Ash explained. Smart thinking, Lana commented. Let's get going, Mallow said as the group walked toward the large designated area for the tournament, which featured a massive battlefield, accommodation buildings with buffet restaurants, multiple practice battlefields, and a Pokémon Center larger than usual. Is the registration done at the Pokémon Center? Sophocles inquired. That's right, Ash confirmed. He then took out his mask and cloak from his backpack and put them on. Very mysterious, Professor Kukui remarked. That's exactly what I want, Ash replied. Let's register, Kiawe said, and Ash nodded as they entered the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy noticed the group and was curious about the cloaked figure. Wait here for a moment. I'll register first and let Nurse Joy know about my true identity, Ash said, and the others nodded, standing near the entrance while Ash approached Nurse Joy. Who are you? Nurse Joy asked as the cloaked figure approached. I'll show you as long as you keep this a secret, Ash replied, removing his mask and the cowl of his cloak, shocking Nurse Joy. No way. We thought you were gone, she said, momentarily speechless. Well, I'm still here. You can ask Charles Goodshow and Scott about me. I'm here to register for the tournament, if that's okay, Ash requested. Sure thing, but are you going to register under a different name? Nurse Joy asked. Yes. Please register me as Red Ketchum, though I will reveal my true identity after the first few matches, Ash answered. No problem, Nurse Joy said, completing Ash's registration as Red Ketchum. Here are your keys for your cabin during the tournament. Your room number is 205, she handed Ash a key. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy, Ash said, putting his mask and cloak back on as he walked back to Professor Kukui and the students. How did it go? Professor Kukui asked. Done and dusted, Ash replied. Nurse Joy seemed really shocked after seeing your true identity, Mallow noted. I don't blame her, Ash shrugged. Well, let's get Kiawe registered while we get the accommodation keys for all of us, Professor Kukui suggested as he and the students approached Nurse Joy. A few minutes later, they returned to Ash, all smiling. So what rooms are you guys in? Ash asked. I'm in room 205, Ash said. I'm in room 204, and Kiawe and Sophocles are in room 203, while Lana, Lily, and Mallow are in room 202, Professor Kukui replied. Excellent, so your rooms are located near mine, Ash noted. So, what shall we do now? Lana asked. Well, since it's midday, is anyone up for some lunch? Ash suggested. Count me in, Professor Kukui said. I think everyone here is hungry, he added, and the 5 students nodded in agreement. Let's go then, Ash said. A few minutes later, they sat at a large table and began helping themselves to various plates of food in the buffet restaurant. The food is delicious, Mallow remarked. Yes, it is, Ash agreed, eagerly digging into his meal. And the good thing is, we get access to the buffet restaurant during the entire tournament, Kiawe added. After an hour of enjoying their meal, the group decided to head to their hotel rooms to settle in. Well, here we are, Ash said as he and Pikachu entered their room, locking the door behind them. I'm going to take a quick nap. For some reason, I'm already starting to feel tired, Ash said as he removed his cloak and mask, quickly falling asleep in his bed. Pikachu and Lucario settled down on the floor. About an hour later, Ash woke up, stretched, put his mask and cloak back on, and walked out of his hotel room, where Professor Kukui and the students were waiting for him. What were you doing? Professor Kukui asked. We tried knocking on your door, but there was no response. Oh, I was taking a nap. I felt a little tired, Ash explained. I'm going to see if anyone else I know has registered for the tournament. You guys can join me if you wish. Might as well. We've got nothing to do, Professor Kukui replied. And we can see who our loyal friends and traitors are, Lily added. Sweet, let's go, Ash said as the group walked to the Pokémon Center, noticing 2 large groups of people chatting together. The first group consisted of Ash's loyal friends, Gary, Brock, Richie, Harrison, Max, Dawn, Paul, Cameron, Serena, Clement, Bonnie, Alan, Sawyer, and Marin. The second group included those Ash considered traitors, Misty, May, Drew, Kenny, Trip, Calem, Iris, and Scyllin. Ash noted that Scyllin seemed a bit uncomfortable among them, which he mentally filed away. Alright, let's head back out, Ash said as the group followed him out of the Pokémon Center and back into room. So, do you know any of them? Professor Kukui asked as Ash closed the door. Yes. Remember the 2 large groups of people you saw in the Pokémon Center? Ash replied. What about them? Professor Kukui inquired. I know all of them. One group consists of my loyal friends, and the other group includes the traitors, Ash explained. What luck, you managed to find them, Lana commented. Yes, but I've noticed something strange, Ash said. What did you find strange? Lily asked. There were a few people in the loyal friends group who weren't present when I was betrayed by the traitors, so I wonder how they knew about it, Ash replied. Odds are, your loyal friends who witnessed your betrayal informed those who didn't see it, Professor Kukui suggested. Who were the people in the loyal group of friends that did not witness your betrayal? Sophocles asked. Richie, the one in the green outfit with a purple and yellow cap, Harrison, with brown hair, Cameron, wearing a red bandana, Alan, with black hair, Marin, the short girl with light brown hair, and Sawyer, with dark green hair, Ash listed. Was there anything else you noticed that didn't seem right? Mallow asked. Yes. One of the traitors, Scyllin, appeared uncomfortable when with the others, Ash noted. I wonder why, Lily pondered. We'll find out soon. Anyway, I'm off for some training by myself. See you guys later, Ash said as he, Pikachu, and Lucario left the room and headed to a battlefield far from the hotel. Meanwhile, Dawn and Serena were sitting in a vacant space next to one of the battlefields designated for practice. I see, so you met Ash when you were little at Professor Oak's summer camp, and he saved your life, Dawn said. Yep, and I'm so glad to have traveled with him in Kalos, Serena replied with a smile. Red Ketchum? Dawn asked nervously, addressing a cloaked figure nearby. Yes, the figure responded. We just want to say thank you for saving us, Serena added. That's all right. I should also be thanking you too for standing up for Ash against the traitors, the cloaked figure replied. So, is it really true that Ash is gone? Serena asked, fearing the worst. The cloaked figure paused for a moment and answered gravely, yes. Immediately, Dawn and Serena began to cry upon hearing that their friend was gone because of the traitors. Pikachu and Lucario feigned sadness while the two girls comforted each other. I'm sorry to tell you that, the cloaked figure said. It's not your fault. The traitors will pay. And Red, can we hug you for saving us? Dawn and Serena asked. Don't you feel awkward hugging a cloaked figure? The cloaked figure inquired. Yes, to be honest, the two girls admitted. Then I suggest you not do so. Anyway, both of you should return to your group of friends. They must be worried, the cloaked figure advised. You're right. Would you like to come with us? Serena suggested. I don't see why not, the cloaked figure agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a figure emerged from the trees. It was Silen. You! Dawn and Serena exclaimed in anger. What are you doing here? I am here to apologize to Red, Silen explained. And how did you know my name? The cloaked figure asked. I saw you confront the traitors and defeat them in every battle, Silen replied. That's how I knew your name, since I heard you mention it to them, Silen replied. Well, why aren't you with the traitors? Dawn asked. Regarding that, I decided to no longer side with them and want to join Ash's loyal friends, Silen explained. And what made you defect from the traitors? Serena inquired. Well, you see. Silen began, recalling a moment from his past. After arriving back at the Striaton City gym, Silen greeted his brothers. Chili, Cress, I'm home. Silen, where have you been? Cress asked. I had to go to Kanto along with several others, Silen answered. For what? Chili questioned. To tell Ash to give up on his dream of becoming a Pokemon master since he hasn't won a single Pokemon League, Silen replied. You did what? Chili exclaimed. Why on earth would you do that? Becoming a Pokemon master isn't all about winning Pokemon Leagues, Silen. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Cress reprimanded. Well, if you think becoming a Pokemon master isn't just about winning leagues, what else do you think it is about? Silen asked hotly. Has Ash made other remarkable achievements? Chili countered. Yes, he has conquered the battle frontier and is also a champion of the Orange League, Silen stated. There you go. These are remarkable feats, Cress added. I can't believe you would turn your back on Ash, Chili said in disgust. After what he has done for all of us, is that how you show your gratitude? Cress asked coldly. Silen started but was interrupted by Chili. You know what? Don't even talk to us until Cress, and I think you have realized your mistake and made up for it, Chili said, and Cress nodded in agreement before they walked away, leaving Silen alone. What have I done? Silen wondered, filled with shock and regret. Back in the present, Silen continued, so that's what happened. After reflecting on what Chili and Cress said to me, I realized they were right, so I had to do whatever I could to make up for it. I see. So that explains why you appeared uncomfortable with the traitors and didn't join them in harassing Dawn and Serena, the cloaked figure remarked. Yes, and Red. I truly am sorry for turning my back on Ash, Silen said apologetically. Lucario, the cloaked figure asked. After a moment, Lucario responded, Master, I believe he's being sincere. How does Lucario know? Serena asked. Lucario's aura ability allows it to detect truths and lies in what people say and their true emotions, the cloaked figure explained, then turned to Silen. Seeing that you were sincere and apologized early on, I forgive you. Wait, really? Scylla asked, surprised. Yes, just make sure not to make the same mistake again, the cloaked figure replied. Okay, with that settled, I'll take you guys to where your friends are. Let's go, the cloaked figure said as the group began to search for Ash's loyal friends. About 5 minutes later, they found Ash's friends in the Pokemon Center, waiting for them. Dawn, Serena, where have you girls been? Brock asked. What is he doing here? Clement pointed at Scylla. Allow me to explain the overall incident, the cloaked figure said, capturing everyone's attention. Who are you? Alan asked. My name is Red Ketchum, brother of Ash Ketchum, the cloaked figure replied. Only Gary recognized the true identity of the cloaked figure but remained silent as promised. Wait, so you're the brother of Ash Ketchum? Sawyer asked. Yes, and I'll tell you why Scylla is with you guys, Red said. After about 15 minutes, everyone understood what had happened. So Ash is actually gone? Brock asked. Unfortunately, yes, but he will never be forgotten, Red replied, and the group comforted and consoled each other. Scylla, I believe you have one last thing to do, Red said. What is it, Red? Scylla asked. Follow me, Red instructed, and Scylla followed him, along with Pikachu and Lucario. A moment later, they arrived at a public telephone with a screen for face-to-face interaction. We should tell Chili and Cress that they should forgive you. I'll help you out, Red said. Alright, Scylla agreed, and after dialing a number, the faces of Chili and Cress appeared on the screen. Yes? Chili asked. Chili and Cress, it's me, Scylla said. It's been a while, Cress replied in a neutral tone. And who is that with you? Red Ketchum, brother of Ash Ketchum, Red introduced himself. Scylla, let me take over from here, he said, and Scylla nodded as Red began to explain what happened. I see, well in that case, seeing that Red chose to forgive you, we will forgive you too, Scylla, Chili said. Thanks, Chili and Cress, Scylla replied. Guess we'll be seeing you after the tournament. Good luck competing, the two brothers said before the screen turned off. That went well, Red remarked. I guess so. Let's go back to the others, Scylla said as they walked back to Ash's loyal friends. Alright, Scylla, now that you decided to join Ash's loyal friends, I suggest you stay with them at all times because the traitors will eventually find out that you deserted them and will come after you. If they confront you, remember that Ash's loyal friends outnumber them, so you do not need to worry as long as you stick with them, Red advised. Understood, Scylla said as they approached Ash's loyal friends. Red, did this Pikachu belong to Ash? Paul asked. Yes, not long after Ash passed, all of his Pokemon wanted me to take ownership of them, and together, we trained hard to prepare for the traitors, Red explained. With all this drama over, I'll head back to my cabin. See you guys later, Red said as he, Pikachu, and Lucario left. That Red Ketchum really is something, Alan remarked. I agree, especially since he managed to easily defeat the traitors in battle one by one without much effort, Brock added. I wonder how Red will perform in the tournament, Sawyer pondered. I'm sure that he will win against anyone who is up against him, Serena said. Well, we better train hard, especially if any of us are facing him in the tournament, Max replied. Even if we do lose, none of us are going down without a fight, Clement added. Just remember that we are on his side against the traitors, so don't treat him like a real enemy, Marin reminded them. Agreed, Bonnie said. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, Pikachu, and Lucario made their way back to their cabin. Once inside, the cloaked figure removed his mask and cloak and knocked on room 204's door. Professor Kukui opened the door, revealing his 5 students inside. Ah, Ash, where have you been for the past few hours? Professor Kukui asked as Ash entered and locked the door behind him. I had to deal with a lot of drama, Ash replied, explaining the events involving the traitors harassing Dawn and Serena, defeating them, and the backstory of Scylla's defection. That is indeed a lot of drama, Kiawe said. So that explains why Sillin seemed uncomfortable with the traders when we first saw him, Lily noted. At least there's one less trader to deal with, Sophocles remarked. And to make it even better, he joined Ash's loyal friends, and his brothers forgave him, Mallow added. Good to hear that you managed to defeat the traders before the tournament even started, Professor Kukui said. I'm curious to see how the traders will fare in the tournament, Kiawe mused. I'm certain they will struggle against any of Ash's loyal friends or Ash himself, Lily stated. That's right. Is anyone in for some dinner? Ash asked. Count us in, Professor Kukui replied. Alright, just wait until I put my mask and cloak back on. There might be people already eating, and I want to keep my identity a secret for now, Ash explained. How are you going to eat with a mask and cloak on, especially if the mask covers your entire face? Lana asked. The good thing about my mask is that the upper and lower halves can fold inwards, so when I eat, I only need to fold the bottom half. The cloak isn't much of a problem, Ash clarified. Alright, we'll wait for you, Professor Kukui said as Ash went to his cabin to prepare. A minute later, Ash returned, ready to go. Let's go, he said, and the group left room 204 to head to the buffet restaurant for dinner. The next day, after breakfast, Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario decided to train at one of the battlefields for the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, Sawyer was also heading to a battlefield when he heard a powerful explosion in the distance. I wonder who that is training over there, he thought. Curious, he made his way toward the source of the sound. After a minute or two, he arrived at the battlefield, where a Swellow and Staraptor were flying in midair. He spotted the cloaked figure from the previous day with Pikachu and Lucario. Well done, Swellow and Staraptor. That's exactly what I want to see for the tournament. Take a rest for now, the cloaked figure said as the Pokémon landed on his shoulder. Wow, the bond between him and his Pokémon is remarkable, Sawyer thought, making a decision. The cloaked figure was drinking water while Pikachu, Lucario, Swellow, and Staraptor rested when Sawyer nervously approached them. Red? Sawyer asked tentatively. Yes, the cloaked figure replied. Is it okay if I battle you? I know. You're a powerful trainer, but I would like to test my skills against you, Sawyer said. My brother spoke highly of you, Sawyer, and your battling skills. Alright, I accept your request, the cloaked figure agreed. Really? Thank you, Red, Sawyer said gratefully. No problem. Which battle mode would you like to use? The cloaked figure asked. A double battle, Sawyer replied. Fair enough. It's been a while since I had a double battle, the cloaked figure said, recalling Swellow and Staraptor into their Pokeball. Alright, Charizard and Garchomp, let's go, he commanded as the two Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. So is this the Garchomp that Serena mentioned, the one that defeated a trader's Dragonite? Sawyer asked. Indeed, that's the one. Now show me what you've got, the cloaked figure replied. As you wish. Sceptile and Salamence, come on out, Sawyer said as his Pokémon appeared. Sawyer, one last thing before we battle, the cloaked figure said. Yes. Sawyer inquired. I may seem mysterious and intimidating, but don't feel nervous. I know you're an amazing trainer, so focus on enjoying the battle and give it your best shot, the cloaked figure advised. Got it, Sawyer said, smiling. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade on Garchomp, and Salamence, use Dragon Claw on Charizard, he commanded as both Pokémon charged toward their targets. Charizard, use Air Slash on Salamence, and Garchomp, take the attack and then use Hone Claws, the cloaked figure instructed. Charizard flapped its wings, sending sharp slashes of air at Salamence, while Garchomp took the Leaf Blade attack and increased its attack and accuracy. Strong and tough as expected, Sawyer commented. Alright, Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve, he declared as a white energy enveloped Sceptile, changing its appearance. Lovely. Charizard, let's do this. Key Stone, respond to my heart, the cloaked figure said, preparing for the battle ahead. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve, exclaimed the cloaked figure as his Key Stone connected with the Charizardite Y, transforming Charizard's appearance moments later. So your Charizard can Mega Evolve? This will be fun. Sceptile, use Dragon Pulse on Garchomp, and Salamence, use Dragon Claw on Garchomp, Sawyer commanded as both Pokémon prepared their attacks. Garchomp, block Dragon Claw with Iron Tail. Charizard, intercept Sceptile's Dragon Pulse with Air Slash, the cloaked figure ordered, and both Pokémon followed suit. Charizard's Air Slash successfully countered the incoming Dragon Pulse, while Garchomp's tail glowed silvery white, effectively blocking Salamence's attack. Now strike Garchomp with your spare claw, Sawyer instructed. Not a chance. Garchomp hit Salamence with Dragon Rush, the cloaked figure countered, and Garchomp surged forward, surrounded by a light blue aura, executing its powerful attack. The effectiveness of Dragon Rush against Salamence, combined with Garchomp's proximity, resulted in a direct hit, knocking Salamence out of action. No, Salamence, Sawyer said, recalling his Pokémon into its Pokeball. Charizard, Garchomp, ready to finish this? The cloaked figure asked, receiving nods from both Pokémon. Then let's finish this off with your combination of Air Slash and Dragon Rush. Garchomp dove toward Sceptile at high speed while Charizard flapped its wings, creating a barrage of sharp air slashes. Sceptile, block their paths with Frenzy Plant, Sawyer shouted in a last-ditch effort as Mega Sceptile slammed its hands on the ground, causing powerful tree roots to emerge and strike towards Charizard and Garchomp. Unfortunately for Sceptile, the Frenzy Plant was easily overpowered by their combined attacks, leading to Sceptile fainting and reverting to its original form. Sceptile, are you alright? Sawyer asked, helping the forest Pokémon to its feet as Charizard also returned to its original form. Well done, Charizard and Garchomp. As expected, your Pokémon are raised really well, the cloaked figure praised as he, Charizard, Garchomp, Pikachu, and Lucario approached Sawyer and Sceptile. But I lost, and your Pokémon seem to have taken little damage from my attacks, Sawyer said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Maybe so, but even in defeat, there's a chance for you to grow stronger. We all learn from our losses and mistakes, the cloaked figure replied, patting Charizard and Garchomp. You're right, especially with the tournament coming up, Sawyer acknowledged. Exactly, the cloaked figure agreed. Also, can I pet your Charizard and Garchomp? Sawyer asked. Of course. Go for it, the cloaked figure replied, allowing Sawyer to step forward and gently pat Charizard and Garchomp, who responded with soft growls of pleasure. Your Pokémon are very powerful. Where and how often do you train them? Sawyer inquired. 2 locations, Mount Silver and a battlefield next to my cabin here in Melee Island. Both were constructed by me and my Pokémon, and I usually train them every day, the cloaked figure explained. No wonder your Pokémon are so powerful. I guess I have a long way to go, Sawyer admitted. Well, Sawyer, we all learn something new every day, the cloaked figure said. That's true, Sawyer nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll be heading now. It was great battling you. Take care for now, the cloaked figure said as he recalled Charizard and Garchomp, then walked off with Pikachu and Lucario. Bye, Sawyer waved farewell as the cloaked figure disappeared from sight. The next morning, a few minutes after waking up in his room, Ash heard a knock at the door. Yes, who is it? He called out as he stepped out of the bathroom. Ash, it's me. Professor Kukui and the 5 students, came the voice from outside. We would like to talk to you about something. Alright, come on in, Ash replied, opening the door to let them enter. Sit down, Ash instructed as Professor Kukui and the 5 students settled in a circle with him. What did you want to talk about? Ash asked. Team Skull. It's been a while since we last encountered them when you saved us from Guzma and his grunts, Professor Kukui explained. Yes, it has been too long. Why bring this up now? Ash inquired. Since it's been a long time, I have a feeling they're up to something again, Professor Kukui replied. Could you elaborate? Ash asked. Well, this tournament is a global event, and many people will know about it. I'm sure Team Skull is aware and might try to interfere, Professor Kukui elaborated. Interesting. You think they might sabotage the tournament? Ash asked. Yes, exactly, Professor Kukui confirmed. I thought so. It won't help if we don't do anything about it, Ash said. Do you have any ideas on what to do? Professor Kukui asked. Let me think about it. I'll give you my answer after breakfast, Ash replied. Alright, take your time, Professor Kukui said as he and the 5 students left the room. After breakfast, Ash finally had a plan. He took Professor Kukui and the 5 students to the Pokemon Center. Before we make any plans, do you know anything about Guzma aside from the fact that he is the leader of Team Skull? The cloaked figure asked. As a matter of fact, I do. However, it is a very long and complex story. If you want to know more about it, I'll contact Hala so he and I can explain it to you, said Professor Kukui. Ash agreed, and Professor Kukui headed to a public telephone, leaving Ash and the 5 students waiting. A few minutes later, he returned. Hala has agreed to meet us here so we can explain the story of Guzma to Ash in my cabin, Professor Kukui announced. The cloaked figure nodded in approval, and about 15 minutes later, Hala arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, greeted warmly by everyone. It's been a while, Hala. Thanks for coming, said Professor Kukui. Hala looked at the cloaked figure and asked, Is that Ash? Yes, it is me, replied Ash. Alright, let's head back to my cabin so we can explain the story of Guzma, Professor Kukui suggested, and the group walked back to room. Ash quickly went to his own cabin first to remove his mask and cloak before joining the others. So, what's the story behind Guzma? Ash inquired. It all started when Professor Kukui and he were both my apprentices a long time ago, Hala began, shocking everyone except Professor Kukui. Are you serious? He was your apprentice? Ash asked, surprised. Yes, Professor Kukui replied solemnly. However, Guzma would always defy my teachings. Until one day, he had enough of my guidance. Hala continued, leading into a flashback from many years ago on a rainy night in a building. That high and mighty "I'll follow the righteous path" attitude of yours really ticks me off. Guzma had shouted angrily at Professor Kukui. I've had enough of your trials and offer gratitude to the nature of Alola nonsense. Guzma, Kukui said, approaching him, but Guzma slapped his hand away. Useless, all of it. I don't need Z moves or Z rings. I'll become strong my own way, Guzma declared before running out into the night. Back in the present, Hala sighed, this is my fault. If only I had taught him better, things might have turned out differently. The room fell silent for a moment until Ash spoke up. No. This isn't your fault, Hala, Ash reassured him, and everyone looked at him curiously. Guzma is just an individual obsessed with power. If you hadn't taught him, who knows where Professor Kukui would be now? Ash continued. As the champion and representative of Alola, I will do what it takes to stop him from going any further. It's my responsibility, he asserted. So what do you have in mind? Hala asked. I say we invite him to the tournament, Ash replied. Invite him to the tournament? Are you serious? Kiawe exclaimed in shock. I know it sounds unbelievable, but yes, I am serious, Ash confirmed. Why though? Lana asked. To give him a chance to redeem himself, Ash explained. But he is a criminal, Lily pointed out. Yes, I know that, Lily. But Guzma is likely to lose in one of the matches. In fact, I'll ensure that he faces me, Ash stated confidently. And how will you do that? Sophocles asked. I'll talk to Charles Goodshow and Scott, the tournament organizers, about letting Guzma join and setting it up so he faces me, Ash explained. Good luck with that. Let's hope your idea works, Mallow encouraged. I'll talk to them now and be back in about 20 minutes, Ash said, heading back to his cabin to retrieve his mask and cloak before making his way to the Pokémon Center with Pikachu and Lucario. A few minutes later, Ash arrived at the public telephones and dialed a number. Moments later, Charles Goodshow and Scott appeared on the screen. Good day, Red. What can I do for you? Charles asked. It's been a while, Mr. Goodshow and Scott. I have a request, Ash replied. What is it? Scott inquired, and Ash spent the next 10 minutes explaining the relationship between Guzma, Hala, and Professor Kukui, as well as his desire for Guzma to join the tournament and face him. I see, very interesting, Scott said after listening. Alright, we'll send him an invitation as well. It may take a few days since we don't know where he is at the moment, Charles added. That's fine. Take your time, and thank you for accepting my request, Ash said. No problem. See you later, they replied as the screen turned off. Back with Hala, Professor Kukui, and the 5 students, Lana wondered, I wonder if Ash was successful in getting Guzma to join the tournament. The idea of having a criminal in the tournament feels wrong, Sophocles said. I understand, but there's no other option, Hala replied. Exactly. Otherwise, Guzma will continue causing trouble for Alola if this doesn't stop, Lily added just as someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Professor Kukui asked. It's me, Ash replied. Alright, come on in, Professor Kukui said, opening the door for Ash, who entered and removed his mask and cloak. So how did it go? Kiawe asked. All done, Ash said. Awesome, Professor Kukui responded. Though it will take a few days since Charles Goodshow and Scott don't know Guzma's location, Ash added. That's fine, Hala assured him. A few days later, at the shady house on Ulaula Island, Guzma contemplated, what shall we do now? How are we going to get back at that trainer who embarrassed me? Guzma growled in his room. It's a shame we couldn't figure out his name, Plumeria replied. Should we try to confront Professor Kukui and his students again? Tup suggested. Yeah, like we want to run into that trainer again, Rap answered sarcastically. Especially after he threatened to report us last time, Zip added. Just then, a Trumbeak flew in through the open window and dropped a letter on the floor before disappearing. What's this? Guzma asked as he picked up the letter. Dear Guzma. You are invited to the annual Global Pokémon Battle Tournament on Melee Island in Alola, starting in less than 2 months. The winner will receive 1 million Poké$. All champions and elite. For members will be present to supervise and participate in battles. Please arrive soon to register. Don't worry about accommodations, there's a hotel exclusively for competitors. All expenses, including meals and room fees, are covered. We look forward to seeing you at the tournament. Kind regards. Charles Goodshow and Scott. A tournament? Rap exclaimed in surprise. The winner gets 1 million Poké$. Tup asked, eyes wide. If the boss joins and wins, we could become rich, Zip said, excitement bubbling at the thought of Guzma's victory. So, boss, are you going to join the tournament? Plumeria asked. After a moment, Guzma stood up, visibly excited. Excellent, he declared. This tournament will be my chance to get back at that trainer once and for all. Just you wait. Revenge will be ours. The next day, Guzma and his team arrived at the tournament area and entered the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, having just registered another trainer, looked at the Team Skull members with suspicion. How can I help you? She asked neutrally. I'd like to register for the tournament, Guzma replied. Nurse Joy hesitated. That's all right, they can enter, a cloaked figure said as they approached. Are you sure it's okay for them to join? Nurse Joy asked. Yes, I'll explain later, the cloaked figure assured her. "Alright," Nurse Joy said, proceeding to register Guzma. "Here are 2 keys for your cabin rooms." As they headed to a nearby battlefield, Professor Kukui approached the cloaked figure. "I have one last question," he said. "What is it?" the cloaked figure asked. "You mentioned that allowing Guzma to join is a chance for redemption. What if he chooses to stick to his old ways after losing?" Kukui inquired. "Then we would have to arrest him and disband Team Skull," the cloaked figure replied. "They have nowhere to escape in the tournament facility. I've already informed Officer Jenny about Guzma's participation in the situation, so she and her team will be supervising the tournament. If they try to sabotage it or revert to their old ways, they will be arrested." "Wow, you've thought this through," Hala commented. Maybe not. There could be elements I've overlooked, but I'll handle it when the time comes," the cloaked figure said. "So if Guzma decides to change his ways after losing, he and his team will be let off?" Kiawe asked. "Correct. Let's hope they make the right choice," the cloaked figure replied as they arrived at one of the battlefields. "Which battle mode would you like to do?" the cloaked figure asked Hao and Glad Ion. "A simple one-on-one would be fine," Glad Ion and Hao replied. "Not a problem. To decide who battles first, we'll use this," the cloaked figure said, pulling out an advanced device. "What's that?" Glad Ion asked. "A Nanodex, something only I possess. It has various functions, including storing my Pokémon and coin flips," the cloaked figure explained. "Very advanced," Hao remarked. "Indeed. For this, we'll do a coin flip." Hao and Glad Ion, pick a side, the cloaked figure instructed. "I choose tails," Glad Ion said. "I choose heads," Hao replied. "Alright, here goes the coin flip," the cloaked figure said. After a moment, the coin landed. "Heads it is, so Hao will go first." "Sweet," Hao said, moving to one end of the battlefield. "Decidueye, let's battle," he called as the arrow quill Pokémon appeared. "A Decidueye? Alright, Crawdaunt. Let's do this," the cloaked figure said, summoning the rogue Pokémon. "Interesting. Both sides have type advantages over each other," Lana noted. "Hao, you may go first," the cloaked figure said. "As you wish." Decidueye, use Nasty Plot. Hao commanded, and the arrow quill created animated question marks while its body glowed, boosting its special attack. "Crawdaunt, speed things up with Swords Dance," the cloaked figure ordered as Crawdaunt created several swords that danced in a circle, enhancing its attack. "Now use Energy Ball." Hao instructed, and Decidueye fired a powerful green ball of energy at Crawdaunt. "Counter with Night Slash," the cloaked figure commanded, and Crawdaunt's pincers glowed as it charged toward Decidueye. "Now hit Decidueye," the cloaked figure added, and Crawdaunt struck, knocking Decidueye back and dealing significant damage. "Decidueye, are you alright?" Hao asked, and Decidueye managed to get up despite the damage. "Impressive how your Decidueye recovered so quickly," the cloaked figure remarked. "In most cases, when my opponent's Pokémon is hit by an attack boosted by a status move like Work Up, Bulk Up, or Swords Dance, they struggle to get back up or even faint after just one hit," said the cloaked figure. "That means a lot coming from the champion of Alola. Let's see how you counter this." "Use Frenzy Plant," ordered Hao as Decidueye slammed its wings on the ground, causing powerful tree roots to protrude and aim towards Crawdaunt. "Counter with your combination of Aerial Ace and Night Slash," commanded the cloaked figure. Crawdaunt jumped into the air, performing a somersault while its pincers glowed purple. Just as the large tree roots closed in, Crawdaunt was ready and destroyed the Frenzy Plant in seconds, despite taking significant damage. However, Crawdaunt continued its attack and managed to strike Decidueye with both Aerial Ace and Night Slash, which were super effective and enough to knock the Arrow Quill Pokémon out of action. "Ah man, we lost," said Hao as Decidueye struggled to get back up. "You are facing a champion after all," Hala remarked. "But you put up an excellent fight, especially with that Frenzy Plant," which dealt a lot of damage to Crawdaunt, said the cloaked figure. I guess so. Thanks for allowing me to battle you, Hao said, extending his hand for a handshake. No problem, replied the cloaked figure, accepting the handshake before turning to Gladion. Are you ready? Yes, let's battle. Lycanroc, let's do this, said Gladion as the midnight form Lycanroc stood on its hind legs on the battlefield after being released from its Pokeball. Alright, Lycanroc. I choose you, said the cloaked figure as the dusk form Lycanroc appeared on the battlefield. Lycanroc, use Bulk Up, commanded Gladion. The wolf Pokemon flexed its muscles, surrounded by a red aura, increasing its attack and defense. Use Swords Dance, ordered the cloaked figure as the dusk Lycanroc created several animated swords that danced in a circle, sharply increasing its attack. Use Stone Edge, said Gladion as Midnight Lycanroc slammed its paws on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude and aim towards the opposing Lycanroc. Counter with your own Stone Edge, commanded the cloaked figure. Lycanroc executed the same move, but due to the Swords Dance boosting its attack significantly, Ash's Lycanroc overpowered the Midnight Lycanroc Stone Edge, landing a hit, though the damage was slightly reduced due to Bulk Up. Use Brick Break, ordered Gladion as one of Midnight Lycanroc's paws glowed white and aimed towards the opposing Dusk Lycanroc. Hit it with Zen Headbutt, said the cloaked figure as Dusk Lycanroc's head glowed blue and charged towards the incoming Midnight Lycanroc. The two attacks collided with neither side giving way. Strike it with your spare paw, commanded Gladion as Midnight Lycanroc's other paw began to glow white. Not a chance, use Drill Run, said the cloaked figure. Dusk Lycanroc spun in a circle, striking the Midnight Lycanroc with a super effective attack, causing it to faint. Lycanroc, said Gladion as he rushed to help his Pokemon get back on its feet. Well done, Lycanroc, said the cloaked figure, fist-bumping the dusk form Lycanroc before approaching Gladion. Your Lycanroc is very strong. I can tell it's been raised well. Not as strong as yours, since your Lycanroc won the battle, replied Gladion. Maybe so. But I'm very impressed, said the cloaked figure, offering his hand for a handshake. Thanks, Red, said Gladion, accepting the handshake. That was a great battle, all of you, said Professor Kukui and Hala. Just watching Red battle makes me so hyped up for the tournament, said Kiawe. We still have a while until the tournament starts, so Gladion, Hao, and Kiawe, do your very best, said the cloaked figure. Of course. Alright, we'll need to head to the Pokemon Center to get our Pokemon healed after that intense battle we had against Red. See you guys later, said Gladion and Hao as they recalled their Lycanroc and Decidueye, respectively, and started making their way to the Pokemon Center. In the middle of training at one of the battlefields, with Brock, Dawn, and Max. Crobat, use Cross Poison, ordered Brock as the bat flapped its wings, creating an X-shaped poison towards the opposing Togekiss. Togekiss, counter with Extrasensory, commanded Dawn as the Jubilee Pokemon's eyes glowed gold and fired a powerful rainbow beam of energy at the incoming Cross Poison, causing a powerful explosion that covered the battlefield. Moments later, the explosion cleared, revealing that both Pokemon had fainted. Both Crobat and Togekiss are unable to battle. Therefore, the result is a tie, declared Max. Oh well, return Crobat, said Brock as the bat Pokemon was recalled into its Pokeball. You too, Togekiss, said Dawn as the Jubilee Pokemon was returned. That was a great battle, said Max. Yes, it was, said Brock. How does it feel to be a top coordinator? I feel so accomplished and can't wait until the tournament begins, replied Dawn. I think we all are, Max agreed. Alright, let's head to the Pokemon Center to heal our Pokemon, said Brock, and the others nodded in agreement as they began walking to the Pokemon Center. An hour later. Here are your Pokemon, Brock and Dawn. They are now 100% recovered, said Nurse Joy as she handed the Pokeball to Brock and Dawn. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy, they replied as they took their Pokeball. Also, Brock, while your Pokemon was being healed, I received a call from Pike Queen Lucy, and she wants me to tell you to call her as soon as possible," added Nurse Joy. "Pike Queen Lucy? Isn't she one of the frontier brains?" asked Dawn. "That's right," replied Max. "Alright, I got it. Thanks for informing me, Nurse Joy. I'll call her now," said Brock as he made his way to one of the public telephones, with Dawn and Max following him. A few seconds after dialing a number, Pike Queen Lucy's face appeared on the screen. "Hey Lucy, apparently you contacted Nurse Joy and told her to let me know you wanted me to call you when I had the time," said Brock. "Oh, yes. Regarding that. How have you been, Brock?" Lucy asked nervously. "Well, there's been a lot going on. I'm currently in Alola with Max and another traveling companion, Dawn. What about you?" Brock replied. "I've been alright. It's been a long time since we met when Ash challenged me and won." "I also have a confession to make," Lucy said. "What is it?" Brock asked. "Ever since I met you, I've actually had a crush on you but never had the chance to confess," Lucy admitted, her cheeks turning red as Dawn and Max looked on in shock. "Did I hear that correctly?" Dawn asked. "I think you did. Looks like Brock is about to get a girlfriend. Speaking of which, who had to stop Brock from flirting with pretty women when you traveled with him and Ash in Sinnoh?" Max teased. "Oh, that was Brock's Krogunk. It would jab him whenever he flirted. Even though Krogunk is now a Toxicroak, it still doesn't stop jabbing him when he flirts," Dawn said, and both she and Max started laughing. "How come you didn't have the chance to confess?" Brock inquired. "Every time I tried to talk to you, Barbara and Max would drag you away before I could reply," Lucy explained. "So now that you know I have a crush on you, will you be my boyfriend?" Brock pondered. "Come on, Brock, say yes," Dawn and Max encouraged from behind him. "Alright, I'd love to be your boyfriend," Brock said, blushing heavily. "Awesome, see you in a few hours," Lucy said with a wink. "Wait, you're coming here too?" Brock asked. "Of course. Why wouldn't I come to see my boyfriend, especially after so long?" "See you soon, honey," Lucy replied as the screen turned off, leaving Brock speechless. "Well, Brock, congratulations on getting a girlfriend," Dawn said after a moment of silence. "Yeah, just make sure you don't hurt her feelings by flirting with other women," Max added. Alright, Brock said sheepishly. "What are you guys doing?" Alan asked as Ash's loyal friends approached Brock, Max, and Dawn. "We just witnessed Brock getting a girlfriend," Dawn replied. "No way, are you serious?" Harrison asked. "No kidding," Max confirmed. "So who is it?" Paul asked. "You'll see in a few hours. She's on her way here," Dawn said. A few hours later, everyone returned to the Pokemon Center after spending time in their cabins. "Where is she?" "She should be here by now," Cameron said. "Ah, here she is," Dawn announced as everyone turned to the entrance of the Pokemon Center, where Lucy was approaching, scanning the room until she spotted Brock with Ash's friends. "Brock!" Lucy called, and they ran toward each other, hugging and sharing a quick kiss. "No way, that's Pike Queen Lucy," Sawyer exclaimed. "She's definitely a catch for Brock." "Alright, Clement, we should find you a girlfriend next," Bonnie teased. "Bonnie!" Clement replied, embarrassed, and everyone laughed. As the new couple kissed, Toxicroak appeared from its Pokeball and was about to jab Brock, but upon seeing them kiss, it fainted in shock. "Huh, poor Toxicroak," Dawn said as she helped it up while the others laughed. "Well, Brock, congratulations on getting a girlfriend after all these years," Gary said. "Yeah, it seems your habit of flirting has finally paid off," Serena added, and everyone laughed again. "Huh, thanks, guys," Brock said sheepishly as Lucy kissed him on the cheek. The next day, Guzma instructed Plumeria to check on Tup, Rap, and Zip to see if they were ready for training for the tournament. "No problem," Plumeria said as she went to knock on the cabin next door. You guys ready? She asked, and the door opened to reveal the three grunts. Ready whenever you are, they replied. Good, let's get going, Guzma said, and the group made their way toward one of the battlefields. Along the way, they accidentally bumped into a larger group of people. Hey, watch where you're going, said the person who was bumped into, revealing himself to be Trip. I could say the same to you, Guzma replied as he got up. Whatever, who are you anyway? Calem asked. My name is Guzma, the leader of Team Skull, he introduced. Team Skull? What's that? Kenny inquired. An organization based in Alola that often steals Pokemon from other trainers, Plumeria explained. Though most of the time, we're unsuccessful, Tup added. Sounds like a criminal organization from other regions, like Team Plasma from Unova, Iris commented. But what are you doing here if you're part of a criminal organization? May asked. Boss Guzma will be competing in the tournament, Rap answered. Really? For what purpose? Misty asked. Firstly, to win and make our organization richer, and secondly, to get revenge on that trainer who is apparently the champion of Alola, Guzma stated. Champion of Alola? What does he look like? Drew asked. We don't know. He was wearing a hooded cloak. We had a nasty confrontation with him and his friends a few days ago, Zip explained. Wait, you said he was wearing a hooded cloak, right? Trip asked. Yes, do you know him? Guzma inquired. As a matter of fact, we do, Kenny replied. A few days ago, he challenged all of us to battle, and he defeated us without much effort, Calem admitted. Then he must be the champion of Alola if he managed to defeat you that easily, Plumeria concluded. Seems we have a common enemy. I have an idea, Guzma said with a sly smile. What is it? Drew asked. Why don't we form an alliance and seek revenge on the champion of Alola in the tournament? Guzma proposed. Sounds like a plan, Iris smirked. But first, we have something to do, and we would like your help, May said. Yes? Plumeria asked. There is someone who defected from our side and went to join a group opposing us, May explained. We would like you to help us get him back, Drew said. Who might that be? Tup asked. A guy named Silen. He has light green hair and wears a rather formal outfit, Trip explained. Alright, count me in. Let's go look for him. Lead the way, Guzma replied as the group began their search for the former traveling companion who had left them. Nearby, two individuals were hiding and overheard the conversation about the plan to confront Silen. This isn't good. I must inform the others as soon as possible, Bonnie whispered to Marin. A few minutes later, Bonnie and Marin ran to Ash's loyal friends, who were chatting outside their cabin rooms. Bonnie, where have you been? Clement asked. Got some very bad news, Bonnie replied. The traitors have found a new ally, but we don't know who they are. They're after Silen for leaving them, Marin explained. How did you know about all of this? Dawn inquired. Marin and I were walking when we saw the traitors talking to another group, so we hid and overheard them mention Silen, Bonnie answered. Since we don't know who their allies are, we should ask Red if he knows, Max suggested. The problem is, we don't know what cabin Red is in, Harrison pointed out. We can ask Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center, Paul said. Right, let's go. Hopefully, we won't run into them on the way, Silen added, and they hurried to the Pokemon Center, relieved that the traitors and Team Skull had not found them yet. Nurse Joy, Cameron called. Do you know what cabin Red is in? Yes, he's in cabin 205, Nurse Joy replied. Sweet, let's go, Sawyer said, and the group headed toward cabin. Wait, where are you going? Nurse Joy asked, but the group ran off, and she shrugged as she watched them disappear. Upon arriving at room 205, they knocked on the door, but there was no response. When they tried to open it, they found it locked. Darn it. The door is locked, Serena said. He could be training at one of the battlefields, Max suggested, and the group decided to search every battlefield. Not long after they exited Ash's cabin, a voice caught their attention. Found them, Calem said, pointing at Ash's loyal friends from a distance as the traders and Team Skull approached. What do you want? Alan asked coldly. We want Scylla to rejoin us. He is a traitor after all, Iris replied. Not anymore, Scylla said defiantly. I realized my mistake of leaving Ash after my brothers Chili and Cress berated me for it. I won't make the same mistake again. I'm afraid you have no choice but to join us. We have a new ally, Kenny said, gesturing to Team Skull. Who are you? Serena demanded. Who I am is none of your concern, Guzma replied, recalling the words of a cloaked figure. Now do as we say or else, Trip ordered. Or else what? A voice interrupted, and everyone turned to see the cloaked figure, accompanied by Professor Kukui, Hala, Gladion, Hao, and 5 students behind him. I suggest you clear off immediately, the cloaked figure said to the traders and Team Skull. Especially you guys, he added, turning to the traders. Or do you want to be defeated again? Ah. No we don't, Calem stammered. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're outnumbered here anyway. Now get lost and never come back, the cloaked figure said coldly. TCH, just like last time, Misty muttered. But when the tournament comes, we'll prove ourselves victorious, Iris spat as the traders and Team Skull walked off reluctantly. To think that the traders would team up with Team Skull, the cloaked figure remarked. Team Skull. So that's who the traders allied with? Harrison asked. Seems to be the case, Hala answered. Who are they? Dawn inquired. A criminal organization based here in Alola. It's similar to Team Galactic in Sinnoh, the cloaked figure explained. I see. Thanks for saving us, Brock said. No problem. I suggest you all stick together. Now that the traders have teamed up with Team Skull, who knows what could happen. If either group sees you scattered, you'll be easy targets, Professor Kukui advised. Oh, by the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, Kiawe said. I think it's best we do, Alan agreed, and for the next few minutes, everyone got to know each other. So Red here is the champion of Alola? Interesting, Alan noted. Yes, about a year ago, Hala confirmed. Well, at least you helped your brother achieve that, Harrison said. I guess so, the cloaked figure replied. I also have a suggestion for you all, he added to Ash's loyal friends, who gestured for him to continue. I'm not sure what your cabin numbers are, but I suggest you move to cabins close to ours for safety in case the traders and Team Skull try something, he proposed. Makes sense, but what if those cabins are occupied? Max asked. Then we'll ask Nurse Joy for the nearest available cabins, the cloaked figure replied. Sounds like a good idea, Paul agreed, and the other loyal friends nodded. Great, let's go, the cloaked figure said as they walked to the Pokemon Center to approach Nurse Joy. So you wish to change cabins to rooms 206 onwards? Not a problem, she said. So far, they're unoccupied so you can change it, said Nurse Joy as Ash's loyal friends handed their previous cabin keys back to her. Who is sharing a cabin with who? She asked. Dawn and Serena for cabin 206, Bonnie and Clement for cabin 207, Alan and Marin for cabin 208, Gary and Paul for cabin 209, Max and Sawyer for cabin 210, Brock and Lucy for cabin 211, Harrison and Cameron for cabin 212, said the cloaked figure. Sure thing, Nurse Joy replied as she handed everyone their cabin keys. All done and dusted, Professor Kukui said. Excellent, let's head to our new cabins. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy, Alan added. No problem, she said with a smile. Let's go, the cloaked figure urged, and the large group started making their way to their cabins. The participants of the annual Global Pokemon Battle Tournament included Ash Ketchum, Kiawe, Gladion, Hao, Guzma, Gary Oak, Brock, Harrison, Max, Dawn, Paul, Cameron, Serena, Clement, Bonnie, Sawyer, Alan, Syllan, Misty, May, Drew, Kenny, Trip, Calem, Iris, Richie, Morrison, Tyson, Tobias, Barry, Nando, Conway, Virgil, Bianca, Stefan, Astrid, Tierno, Trevor, Shauna, Remo, and many others, totaling 256 contestants. On the day of the tournament, everyone gathered in the giant stadium, where Charles Goodshow, Scott, the regional champions, Wallace, Elite Four members, Frontier Brains, trial captains, and Island Kahunas awaited the contestants and audience. Welcome to the Global Pokemon Battle Tournament. There will be 256 competitors, supervised by our champions and Elite Four members from all regions. Before each battle begins, the participating Pokemon will be inspected to ensure they are free of any illegal substances. Any Pokemon found with such substances will result in immediate disqualification for their trainer. Additionally, any accusations against fellow participants regarding illicit substances will also lead to disqualification. The first match for each contestant will be a simple one-on-one match, leaving 128 remaining. After that, there will be tag battles, and eventually, all remaining battles will be full battles with each trainer using 6 Pokemon, Scott explained. And the winner of the tournament will earn 1 million Poke Dollars, Charles Goodshow added. Now, let's arrange the one-on-one matches. Please direct your attention to the large screen above, Scott gestured, and soon, all participants were matched against random opponents on the screen. The cloaked figure noted, so I'm up against a trainer named Dylan, being the very first match of the tournament. Scott continued, with 128 total participants, there will be 8 matches each day, lasting for 16 days. As the crowd began to exit the stadium, the cloaked figure sought out Scott and Charles Goodshow. "What can I do for you, Red?" Charles asked. "I have decided. After my one-on-one match, I'll reveal my true identity," the cloaked figure stated. "Excellent. Let's see how everyone else reacts," Scott replied. "I assume that none of the Elite Four except the Alolan ones and the champions from other regions know about my true identity," the cloaked figure inquired. "Nope, they don't know," Charles confirmed. "They've tried to ask us numerous times, but aside from telling them your name is Red, we wouldn't say more and told them to wait until the time comes," Scott added. "Fair enough. They will know my true identity during my match tomorrow," the cloaked figure concluded. "That's right. Good luck on your match tomorrow," Charles said. "Thanks, guys," the cloaked figure responded as he walked back to his cabin, where Professor Kukui, Hala, How, Gladion, and Ash's loyal friends awaited him. "So Red, your match is tomorrow?" Max asked. "Correct," the cloaked figure replied. "Best of luck. We'll be cheering you on," Brock encouraged. "Thanks, everyone. And good luck in your one-on-one matches. I'm sure all of you will win," the cloaked figure said, eliciting smiles from the group. "Alright, Professor Kukui, Hala, How, Gladion, Kiawe, Sophocles, Mallow, Lily, and Lana, I have something important to discuss in private. Please come to my cabin immediately," the cloaked figure instructed. "No problem," Hala agreed as they headed to cabin. "I'll catch you guys later," the cloaked figure said to Ash's friends. "Sure thing, see you later," Harrison replied as the cloaked figure returned to his cabin door. After opening it and locking it behind them, everyone entered. "So Ash, what do you wish to tell us?" Lily asked. "I'll be revealing my true identity after my first one-on-one match," Ash said as he removed his mask and cloak. "Really? Have you informed Charles Goodshow and Scott?" Mallow asked. "Yep, shortly after we were matched against a random opponent," Ash replied. "And Hala, I have a request for you." "Spit it out, Hala." Encouraged. "Please inform the Elite Four of Alola, the Island Kahunas, and trial captains about this, but make sure they don't tell anyone else," Ash requested. "No problem. I'll let them know tomorrow morning after breakfast before your match begins," Hala assured him with a thumbs up. The next morning, about an hour after breakfast, as contestants filled the spectating seats surrounding the large battlefield, Ash and Dylan made their way to their respective sides. Our first match of the tournament will begin with Red vs Dylan. Both sides are only allowed to use one Pokémon, and the battle will conclude when one of the Pokémon is unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their first Pokémon, requested the referee. Go, Reuniclus, said Dylan as the multiplying Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Go, Unpheasant, said the cloaked figure as the proud Pokémon joined the fray. Battle begin, announced the referee. Reuniclus, use Calm Mind, commanded Dylan. The multiplying Pokémon closed its eyes, its body glowing white as it enhanced its special attack and special defense. Unpheasant, use Heat Wave, ordered the cloaked figure. The proud Pokémon unleashed a powerful wave of flames at Reuniclus, landing a direct hit, but the damage was slightly mitigated due to Calm Mind. Why did Red have Unpheasant use Heat Wave even though Reuniclus's special defense was raised, asked Dawn. No idea, but I'm sure he's planning something, replied Paul. Not sure what you're up to, but you won't win. Use Psyshock, commanded Dylan. Reuniclus gathered a beam of blue and purple energy and fired it at Unpheasant. Use Sky Attack, directed the cloaked figure. Unpheasant became enveloped in a bright beam of light, charging energy for the next turn. However, it was also hit by Psyshock and took damage. So Red plans to finish this off with the next shot, said Alan. Let's see if he is successful, said Sawyer. Don't forget, he's our champion of Alola, added Gladion. So the chances of him being successful are very high, Hao chimed in. Use Psyshock once more, commanded Dylan, but Reuniclus was surrounded by flames, rendering it unable to move. What just happened? Asked Marin. Must be from the additional effects of Heat Wave, answered Gary. That was probably what Red was planning when getting Unpheasant to use Heat Wave, said Max. Now's our chance. Finish it off with Sky Attack, said the cloaked figure as Unpheasant charged toward Reuniclus at high speed, scoring a direct hit and knocking it out of action. Reuniclus is unable to battle. Unpheasant wins. Therefore, the winner of this match is Red, announced the referee. That was quick, commented Serena. Shows how powerful he is, said Sophocles. Seconds later, the referee approached the cloaked figure and handed him a microphone, which left the audience puzzled. What is Red doing? Asked Harrison in confusion, but the next moment provided the answer. Many of you are probably wondering why I have been wearing this mask and cloak during this tournament. I think it's time I revealed my true identity, said the cloaked figure as he removed his mask and cloak, leaving the spectators shocked and speechless. No way, said Paul, speechless. Am I dreaming? Asked Marin. Pinch yourself to see, said Tyson, but Marin knew there was no need. Ash is alive, exclaimed Dawn and Serena, tears of joy filling their eyes. That's right. I'm Ash Ketchum, the individual reported dead by the Global News about 2 years ago. The truth is, I faked my death and had some people make it appear on the news, despite it being false. I did this because when I returned home after participating in the Kalos League and finishing second, I was betrayed by some former friends and rivals who told me to give up on my dream of becoming a Pokémon master since I did not win any mainstream leagues. I won't specify who the traitors are, but I am currently the champion of Alola. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Elite Four of Alola, the Island Kahunas, trial captains, or Scott and Charles Goodshow themselves to confirm, Ash explained, allowing the audience time to absorb his words. After a moment, he continued, now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving this battle arena, as there are other matches to be held here after this one. With that, Ash left the battlefield and joined the other champions, Elite Four members, Wallace, Frontier Brains, Island Kahunas, and trial captains. Ash, is that really you? Asked Lance. Indeed it is me, replied Ash. You can ask the Alolan Elite Four, Island Kahunas, and trial captains to confirm, he added, and those he mentioned nodded in agreement. To think that you became the champion of Alola. You have grown so much, said Steven. Huh, thanks, Steven, Ash replied. So you mentioned that you were betrayed by some of your former friends and rivals. Could you tell us what happened? Asked Alder. It started when I returned home after finishing second in the Kalos League. Most of my previous traveling companions and rivals were waiting for me. Some told me to give up my dream of becoming the Pokemon Master while others stood by me. I went to Professor Oak's lab and told him and Gary what happened. They supported me and gave me a Nanodex, which contains many functions such as Pokédex information, a camera, coin flips, phone calls, and storing unlimited Pokemon. After that, I trained with all my Pokemon at Mount Silver for 2 years while Professor Oak, Gary, and my mother informed the global news about my supposed death, as I wanted to avoid any attention during that time. 2 years after the betrayal, Scott and Charles Goodshow invited me to compete in this tournament, so I moved to Alola, completed all trials and grand trials, and defeated the Elite Four, which led me to become the champion of Alola, Ash explained. So how did you meet Professor Kukui and his 5 students? Asked Cynthia. Not long after I arrived in Alola, I came across a commotion where 3 Team Skull grunts were harassing 3 students to hand over their Pokemon. I challenged them to a battle and easily defeated them, which led to my friendship with Professor Kukui and the 5 students. Thanks to them, I was able to complete the island trials and grand trials, Ash answered. Who's Team Skull? Asked Agatha. An evil organization based in Alola, similar to Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto, replied Hala. If I remember correctly, a candidate named Guzma is participating in the tournament. Is he the leader of Team Skull? Asked Aaron. Yes, that's him, Ash confirmed. How come he's competing in the tournament if he's part of a criminal organization? Asked Caitlin. Allow me to explain that, said Hala. Guzma and Professor Kukui were both my apprentices many years ago, but Guzma would always defy my teachings. Eventually, he had enough and ran off, determined to get stronger in his own way without using Z moves, soon forming Team Skull. It was my idea to let him join the tournament. Since he was an apprentice of Hala, I thought this would give him a chance to redeem himself, Ash explained. But what if he doesn't change and continues leading Team Skull? Diantha asked. Then we'll just arrest him and disband Team Skull. That's why multiple officer Jennies are here to help supervise the tournament, Ash replied. I see. Well, congratulations on becoming the champion of Alola, Wallace said, and the others applauded. Thanks again, Ash said, bowing in return. A few hours later, after all 4 of the morning matches were over, Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario began to make their way to their cabin when they were approached by a group of people he least wanted to see. Well. Look who it is. The so-called champion of Alola, May mocked. A kid like you becoming the champion? What a joke, Iris sneered. We demand a rematch to see if you are actually the champion of Alola, Kenny ordered. And what if I say no? Ash challenged. You don't have an option, Drew replied. No point, the victor is obvious, Ash stated confidently. What, are you scared? Guzma taunted. Not at all. I'm just unimpressed by you guys for being so foolish, Ash said dismissively. Foolish? Coming from the one who is unaware that we outnumber you, Calem retorted. Not for long, said an approaching figure, which turned out to be Hala, accompanied by Professor Kukui, Hao, Gladion, Mallow, Lily, Kiawe, and Sophocles. Surprised you haven't learned your lesson yet. Now get lost before we send out our Pokemon, Gladion warned. How pathetic. A champion who needs a group of bodyguards to protect him, Misty mocked. Even if you outnumber me, you'd still be defeated like last time. So clear off, or you will be disqualified from the tournament for harassment, Ash warned. Not to mention that you were responsible for 2 other cases of harassment, one against Dawn and Serena, and the second against my loyal friends, he added. Alright, you win, Trip conceded. For now, that is, Calem added as the group retreated. Thanks for sticking up for me, Ash said to Professor Kukui, Hala, Hao, Gladion, Kiawe, Sophocles, Mallow, Lily, and Lana. No problem, Professor Kukui replied. Those troublemakers never learn, do they? Lily asked in disgust. Seems to be the case, Sophocles agreed. Let's head to our cabins, Hala suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement as they made their way there. On the way, two familiar voices caught their attention. Ash, the voices called, and the group turned to see who it was. Seconds later, Ash felt two people wrap their arms around him and kiss him on the cheek. Dawn. Serena? Ash asked, surprised as the two girls held on to him. After 4 years, I finally get to see you again, Dawn said. So happy to see you as the champion of Alola, Serena added. And guess what, Ash, Dawn said. What? Ash asked, intrigued. I finally became a top coordinator, Dawn announced. And I managed to beat Arya and become the Kalos queen, Serena added proudly. Really? That's amazing. Congrats to both of you, I'm so proud, Ash said with a smile, causing the girls to blush as they kissed him on the cheek again. Meanwhile, Professor Kukui, Hala, Gladion, Hao, and the students watched the scene unfold with amusement. What did I just witness? Mallow asked. What you just saw was our champion of Alola gaining 2 admirers, Hao replied with a smirk. And one happens to be a top coordinator while the other is the Kalos queen, Lana added. Well, things just got a lot more interesting, Kiawe remarked. Ash, another group called out, revealing his loyal friends, which now included Richie, Morrison, Tyson, Tobias, Barry, Nando, Conway, Virgil, Bianca, Stefan, Tierno, Trevor, and Shauna. Long time no see, Ash said while shaking hands and hugging his old friends. To be honest, we were initially upset with you for faking your death, Brock admitted. But after hearing your explanation once your match ended, we understood why you did it and bear no hard feelings, Alan said. Yeah, be lucky we're forgiving you, otherwise, you would have to pay a fine, Barry joked, causing everyone to chuckle. Guess some things never change, do they? Ash commented. Apparently not, Nando replied. Well, Ash. Congratulations on becoming the champion of Alola, Tobias said. Thanks, Tobias, Ash replied. And how is everyone? I've successfully become a Pokemon doctor, Brock shared. I won the last Hoenn League, Max said proudly. Same for me, except it was the Unova League, Paul added. I also defeated Brandon in my rematch. That's so great to hear, Ash said enthusiastically. And don't forget that I also won the last Kalos League, Bonnie chimed in. Congrats to all of you for your achievements, Ash said, beaming with pride. Ash, that cloaked figure I battled several days ago. That was you, wasn't it? Sawyer asked. Indeed it was me, Ash confirmed. No way. You've gotten that strong. No wonder you were able to beat me so easily, Sawyer said in awe. Well, he is the champion of Alola after all, Virgil remarked. Ash, do you remember our promise? Max asked. Of course I remember. Let's get started, Ash said as he led the group to one of the battlefields. So Max, show me what you've got, Ash said upon arriving at the battlefield. As you wish. Galade, let's do this, Max declared as the Blade Pokemon appeared. A Galade, huh? Very majestic. Alright, Garchomp, I choose you, Ash said as the mock Pokemon roared onto the battlefield. Since when did you get a Garchomp? Cameron asked, surprised. He was still a Gibble when Ash caught him in Sinnoh, Brock explained. And now, he's a Garchomp, Dawn added. Ash, does it still know Draco Meteor by any chance? Not anymore. You'll see what moves it has now, Ash replied. So you don't have to worry about Piplup getting hit by Draco Meteor anymore, he added, causing everyone to laugh. Max, you can go first. Galade, use Bulk Up, ordered Max as the Blade Pokemon flexed its muscles, surrounded by a red aura that increased its attack and defense. Boost. Things up with Hone Claws, commanded Ash as Garchomp rubbed its claws together. What does Hone Claws do? Asked Marin. It increases attack and accuracy, answered Clement. I see what Ash is about to do, said Sawyer, and the others, except for Ash and Max, turned their attention to him. Oh, you'll find out soon. Focus on the battle, and you will know what I mean, he said, and the others nodded, returning their focus to the match. Use Zen Headbutt, commanded Max as Galad's head began to glow blue-white, charging towards Garchomp. Block it with Iron Tail, ordered Ash, as Garchomp's tail glowed silvery white and clashed with the incoming attack. Neither side gave way, and both Pokémon were knocked backward. So, Max, I can see that your Galade can Mega Evolve. Shall we move things to the next level? Asked Ash. I thought you would never ask. Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve, said Max, as a beam of energy enveloped his Keystone and the Galadite, causing Galade to change form. Mega Galade. Fascinating. Garchomp, let's do this. Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve, said Ash, as the same phenomenon occurred with his Keystone and the Garchompite. Shortly afterward, Garchomp finished changing form. Mega Garchomp looks so intimidating with its claws forming into sharp blades, commented Lana. However, one problem with Garchomp Mega Evolving is that its speed becomes slightly reduced compared to its normal form, said Professor Kukui. And when Galade Mega Evolves, its speed increases, added Hala. Well, let's see how Ash manages to overcome this speed obstacle, said Morrison. Knowing Ash, he will not let that stop him from winning, said Richie. I feel like if my Charizard faced Ash's Garchomp, it would have been a very tough fight for my Charizard, commented Alan. Use close combat, ordered Max as Galade charged towards Garchomp. Not just yet, thought Ash to himself. When Galade was within a certain distance, Ash gave the command. Use Dragon Rush, he said, as Garchomp's body glowed blue and dived towards the incoming Galade, causing both Pokémon to take significant damage and be knocked backward. Use Zen Headbutt, ordered Max, but he noticed that Galade could not move. Must be from the effects of Dragon Rush, which sometimes causes the affected target to flinch, said Conway. Now finish it off with Earthquake, commanded Ash as Garchomp slammed itself onto the ground, causing a powerful tremor that shook the battlefield and damaged Galade, eventually causing the Blade Pokémon to faint and revert to its original form. Well done, Garchomp, said Ash as the mock Pokémon returned to its original state. So, Dawn, you now see what moves it has learned while replacing Draco Meteor, he asked. Yes. And your Garchomp is very powerful, replied Dawn. So strong. Thanks for the battle, Ash, said Max as he recalled Galade and approached Ash, offering his hand for a handshake. No worries. It may have been short, but your Galade certainly did very well, said Ash, accepting the handshake. Alright, I have an idea for everyone. Since my next match isn't until at least 15 days later, I am willing to accept anyone who wants to battle me for training purposes. Just let me know, and I will try to find some time to do so. Best of luck to everyone in their one-on-one matches over the next 15 days. Hopefully, all of you, except for those who are not competing, will be able to make it to the tag partner match. Speaking of the tag partner match, I wonder who I will be teamed up with, said Ash. Anyone who gets teamed up with you will be very lucky to have you as their partner, said Gary. Maybe so, but I expect my partner to do their best in the match when teaming up with me. The last thing I want is for my partner to solely rely on my Pokémon's skills and strengths without contributing to the battle, said Ash. Of course, said Bianca. And let's hope that none of us will get paired up with the traitors. That would be a massive obstacle and could prove disastrous for us, added Tierno. Agreed, that's the last thing I would want to happen, especially if it stops us from winning the tag battle match, nodded Shauna. And one last thing. At the moment, we outnumber the traitors and Team Skull, so we have the numerical advantage. But make sure to stick together in 1 or 2 groups. If any of you are seen by the traitors individually or in small groups, they are sure to target you, advised Ash. What about you? Asked Trevor. You don't need to worry about me. Even if they all gang up on me, they stand no chance, assured Ash. Don't forget, he did manage to rescue us from the traitors by defeating them one by one without too much effort, said Serena. That's right, so no need to worry, added Dawn with her well-known catchphrase. And that's when I worry the most, said Ash, and everyone laughed while Dawn playfully punched him on the shoulder. At the end of the day, when Ash finally reunited with his loyal friends, midnight came, and everyone was sleeping in their cabins. However, the raven-haired trainer, after a tiring day, forgot to lock his cabin door before sleeping in his bed. In the middle of a dream, Trip demanded, well, Dawn. Are you going to turn against Ash's loyal friends or not? Forget about Ash. He's gone for good, said Drew. Yeah, why think about Ash when you already have me, asked Kenny. Get lost. I want nothing to do with you, said Dawn as she tried to run away but was immediately surrounded. Oh no, you don't, said May as she grabbed Dawn's arms. If you resist, we will send out our Pokémon and attack you until you agree to join us against Ash's loyal friends, warned Iris. I'd like to see you try, challenged Dawn. Your funeral, said Misty. Empoleon, come on out, said Kenny as the Emperor Pokémon appeared. Use Signal Beam, he commanded, as Empoleon fired a beam of light towards Dawn, who could not move. As the attack was about to hit Dawn in her dream, she closed her eyes and braced herself. A few moments later, she shot up in bed, realizing it was only a nightmare. The events of the dream lingered in her mind, making it difficult for her to fall back asleep. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Noticing that Serena was still asleep, Dawn quietly slipped out of her cabin and checked Ash's door, which was unfortunately unlocked. She opened the door and saw Ash peacefully sleeping in the middle of his large bed. A smile spread across her face as she climbed onto the bed, settled on the left side of him, and gently kissed his cheek before drifting off to sleep. About 10 minutes later, Serena woke up with the urge to use the restroom. Afterward, she noticed that Dawn was missing from her bed and grew suspicious. Deciding to check on Ash, she entered his cabin and found Dawn sleeping beside him. Without hesitation, she closed the door and locked it, then joined them on the bed, kissing Ash on the cheek before falling asleep herself. At 6 a.m., as the sun began to rise, Pikachu yawned and woke up. Spotting Dawn and Serena sleeping next to Ash, he couldn't help but smirk. He grabbed the Nanodex from Ash's backpack and activated the camera feature, capturing a photo of the 3 of them before putting the device back. An hour later, Pikachu noticed they were still asleep and came up with another idea. He quietly left cabin 205, knocking on the doors of the other cabins, except for cabin as everyone emerged. Pikachu showed them the photo he had taken. Wait, is that Dawn and Serena sleeping with Ash? Asked Cameron, surprised. It seems so, replied Virgil. But how did they get in there? Mallow wondered. We'll have to ask them when they wake up, Clement suggested. Should we wake them up now? Brock asked, and Pikachu nodded, signaling everyone to be quiet as they entered Ash's cabin. Seconds later, Pikachu sparked with electricity and released it towards Ash, Dawn, and Serena. Pikachu! He exclaimed, waking them up with a jolt. H! They screamed, tumbling off the bed, with Dawn and Serena landing on top of Ash. About time you woke up, Ashy boy, Gary teased. What are you guys doing in my cabin? Ash asked, confused. Care to explain this? Glad Ion said, as Pikachu showed Ash the photo. Holy Arceus! How did Dawn and Serena get in here? Ash exclaimed, realizing the situation. Your door wasn't locked, Dawn and Serena replied sheepishly from atop Ash. Can you get off me now? Ash asked. Oh, sorry, they said, moving aside. Why did you come in here in the first place? Ash questioned. I had a nightmare and couldn't sleep, so I wanted to be with you, Dawn admitted nervously. And I noticed Dawn was missing, so I came to join her, Serena added. Was that really necessary? Ash asked, sweat dropping. Yes, they replied, and both girls kissed him on the cheek, causing everyone to laugh. Looks like Ashy Boy is finally growing up, Gary joked. Who took that photo? Ash asked, and everyone except Dawn and Serena pointed at Pikachu. Pikachu, why? Ash asked, while Pikachu laughed, delighting in the moment. Alright, I'll forgive you this time. But no ketchup for you until after the tournament if you do that again, Ash warned, making Pikachu lower his head in shame. Shall we head to breakfast? Ash suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. Wait for me, I need to get changed first, Ash said as they all left cabin 205, while Dawn and Serena headed to cabin 206 to change. About an hour later, after breakfast, Serena approached Ash. Since the tag partner match is coming up, Dawn and I were wondering if we could team up to battle you. That sounds like a great idea. It would be good practice, Ash replied. When would you like to battle? Dawn asked. Since I have no arrangements right now, we can do it now if you want, Ash offered. Sounds great, Serena said. Alright, meet me and Serena in 5 minutes outside our cabin, Dawn instructed as the girls went to grab their Pokeball. Excellent, let's go, Ash said as they made their way to the battlefield. Dawn and Serena, show me what you've got, now that you're a top coordinator and Kalos queen, Ash challenged. As you wish, they replied, sending out their Pokemon, Piplup and Sylveon. Alright, Pikachu and Bulbasaur, let's do this, Ash said, releasing his seed Pokemon alongside Pikachu. A Bulbasaur? When did you get that? Serena asked, surprised. When I first journeyed in Kanto, Ash explained. And why hasn't it evolved yet? Dawn inquired. Just like your Piplup and my Pikachu, it refuses to evolve, Ash replied with a smile. But don't underestimate it just because it didn't evolve, Ash advised. Of course we won't, especially since its owner is a champion, Serena replied. And ladies first, Ash said, gesturing for Dawn and Serena to make their move first. As you wish, Dawn said. Piplup, use Bubble Beam. The penguin Pokemon opened its mouth and fired a beam of bubbles at Ash's Pokemon. Sylveon, use Calm Mind, Serena commanded as the intertwining Pokemon closed its eyes, its body glowing white, increasing its special attack and special defense. Pikachu, use Surf. Bulbasaur, use Work Up, Ash instructed. Pikachu summoned a large wave of water and began riding on it, charging towards Piplup and Sylveon, while Bulbasaur's body became surrounded by a red aura, boosting its attack and special attack. Pikachu knows Surf. Serena exclaimed, surprised to see the mouse Pokemon use such a powerful water-type attack. A shield against ground-type attacks, Ash smiled as Surf hit Piplup, causing minimal damage, while Sylveon took some damage. Impressive. As expected from the champion of Alola. Use Ice Beam on Bulbasaur, Dawn commanded as Piplup fired a powerful beam of ice towards the seed Pokemon. Use Moonblast on Pikachu, Serena ordered, and Sylveon unleashed a pink orb of energy at Pikachu. Bulbasaur, protect Pikachu by using Power Whip on that incoming Moonblast. And Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to cancel out the Ice Beam, Ash instructed. 2 large vines emerged from Bulbasaur's bulb, glowing purple as they struck the incoming Moonblast back at Sylveon, inflicting damage, while Pikachu fired a powerful Thunderbolt that neutralized the Ice Beam, creating an explosion that affected all 4 Pokemon. So strong, Serena commented. That Bulbasaur may not have evolved, but it certainly is no pushover, Dawn added. Guess it's our turn to attack, Ash said. Bulbasaur, use Sludge Bomb on Sylveon. Pikachu, use Quick Attack on Piplup. Bulbasaur fired a brown sludge at Sylveon while Pikachu charged towards Piplup at high speed. Sylveon, stop Pikachu with Shadow Ball, Serena commanded as Sylveon fired a shadow ball towards Pikachu. Use Drill Peck on Bulbasaur, Dawn instructed as Piplup's beak glowed white and it spun towards Bulbasaur at high speed. Change of plans. Pikachu, jump into the air and use Thunderbolt on Sylveon, Ash ordered. Pikachu leaped just in time to fire a powerful beam of electricity at Sylveon, while Bulbasaur continued to fire the brown sludge at the same target. Both attacks hit, and since Sludge Bomb was super effective on Sylveon, the combined damage was enough to knock it out. Sylveon, no, Serena said as she recalled the intertwining Pokemon into its Pokeball. Take a good rest. Piplup, use Hydro Pump and combine it with Ice Beam, Dawn commanded, and Piplup unleashed a powerful jet of water, supported by Ice Beam. Pikachu, break through with Volt Tackle. Bulbasaur, use Power Whip to weaken Piplup's attack, Ash instructed. Pikachu became surrounded by electricity and charged through the combination of Hydro Pump and Ice Beam, while Bulbasaur's vines reduced the impact of Piplup's attack. Moments later, Pikachu landed a hit on Piplup with Volt Tackle, causing the penguin Pokemon to faint from the impact of the super effective attack. Piplup, you did great. Take a good rest, Dawn said as she recalled her Pokemon. Well done, Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Great teamwork, Ash praised, and both Pokemon smiled at their trainer. Same goes for both of you, Ash said to Dawn and Serena. Let's hope you two are paired up during the tag battle match. You would make a very formidable pair. Ah, thank you, Ash, Dawn and Serena said, blushing as they approached the raven-haired trainer and kissed him on the cheek. That's for helping us get stronger, Dawn said. And for preparing us for the tag battle match, added Serena. Good luck, Ash said. I know you both will do well. The next day, after lunch, Ash and his friends from Alola began to head to one of the battlefields for training when a familiar voice called out from behind. Yo Ash, over here, the voice said. Flint, is that you? Ash asked as he and his group approached the red-haired Sinnoh Elite Four member. Indeed it is. And I have brought someone else along with me, Flint replied, and a blonde-haired figure appeared from behind him. Long time no see, Ash, the blonde-haired figure said. It really has been a long time. So happy to see you again, Faulkner, Ash responded. Right back at you, Faulkner replied. So what brings you two here? Ash asked. After hearing the full story of your betrayal, I contacted Faulkner and explained everything, including the tournament you're participating in, Flint explained. And after learning about your situation, I decided to come to Alola to cheer for you along with Flint, Faulkner added. Wow, thanks guys. It means a lot to me. However, I'm sure you came to find me for another reason, right? Ash inquired. That's right. You know us too well, Faulkner said. Faulkner and I wish to challenge you to a battle, Flint announced. A battle? Sounds fun. What battle mode? Ash asked. Flint and I against you in a double battle, where we use one Pokemon each while you get to use two, Faulkner explained. Sounds great, but before we start, I'd like to invite a few friends to join us, including Brock and Dawn, Ash said. Sure thing. It would be nice to see them again, Flint said. Alright, Ash, Flint, your friends and I will head to a battlefield and wait for you and the others, Faulkner replied. No problem, see you soon, Ash said as he headed off to cabin 206 and knocked on the door. Coming, a female voice responded, and seconds later, the door opened to reveal Dawn and Serena. Hey Ash, what's up? Dawn asked. Remember Flint and Faulkner from our journey through Sinnoh? Ash said. Yes, what about them? Dawn inquired. Well, they just challenged me to a battle, so I told them I would get you and Brock to join us and watch, Ash explained. Oh yes, count me in, Dawn said enthusiastically. And Serena, you can join us if you wish, Ash added, looking at her. Of course, I'd love to. But who are Flint and Faulkner? Serena asked. Flint is one of the Sinnoh Elite Four members, and Faulkner is one of the Sinnoh Gym leaders, Dawn replied. And I'm about to get Brock to join us, Ash said. Alright, let's go knock on their door, Serena suggested, and the three of them went to cabin 211 and knocked. The door opened a few seconds later. Oh, hi Ash, Lucy greeted them. What can we do for you? Brock asked. Flint and Faulkner just challenged me to a battle, so I wanted to get you and Lucy to join Dawn, Serena, and me where everyone else is gathered, Ash explained. Flint and Faulkner, huh? Alright, let's go, Brock said as Lucy closed and locked their cabin door and joined Ash, Dawn, and Serena. About 5 minutes later, the five of them arrived at the battlefield where Flint, Faulkner, and Ash's friends from Alola were gathered and chatting. It's great to see that Ash has finally become a champion of a region, Faulkner remarked. Indeed it is, Professor Kukui agreed. Well, speak of the devil, look who's here, Flint said, and everyone turned to see Ash, Brock, Lucy, Dawn, and Serena arriving at the battlefield. Brock and Dawn, it's great to see you again, Faulkner greeted them. Same to you both, Brock and Dawn replied in unison. So Ash, are you ready for the battle? Flint asked. Ready whenever you are, Ash replied as he made his way to one end of the battlefield. Brock, can you referee this battle? Ash asked. No problem, Brock said as he walked to the halfway point of the battlefield. This will be an unofficial double battle, with Flint teamed up with Faulkner against Ash. Both sides are only allowed to use 2 Pokémon, with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon? Brock requested. Infernape, let's go, Flint called as the flame Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Electivire, let's battle, Faulkner said as the Thunderbolt Pokémon joined Infernape. Using your ace Pokémon, I see, Ash noted, and after a moment, he made his decision. Greninja and Sceptile, I choose you. Ash declared, sending out the Ninja Pokémon and the Forest Pokémon onto the battlefield. Greninja and Sceptile, huh? Dawn commented. It would be so great to see Ash's Greninja in action, especially with its bond phenomenon, Serena added. Bond phenomenon? Lana asked. Oh, you'll see. It's one of the most amazing things ever, Serena replied. And as for Sceptile, you'll see how powerful it is. It managed to defeat a Darkrai, Dawn explained. Defeating a mythical Pokémon? Now that's impressive, Hala remarked. Can't wait to see how Ash is going to battle the two, Hao said. Faulkner, let's first focus on taking out Greninja since both of our Pokémon have a type advantage over it, Flint suggested. Agreed. Faulkner replied. Electivire, use Thunder Punch on Greninja, he commanded as Electivire charged forward. Infernape, use Close Combat on Greninja, Flint ordered as Infernape followed suit. Sceptile, use Earthquake. Greninja, jump into the air and use Acrobatics on Infernape, Ash instructed. Sceptile leaped into the air, creating a powerful tremor that knocked Electivire and Infernape off balance while Greninja dove toward Infernape, striking multiple times. Using Earthquake, huh? Smart move, considering that it is super effective on Infernape and Electivire, Sophocles commented. And since Greninja is in mid-air, Earthquake will do no damage to it, Mallow added. Additionally, Acrobatics is super effective on Infernape as well, Gladion noted. As expected of Ash, such amazing battle strategies, Professor Kukui said. Certainly wasn't expecting that to happen, Faulkner admitted as Electivire and Infernape recovered. Same here. Now I can see what Steven meant when he said that Ash has really grown up, Flint remarked. Alright, change of plans. Infernape, use Fire Blast on Sceptile, he commanded as Infernape unleashed a powerful flame. Use Thunder Punch on Greninja once more, Faulkner instructed, and Electivire charged again. Cancel out the flames by using Rock Slide, Ash ordered. Sceptile spread its arms, glowing orange as rocks descended from the sky, negating the fire blast. And Greninja, use 2 shurikens, 1 for each hand, as both an offensive and defensive weapon and strike the incoming thunder punch, Ash added. Greninja produced 2 large blue shurikens and used them to counter Electivire's thunder punch. Using water shuriken this time. Seems like Ash's battle strategy with Greninja has changed a lot, Serena observed, drawing curious looks from the audience. Oh, previously when I journeyed with Ash, he used the move cut as an offensive and defensive weapon in multiple battles, Serena explained, and the others nodded in understanding. Greninja, you ready for this? Ash asked, and Greninja nodded in reply. Then let's do this. Ash shouted as a protective ring of water surrounded Greninja, transforming it into its Ash Greninja form. So impressive, Lana remarked. Can't wait to see it in action for the very first time for all of us, Kiawe added. Except for me, Serena corrected, prompting laughter from the others. Oh my, this is getting me fired up even more, Flint exclaimed. Same here, let's give it our all, Faulkner agreed. Greninja, use water shuriken on Infernape. Sceptile, use leaf blade on Electivire, Ash commanded as both Pokémon began to charge their attacks. Infernape, use thunder punch on Greninja, Flint ordered, and Infernape's fists glowed with electricity as it charged toward Greninja. Electivire, use fire punch on Sceptile, Faulkner instructed, and Electivire's fists ignited with flames as it rushed toward Sceptile. Moments later, the attacks clashed, causing damage to all 4 Pokémon. Electivire, use Thunder Punch on Greninja, Faulkner commanded. Infernape, use Blaze Kick on Sceptile, Flint said as Infernape's feet glowed with fire and charged at Sceptile. Sceptile, use Dragon Pulse. Greninja, use Double Team and follow up with Blizzard, Ash ordered. Sceptile unleashed a powerful beam of energy at Infernape while Greninja created copies of itself and launched a blizzard at both Infernape and Electivire. Electivire took some damage, while Infernape was only slightly affected by the Ice-type attack but was hit hard by Dragon Pulse. Flint, I think it's time we combined our attacks, Faulkner suggested. I agree. Let's finish this battle, Flint replied. Use Thunder Fire Blast, they both commanded as their Pokémon unleashed their final attacks, which fused together. Very impressive, yet powerful, Ash commented. Greninja, finish this with your final shot of Water Shuriken. Sceptile, use Dragon Pulse again, Ash instructed. Greninja created a giant golden shuriken and launched it at the combined attack while Sceptile supported it with Dragon Pulse. That water shuriken is much more powerful than before, Glad Ion observed, astonished by the size of the attack. Seconds later, the combined attacks created a massive explosion that enveloped the battlefield, but Ash's Pokémon ultimately overpowered and struck Electivire and Infernape. When the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Infernape and Electivire had fainted. Infernape and Electivire are unable to battle. Greninja and Sceptile win. Therefore, the winner of this match is Ash Ketchum, champion of Alola, Brock announced. Well done, Greninja and Sceptile, Ash praised as Greninja reverted to its original form. It's been too long since we had such a fun battle, Faulkner said. Agreed, Flint added as they approached Ash and extended their hands. That was an intense battle. Thanks for making it so enjoyable, Ash, Flint said. Thanks to you too, Flint and Faulkner. I can say the same for you both, Ash replied as he shook their hands. Just then, Ash felt a gentle kiss on his cheek. Thanks for displaying such an amazing battle, Serena said. We all learned a lot, thanks to you, Dawn added. Haha, thanks, Dawn and Serena, Ash responded, then turned to Flint and Faulkner. Flint and Faulkner, let's battle again sometime, Ash suggested. Of course, it would be my pleasure to battle the champion of Alola again, Faulkner replied. And to everyone competing in the tournament, Faulkner and I wish you the best of luck. We will be spectating every match and supporting you all, Flint said. So give it your best shot, especially with tough competition ahead, Faulkner encouraged. Hey Ash, remember our last battle in Sinnoh? Barry asked, joining Ash and Richie after breakfast. Yeah, what about it? Ash replied. Since Team Rocket interrupted it and we never finished, I'd like to complete it now, Barry proposed. Fair enough, same Pokemon as last time? Ash asked. Of course. When are you able to battle? Barry inquired. Now should be fine. We've got an hour before the morning matches begin. Plus, it would be good practice for your single match, Ash suggested. Sweet, let's go, Barry said. Ash, do you mind if I battle you after the morning matches, with a 3 versus 3 battle? Richie asked. Shouldn't be a problem, Ash replied. Could you referee this battle? That's fine with me, Richie agreed as they made their way to one of the battlefields. This will be an unofficial one-on-one battle between Ash and Barry, with both sides only allowed to use one Pokemon each. Substitutions are not allowed, and the battle will end when either side's Pokemon can no longer battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon? Richie announced. Empoleon, let's go, Barry called as the Emperor Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Infernape, I choose you, Ash said as the Flame Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, Richie declared. Barry, you may have the first move, Ash offered. As you wish. Empoleon, use Hydro Pump, Barry commanded, and Empoleon unleashed a jet of water at Infernape. Dodge it and use Swords Dance, Ash instructed, and Infernape swiftly evaded the attack, creating a circle of animated swords that boosted its attack power. Not bad. Use Drill Peck, Barry countered as Empoleon charged toward Infernape. Counter with Thunder Punch, Ash ordered, and Infernape's fists glowed with electricity, successfully blocking the incoming attack. Now strike with your other fist, Ash added, and Infernape landed a powerful hit on Empoleon, causing significant damage. Impressive, Barry thought as he watched his Empoleon recover. Finish this off with close combat, Ash commanded as Infernape charged at Empoleon. Wait for it, Barry strategized. As Infernape closed in, he shouted, use Hydro Cannon. Empoleon fired a powerful blast of water, hitting Infernape directly. Despite the damage, Infernape pressed on, striking Empoleon repeatedly with its fists, bolstered by Swords Dance. Eventually, Empoleon collapsed. Empoleon is unable to battle. Infernape wins. Therefore, the winner is Ash Ketchum, champion of Alola, announced Richie. Barry sighed, oh man, I lost. But you put up a great fight. I'm really impressed with how far you managed to go and how much damage you inflicted on Infernape, Ash replied. Thanks for the battle, Ash, Barry said, extending his hand for a handshake. No problem, Ash said, accepting the handshake. During the last morning match, Mike commanded, Porygon Z, use Tri-Attack. The virtual Pokemon produced 3 colored orbs orange, yellow, and light blue and fired a beam of energy towards the incoming Swampert. Swampert, dodge it and finish it off with Waterfall, Brock instructed. The mud fish Pokemon motioned its arms, causing a geyser of water to erupt from the ground and strike Porygon, knocking it out of action. Porygon Z is unable to battle. Swampert wins. Therefore, the winner of the match is Brock Yuji from Pewter City, the referee declared. Well done, Swampert. Take a good rest, Brock said as he recalled the mud fish Pokemon into its Pokeball. So that marks the end of today's morning matches. The afternoon matches will begin at 2:30 p.m., the referee announced, and everyone began to exit the stadium. Ash, we still have less than an hour until lunch. Shall we battle now? Richie asked, joining Barry. Sounds good to me. Let's go, Ash replied, leading Richie and Barry to a battlefield. This will be an unofficial battle between Ash and Richie. Both sides may use 3 Pokemon each and can substitute at any time. The battle will end when all of either side's Pokemon are knocked out. Can both sides please take out their Pokemon? Barry requested. Sparky, let's do this, Richie said as his Pikachu appeared from its Pokeball. Pikachu, want to battle? Ash asked, and Pikachu nodded, jumping off Ash's shoulder and into the battlefield. Battle begin, Barry announced. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded as Pikachu released a powerful beam of electricity toward Sparky. Sparky, use Rain Dance, Richie ordered, and Sparky summoned dark clouds that covered the battlefield. Soon, rain began to pour. Pikachu's attack hit, but it seemed to have no effect on Sparky. I'm guessing your Sparky has the ability Lightning Rod? Ash asked. Correct. Now that you hit Sparky with an electric-type attack, its special attack is raised, Richie replied. Use Quick Attack, Ash commanded as Pikachu charged toward Sparky at high speed. Stop it with Thunder, Richie ordered, and Sparky fired a powerful bolt of electricity, hitting Pikachu directly due to the rain enhancing its accuracy. Impressive. You've certainly gotten stronger, Richie, Ash acknowledged. Thanks, Ash. Show us what you've got, now that you're the champion of Alola, Richie challenged. As you wish, use Quick Attack again, Ash ordered, but instead, Pikachu's body became surrounded by a white and clear aura as it charged toward Sparky, striking it and dealing significant damage. No way. Ash said in disbelief. Did Ash's Pikachu just learn extreme speed? Barry asked, astonished. You're not wrong, Richie confirmed. A much more powerful version of Quick Attack. But we won't give in that easily. Use Signal Beam, he commanded as Sparky released a yellowish-green beam of light at Pikachu. Cancel it out with Thunderbolt, Ash ordered. Pikachu fired another beam of electricity, causing an explosion that damaged both Pokémon. Now use Surf, Ash commanded as Pikachu summoned a giant wave of water while riding on it. Pikachu knows Surf. Alright, destroy the wave with Thunder, Richie instructed, and Sparky fired a bolt of electricity at the incoming wave, causing Pikachu to lose balance. Don't give up, Pikachu. Finish it off with extreme speed, Ash encouraged. Pikachu regained its balance and charged toward Sparky, striking it directly and knocking it out. Richie's Pikachu is unable to battle. Ash's Pikachu wins, Barry announced. Return Sparky. You fought really well. Take a good rest. Happy, you're next, Richie said as his Butterfree appeared on the battlefield. Pikachu, return. Hawlucha, I choose you, Ash called as the wrestling Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, Barry said. Happy, use Quiver Dance, Richie ordered as Butterfree began to glow while dancing around Hawlucha. Hit it with Iron Head, Ash commanded, and Hawlucha charged towards Butterfree, landing a direct hit and knocking it backwards. Use Air Slash, Richie instructed, but noticed Butterfree couldn't move. That's due to Iron Head's effect, which can cause flinching. Use Swords Dance, Ash said as Hawlucha created several animated swords that began to dance, raising its attack. Use Air Slash again, Richie commanded, and this time Butterfree was able to move, flapping its wings and creating sharp slashes of air towards Hawlucha. Dodge it and use Acrobatics, Ash ordered. Hawlucha jumped into the air and dove towards Butterfree, striking it multiple times until it fainted from the impact. Butterfree is unable to battle. Hawlucha wins, Barry declared. Take a good rest, Happy, Richie said as Butterfree was recalled. To be fair, if Butterfree hadn't flinched, I might have done better in that battle, Richie remarked. Well, it was just a matter of bad luck for you and Butterfree, Ash replied. I guess. Alright, Cruz, I'm counting on you, Richie said as his armor Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. So Pupitar evolved into Tyranitar, huh? Alright, return Hawlucha. Beedrill, I choose you, Ash declared as the Poison Bee Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, Barry announced. Beedrill, use Drill Run, Ash commanded, and Beedrill's stingers began to spin like a drill as it charged toward Tyranitar at high speed. Use Stone Edge, Richie ordered. Tyranitar slammed its fist on the ground, causing sharp stones to erupt toward Beedrill. Despite taking some damage, Beedrill managed to eliminate the stone edge and struck Tyranitar directly, dealing significant damage. Wow, your Beedrill is powerful. However, it's time for us to do this, Richie said, revealing his key stone and Tyranitarite. Key stone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. A beam of energy enveloped Richie and Tyranitar, transforming the armor Pokemon. Beedrill, are you up for this? Ash asked, and Beedrill nodded. Alright, let's do this. Key stone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. Ash called out, and a similar transformation occurred. Now use Swords Dance, Ash commanded. Beedrill created several animated swords that danced in a circle, sharply boosting its attack. Speed things up with Rock Polish, Richie instructed as Tyranitar glowed white, increasing its speed. Use Crunch, Richie said, and Tyranitar charged toward Beedrill with its fangs glowing. X-Scissor, Ash commanded. Beedrill charged head-on, its stingers forming a purple X shape. The two moves clashed, but Beedrill's attack proved more successful, landing a direct hit on Tyranitar. So strong. Use Stone Edge once more, Richie ordered. Tyranitar slammed its fist down again, sending sharp stones flying toward Beedrill. Finish it off with Drill Run, Ash commanded. Beedrill's stingers formed a drill and spun toward the incoming Stone Edge, eliminating it and striking Tyranitar with a super effective attack. Moments later, Tyranitar collapsed and reverted to its original form, while Beedrill returned to its original state. Tyranitar is unable to battle. Beedrill wins. Therefore, the winner of this match is Ash Ketchum, Barry announced. Return, Cruz. You did great. Take a good rest for now, Richie said as he recalled Tyranitar. You too, Beedrill, Ash said as he recalled his Pokemon. Thanks for the battle, Ash. You've really gotten stronger since we last met, Richie said, approaching Ash and offering his hand for a handshake. Thanks, Richie. It's great seeing you and Barry competing here in this tournament, Ash replied as they shook hands. Since both Richie and I have won our respective single matches, the others better win as well, or they will have to pay a fine, Barry remarked, causing Ash, Pikachu, and Richie to sweat drop at his statement. As the last one-on-one match concluded, Charles Goodshow began another announcement. So that marks the end of all the one-on-one matches, leaving 128 participants left. The next set of matches will be tag battles, 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, starting the day after tomorrow and lasting for 4 days straight. Please pay attention to the screens to see your pairings, allocated day of your match, and match numbers. After a brief shuffle, the electronic screen revealed the following pairings. Ash and Paul, Day 1, Match 2. Barry and Richie, Day 1, Match 4. Gary and Alan, Day 1, Match 5. Dawn and Serena, Day 1, Match 7. Nando and Conway, Day 1, Match 8. Misty and Iris, Day 2, Match 3. Bianca and Stefan, Day 2, Match 4. Kiawe and Gladion, Day 2, Match 5. Sawyer and Tyson, Day 2, Match 6. Brock and Clement, Day 2, Match 7. Tierno and Trevor, Day 3, Match 1. Max and Bonnie, Day 3, Match 3. Drew and Kenny, Day 3, Match 4. Morrison and Remo, Day 3, Match 5. Guzma and May, Day 3, Match 8. Harrison and Cameron, Day 4, Match 1. Howe and Sillon, Day 4, Match 2. Astrid and Shauna, Day 4, Match 6. Tobias and Virgil, Day 4, Match 7. Trip and Calem, Day 4, Match 8. So just like the Heart Home City Tag Battle Competition, I'm teamed up with Paul, Ash said. Except this time, we will ensure that it is proper teamwork unlike last time, Paul replied. You bet, Ash said. Thank goodness I'm not teamed up with any of the traitors, Sawyer said in relief. I guess everyone here can say the same, Gary added, and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone better make it through, or they will have to pay a fine, Barry warned. Tisk, shut up, Barry, Paul said, annoyed. Now that our arrangements for the tag battle matches have been made, let's head to dinner, Brock suggested, and all of Ash's loyal friends nodded in agreement as they began to leave the stadium for the buffet restaurant near their hotel. The next day was a break, allowing participants to practice their tag battles and relax. On the day of the first match, Paul encouraged Ash, "All right, Ash. Let's win this." "As you wish." "Let's go," Ash replied as they prepared to face a pair of trainers named Alex and Bridget. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Ash and Paul versus Alex and Bridget. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokémon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle. "Can both sides please send out their Pokémon?" requested the referee. "Nidoking, stand by for battle," Paul said as the drill Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "Pidgeot, I choose you," Ash declared as the bird Pokémon took its place. "Go, Cryogonal," Alex said as the crystallizing Pokémon joined the fray. "Let's do this, Scolipede," Bridget announced as the Megapede Pokémon emerged. "There's one problem with Ash and Paul's team combination. Both Pidgeot and Nidoking share a common weakness to Ice-type attacks," Harrison noted. "Don't underestimate them," Dawn replied confidently. "Exactly. Ash is the champion of Alola after all," Sawyer added. "And Paul has faced his share of tough battles too," Brock chimed in. "Battle begin," the referee announced. "Pidgeot, use Tailwind," Ash commanded. The bird Pokémon flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that doubled the speed of itself and Nidoking for 3 turns. "Use Hail," Alex ordered, and Cryogonal summoned thick clouds above, starting to snow. "Speed things up with Swords Dance," Bridget instructed as Scolipede created a circle of animated swords, sharply raising its attack. "Use Focus Blast on Cryogonal," Paul directed. Nidoking generated a powerful light blue ball of energy and fired it at Cryogonal, landing a direct hit. "That's a super effective hit on Cryogonal," Tyson remarked. "And Hail will deal some damage to Pidgeot, Nidoking, and Scolipede," Shauna added. "But I'm sure Hail will serve another purpose," Alan suggested. "Use Blizzard," Alex commanded as Cryogonal unleashed a powerful blizzard toward Pidgeot and Nidoking. "I see." Alex had Cryogonal use Hail to ensure Blizzard never misses, Virgil observed. "Maybe so, but that doesn't prevent it from being eliminated by opposing attacks," Tobias countered. "Use Poison Jab on Pidgeot," Bridget ordered as Scolipede charged forward. "Use Tailwind to dodge the Poison Jab, then counter the Blizzard with Heat Wave," Ash instructed. Pidgeot dodged the attack and unleashed a powerful wave of flames, canceling out the incoming Blizzard. "Use Earth Power on Scolipede," Paul commanded. Nidoking slammed its fist on the ground, causing cracks to head toward Scolipede and scoring a direct hit. "Use Blizzard once more," Alex ordered as Cryogonal fired another powerful Blizzard. "Counter with Hurricane," Ash said as Pidgeot flapped its wings, creating a powerful gust that exploded against the Blizzard, covering the battlefield. But Ash wasn't finished. "Use the last turn of Tailwind and knock out Cryogonal with Steel Wing," he commanded. Pidgeot's wings glowed silvery white as it charged toward Cryogonal, landing a direct hit and knocking it out. "Cryogonal is unable to battle," the referee announced. "Return, Cryogonal," Alex said as he recalled his Pokémon. "Scolipede, use Earthquake on Nidoking," Bridget ordered. Scolipede slammed its body into the ground, causing a massive tremor. "Jump up and use Thunderbolt," Paul instructed. Nidoking leaped into the air and fired a bolt of electricity toward Scolipede. "Back it up with Heat Wave," Ash added as Pidgeot unleashed a wave of flames that fused with Nidoking's Thunderbolt. "Wow, it's just like Flint's Infernape's Fire Blast and Faulkner's Electivire's Thunder combination," Serena remarked. "Would you look at that, Flint," Faulkner commented. "Yes. It seems our hotshot champion of Alola has gained inspiration from our combination attack," Flint replied, impressed. A moment later, the fused attack struck Scolipede, heavily damaging it until it collapsed. Scolipede is unable to battle. Pidgeot and Nidoking win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Ash and Paul, the referee declared as the crowd erupted in applause. Well done, Paul. Great teamwork, Ash praised. Same to you, Ash. Now it's just the full battles for us with our tag battle match over, Paul replied. Are you ready, Barry? Richie asked. Ready, and you better be or you will have to pay a fine, Barry replied. Alright, Richie said, sweat dropping. Let's go, he added as they approached the battlefield to face their opponents, Chelsea and Darren. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Barry and Richie versus Chelsea and Darren. Each trainer is allowed to use only one Pokémon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon, the referee requested. Hitmonlee, let's go, Barry said as the kicking Pokémon appeared. Swellow, let's battle, Richie called as the swallow Pokémon took to the air. Tangrowth, show them what you're made of, Chelsea commanded as the vine Pokémon joined the battle. Manectric, let's fight, Darren said as the discharge Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Hitmonlee, use bulk up, Barry ordered. Hitmonlee's body became surrounded by a red aura, increasing its attack and defense. Swellow, use Sky Attack on Tangrowth, Richie instructed as Swellow charged energy. Tangrowth, use Sunny Day, Chelsea commanded, firing a beam of light into the sky, surrounding the battlefield with harsh sunlight. Manectric, use Thunderbolt on Swellow, Darren ordered, and the discharge Pokémon released a powerful bolt of electricity. Swellow, unable to dodge while charging for Sky Attack, took a direct hit but remained standing. Now fire with Sky Attack, Richie commanded. Use Power Whip on Hitmonlee, Chelsea countered as Tangrowth's arms glowed purple. Use Thunderbolt on Swellow once more, Darren instructed. Intercept both attacks with Blaze Kick, then use Blaze Kick on Tangrowth, Barry commanded. Hitmonlee's legs ignited with fire as it aimed at the incoming Thunderbolt and Power Whip, cancelling both attacks and striking Tangrowth. Fire with Sky Attack on Tangrowth, Richie ordered as Swellow charged forward, landing a hit on the vine Pokémon. A short moment later, the combination of Blaze Kick and Sky Attack, both super effective on Tangrowth, was enough to knock out the vine Pokémon. The referee announced, Tangrowth is unable to battle. Chelsea recalled her Tangrowth, and Darren commanded, Manectric, use Ice Fang on Swellow. The discharge Pokémon's fangs glowed light blue with ice as it charged toward Swellow. Barry, meanwhile, instructed Hitmonlee, use close combat. Hitmonlee's eyes glowed red as it approached Manectric, striking it with its legs multiple times, eventually knocking the discharge Pokémon out of action. The referee declared, Manectric is unable to battle. Hitmonlee and Swellow win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Barry and Richie. Barry exclaimed, Sweet, we did it. Richie thanked him, thanks for helping out my Swellow. Barry replied, no worries, your Sky Attack is what paid off when knocking out Tangrowth. Richie countered, not necessarily. Your Hitmonlee's Blaze Kick was powered up by Sunny Day as well, which greatly contributed to defeating Tangrowth. Barry chuckled, haha, I guess so. Richie added, not to mention that your Hitmonlee was the one that knocked out Manectric as well. I suppose, Barry acknowledged. Charles Goodshow announced, so that marks the end of the morning matches for today. The afternoon matches shall begin at 2:30 p.m., as everyone began making their way out of the stadium. Chapter End. During Day 1 Match 5, the referee announced, this will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Alan and Gary versus Emmanuel and Frank. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokémon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon? Sizer, I choose you, Gary declared as the pincer Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Metagross, let's battle, Alan said as the Iron Leg Pokemon joined the fray. Hippowdon, go, Emmanuel called, and the heavyweight Pokemon appeared, activating its Sand Stream ability and causing a sandstorm to envelop the battlefield. Aurorus, let's do this, Frank said as the Tundra Pokemon took its place. Interesting. Even though Sand Stream was activated, none of the Pokemon here will be affected since they are all rock, steel, or ground types, Bonnie commented. Well, that's an ability gone to waste, Max added, and the others nodded in agreement. Battle begin, the referee signaled. Metagross, use Rock Slide, Alan commanded. The Iron Leg Pokemon raised its front legs, glowing orange, and caused multiple rocks to tumble toward Aurorus and Hippowdon. Sizer, use Iron Head on Hippowdon, Gary instructed as Sizer charged forward with a glowing head. Hippowdon, use Earthquake, Emmanuel ordered, and the heavyweight Pokemon slammed its body onto the ground, creating a powerful tremor that surged toward Sizer and Metagross. Aurorus, defend yourself with Protect, Frank commanded, and the Tundra Pokemon created a blue barrier around itself, becoming immune to attacks for that turn. While Aurorus protected itself, the other three Pokemon successfully landed their attacks. Use Meteor Mash on Aurorus, Alan ordered as Metagross charged forward. Use X-Scissor on Hippowdon, Gary instructed, but Sizer was unable to move due to flinching. Stop Sizer with Thunderbolt, Frank commanded, and Aurorus fired a beam of electricity, hitting Sizer and paralyzing it. However, it was struck by Meteor Mash, causing it to faint. Aurorus is unable to battle, the referee declared. Return, Aurorus, Frank said as he recalled his Pokemon. Use Psyshock, Alan commanded, and Metagross fired a bluish-purple beam at Hippowdon. Hit it with X-Scissor again, Gary instructed, but Sizer remained immobilized. Use Earthquake, Emmanuel ordered, and Hippowdon slammed down again, causing tremors that struck both Metagross and Sizer while taking damage from Psyshock. Hippowdon may be outnumbered, but its Earthquake attack is still formidable, Nando remarked. Except against Pokemon that are immune to it, Conway added. I think it's time to finish this. Metagross, use Brick Break, Alan commanded as Metagross charged at Hippowdon. Sizer, use Iron Head once more, Gary instructed, but Sizer was still paralyzed. Use Superpower, Frank commanded, and Hippowdon gathered energy, slamming into both incoming Pokemon. A massive explosion erupted, taking a moment to clear, revealing that both Hippowdon and Metagross had fainted, but Sizer remained standing. Hippowdon and Metagross are unable to battle. The winner of the match is Alan and Gary, the referee announced. That was a close match for us, Gary said. Couldn't agree more, Alan replied. Day 1, Match 7 began with the referee announcing, this will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Dawn and Serena versus Gemma and Henry. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon? Typhlosion, Spotlight, Dawn called as the Volcano Pokemon appeared. Delphox, let's battle, Serena said as the Fox Pokemon joined her. So Dawn's Kalava has finally evolved into a Typhlosion. Impressive, Brock noted. A pair of final evolution fire-type starters in action. This will be interesting, Paul commented. But they might face some common type disadvantages, Clement added. Have faith in them, Ash said. Remember Dawn's words, no need to worry. And that's when I worry the most, Brock replied. Relax, sweetheart. Dawn is a top coordinator after all, Lucy assured. Delcatty, go, Gemma said as the Prim Pokemon appeared. Rhyperior, let's do this, Henry called as the Drill Pokemon joined the battle. Not good, considering Rhyperior has a significant type advantage over both Delphox and Typhlosion, Alan remarked. Battle begin, the referee signaled. Delcatty, use Fake Out on Delphox, Gemma ordered as Delcatty charged and clapped its paws, preventing Delphox from moving. Rhyperior, use Earthquake, Henry commanded, causing the battlefield to shake. Very smart strategy, using Fake Out on Delphox to ensure it gets hit by Earthquake, Glad Ion commented. However, Delcatty will also take damage from the Earthquake, Kiawe noted. Let's see how Dawn and Serena counter this, Professor Kukui said. Serena, knowing Delphox couldn't act, chose to wait and observe. Typhlosion, jump into the air and use Sunny Day, Dawn ordered. The volcano Pokemon leaped and released a bright light, bathing the battlefield in harsh sunlight. I think I know what Sunny Day is going to be used for, Ash said, and the others turned to him. Oh, just wait and see, he said, and the others focused back on the battle. Use Stone Edge on Delphox, commanded Henry as Rhyperior slammed its fists on the ground, causing several sharp stones to protrude and aim towards the fox Pokemon. Hit Typhlosion with Zen Headbutt, ordered Gemma as Delphox's head glowed blue and charged towards the volcano Pokemon. Serena, you ready for this? Asked Dawn. Ready when you are, replied Serena. Use Solar Beam, they shouted in unison as Typhlosion and Delphox fired a powerful white beam of light towards the incoming Stone Edge, which was instantly eliminated while scoring a direct hit on Rhyperior and Delcatty, causing a powerful explosion that covered the battlefield. About a minute later, the explosion cleared, revealing that Delcatty and Rhyperior had fainted. Delcatty and Rhyperior are unable to battle. Delphox and Typhlosion win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Dawn and Serena, announced the referee, prompting a massive applause. So that was what Sunny Day was used for, said Hao. Correct, replied Ash. That double solar beam was impressive. One of the best combinations I've ever seen, despite being the same attack, said Mallow. There would have been no way that Rhyperior could withstand that, given both of its types are vulnerable to grass-type attacks, commented Lana. Not to mention that it was a double combination in a naturally powerful attack, added Lily. Though Delcatty might have had a slim chance to withstand it, I guess Dawn's Typhlosion and Serena's Delphox are just too strong for them, said Sophocles. That is the power of being a top coordinator and Kalos queen, said Ash. Guess we're next then, Conway, said Nando. Alrighty, let's win this, said Conway. Day 1, Match 8. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Conway and Nando versus Isaac and Jack. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Armaldo, let's do this, said Nando as the plate Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Slowking, let's fight, said Conway as the royal Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Garbodor, go, said Isaac as the trash heap Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Linoon, I'm counting on you, said Jack as the rushing Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, announced the referee. Armaldo, use Swords Dance, ordered Nando as Armaldo's claws glowed purple while swinging, sharply boosting its attack. Garbodor, use Giga Drain on Slowking, said Isaac as the trash heap Pokemon released a green beam of energy towards the royal Pokemon. Use Extreme Speed on Slowking, commanded Jack as Linoon charged towards Slowking at high speed, surrounded by a clear aura. Slowking, use Protect, ordered Conway as the royal Pokemon's eyes glowed red, creating a blue barrier that repelled both opposing attacks. Use Belly Drum, said Jack as Linoon hit its belly, losing half its health but maximizing its attack. Quite a risky move using Belly Drum, said Marin. We'll have to see how Jack utilizes it, replied Paul. Exactly, it's too early to come to conclusions at the moment, said Ash. Use X-Scissor on Linoon, ordered Nando as Armaldo's claws formed a purple X shape aimed at the rushing Pokemon. Get in front of Linoon and use Gunk Shot, said Isaac as Garbodor stood in front of Linoon and fired a large purplish-black bag of garbage at the incoming X-Scissor. However, thanks to Swords Dance, X-Scissor managed to overpower and strike Garbodor, even though the attack wasn't very effective. Use Psychic on Garbodor, ordered Conway as Slowking's eyes glowed purple and fired a beam of energy at the trash heap Pokemon, scoring a direct hit and inflicting significant damage. Linoon may have been unhurt after using Belly Drum, but with the damage Garbodor's been taking from both attacks while protecting it, this might no longer be the case, said Max. Use extreme speed on Slowking again, said Jack as Linoone charged towards the royal Pokémon once more. Protect again, ordered Conway as Slowking's eyes glowed red, creating another blue barrier. Linoone crashed into the barrier and was knocked backwards. Use X-Scissor on Linoone immediately, commanded Nando as Armaldo's claws glowed white and fired a purple X shape at Linoone, who had no time to recover and was directly hit by the bug-type attack, eventually fainting moments later. Linoone is unable to battle, said the referee. Darn it. Return, Linoone, said Jack as the rushing Pokémon was recalled. There goes Belly Drum down the drain, said Tyson. Conway always had really good battling strategies. I remember that his Duskmore managed to take down my Noctowl and Donphan with the Trick Room strategy before losing to Gible in the Sinnoh League, commented Ash. Use Giga Drain on Slowking, ordered Isaac as Garbodor released a green beam of energy towards Slowking. Use Psychic again, said Conway as Slowking's eyes glowed purple and fired another beam of energy at the incoming Giga Drain, causing a powerful explosion. Now finish it off with Stone Edge, commanded Nando as Armaldo created 2 rings of sharp stones and fired them at Garbodor, instantly scoring a direct hit and knocking the latter out. Garbodor is unable to battle. Slowking and Armaldo win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Conway and Nando, announced the referee. Smart strategies. Very impressive, said Nando. Same goes to you. Your Armaldo made things a lot easier with Swords Dance, replied Conway. Chapter End. Day 2, Match 3. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Misty and Iris versus Karina and Leslie. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokémon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon, requested the referee. Seems like it's the first match of the traders, said Alan grimly. Let's see if Misty and Iris manage to win, said Dawn. They certainly have gotten stronger. So we'll just have to wait and see, replied Ash. However, from what Ash and I know, Misty primarily had water-type Pokémon, which posed a challenge in competitions, as Brock noted. However, Serena pointed out that Misty's Gyarados could Mega Evolve, so they needed to remain cautious if they faced her. Go, Politoed. Misty called as the frog Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. I choose Excadrill. Iris announced, summoning the subterranean Pokémon. Fiero, let's win this. Karina declared as the beak Pokémon soared into the arena. I'm counting on you, Skunk Tank. Leslie said as her skunk Pokémon joined the fray. Battle begin, the referee signaled. Excadrill, use Swords Dance. Iris commanded, and the metal claws of Excadrill glowed purple as it prepared for battle. Start off with Sky Attack. Karina ordered, and Fiero enveloped itself in a bright beam of light, charging energy for its next move. Use Ice Beam on Fiero. Misty instructed, and Politoed unleashed a powerful beam of ice, striking Fiero directly and inflicting significant damage. Hit Excadrill with Flamethrower. Leslie called, and Skunktank fired a jet of flames at Excadrill, landing a solid hit. Use Scald on Skunktank. Misty directed, and Politoed shot a jet of hot water at Skunktank. Counter with Sludge Bomb. Leslie commanded, and Skunktank retaliated with a glob of sludge, causing an explosion that affected all 4 Pokémon. Use Sky Attack on Politoed. Karina shouted as Fiero dove toward the frog Pokémon. Stop Fiero with Iron Head. Iris ordered, and Excadrill charged at Fiero, causing their attacks to collide. An explosion followed, damaging all 4 Pokémon. Use Flamethrower on Excadrill again. Leslie instructed, and Skunktank unleashed another jet of flames. Finish it off with Drill Run. Iris commanded, and Excadrill spun towards Skunktank, cancelling out the Flamethrower and landing a powerful hit that knocked Skunktank out. Skunk Tank is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Skunk Tank, Leslie said, recalling her Pokemon. Use Ice Beam on Fiero again. Misty ordered, and Politoed fired another beam of ice. Dodge it and use Aerial Ace. Karina called, but Fiero was unable to move and was struck by the ice beam, fainting from the super effective attack. Fiero is unable to battle. Politoed and Excadrill win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Misty and Iris, the referee declared. As Day 2 continued, the next match was announced. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Bianca and Stefan versus Madeline and Nelson. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will conclude when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Imbor, let's do this. Bianca said as the Mega Fire Pig Pokemon appeared. Leopard, let's win. Stefan called as the Cruel Pokemon joined the battle. Cofagrigus, go. Madeline commanded as the Coffin Pokemon appeared. Let's go, Dragalge. Nelson said as the Mock Kelp Pokemon entered the arena. Battle begin, the referee signaled. Leopard, use Nasty Plot. Stefan ordered, and the Cruel Pokemon created animated question marks, boosting its special attack. Imbor, use Bulk Up. Bianca commanded, and the Mega Fire Pig Pokemon flexed its muscles, enhancing its attack and defense. Dragalge, use Hydro Pump on Imbor. Nelson instructed, and Dragalge fired a powerful jet of water, hitting Imbor hard. Cofagrigus, use Calm Mind. Madeline ordered, and the Coffin Pokemon glowed white, increasing its special attack and defense. Bianca, let's focus on taking out Dragalge first, Stefan suggested. Agreed, Bianca replied. Alright, Leopard, use Dark Pulse on Dragalge. Stefan commanded, and Leopard unleashed an array of dark energy rings. Counter with Dragon Pulse. Nelson ordered, but the Dark Pulse overpowered it, hitting Dragalge and causing significant damage. Now use Hammer Arm on Dragalge. Bianca commanded, and Imbor charged toward Dragalge. Use Shadow Ball on Imbor. Madeline called, but Imbor deflected the Shadow Ball back at Cofagrigus, landing a super effective hit. Dragalge is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Dragalge, Nelson said, recalling his Pokemon. Use Energy Ball on Leopard. Madeline ordered, and Cofagrigus fired a green ball of energy. Eliminate it with Dark Pulse. Stefan commanded, and Leopard countered, overpowering the energy ball and knocking Cofagrigus out. Cofagrigus is unable to battle. Leopard and Imbor win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Stefan and Bianca, the referee declared. That was quick, seeing one Pokemon already out of action, commented Clement. Agreed, Tobias replied. Next would be us after lunch, Kiawe said. So fired up. Let's win this, Gladion added. As the morning matches concluded, everyone was free to leave the stadium for lunch before the afternoon matches began. The afternoon matches were set to begin, featuring a 2-on-2 tag battle between Kiawe and Gladion versus Owen and Preston. All trainers were only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle would conclude when all of either pair's Pokemon were unable to battle. The referee requested both sides to send out their Pokemon. Go, Charizard, Kiawe said as the flame Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Lycanroc, go, Gladion called out as the wolf Pokemon joined the fray. Druddigon, let's win this, Owen declared as the cave Pokemon emerged. Jumpluff, I'm counting on you, Preston said as the Cottonweed Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, announced the referee. Lycanroc, start off with Bulk Up, Gladion ordered, and the wolf Pokemon flexed its muscles, creating a red aura that increased its attack and defense. Jumpluff, speed things up with Swords Dance, Owen commanded, and the Cottonweed Pokemon created a circle of dancing animated swords, sharply raising its attack. Charizard, use Work Up, Kiawe instructed, and the flame Pokemon's body became covered with a red aura, boosting its attack and special attack. Druddigon, use Iron Tail on Lycanroc, Preston said as the cave Pokemon's tail glowed silvery white while charging towards Lycanroc, landing a solid hit, though the damage was slightly reduced due to bulk up. Not bad, Gladion thought to himself. Use Seed Bomb on Lycanroc, Owen ordered, and Jumpluff fired a powerful Seed Bomb towards the wolf Pokemon. Negate that Seed Bomb with Fire Blast, Kiawe commanded, and Charizard unleashed a massive flame towards the Seed Bomb, overpowering it and eventually scoring a direct hit on Jumpluff, knocking it out in the process. Jumpluff is unable to battle, the referee announced. Darn it, return Jumpluff, Owen said as the Cottonweed Pokemon was recalled into its Pokeball. That was fast, commented Sophocles. Indeed it was. Kiawe must have been training hard for this, Ash added. Use Rock Slide, Preston commanded as Druddigon's eyes glowed orange, forming several rings of energy that turned into rocks, collapsing onto both Pokemon and dealing significant damage to Charizard while Lycanroc took a little damage. Stone Edge, Gladion said, but realized that Lycanroc could not move due to Rock Slide causing it to flinch. Seems like Preston is making a comeback, Lana noted. Now use Iron Tail on Lycanroc, Preston ordered as Druddigon's tail glowed silvery white and aimed towards the wolf Pokemon. Block it with your own Iron Tail, Kiawe instructed, and Charizard's tail glowed silvery white, clashing with the opposing Iron Tail and overpowering it due to Work Up, knocking the cave Pokemon backward. Alright, Lycanroc, use Outrage, Gladion commanded as the wolf Pokemon's eyes glowed red and it rampaged towards Druddigon, striking it continuously before the cave Pokemon eventually collapsed from the super effective attack. Druddigon is unable to battle. Lycanroc and Charizard win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Gladion and Kiawe, the referee declared. Day 2, Match 6. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Sawyer and Tyson versus Quinton and Renee. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle, the referee requested. Slurpuff, let's go, Sawyer said as the Meringue Pokemon appeared. Donphan, battle time, Tyson called as the Armor Pokemon joined the battlefield. Trevenant, let's do this, Quinton said as the Elder Tree Pokemon emerged. Klinklang, go for it, Renee instructed as the Gear Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Klinklang, use Gear Grind on Slurpuff, Renee commanded, and the Gear Pokemon fired 2 Metal Gears at the Meringue Pokemon. Trevenant, use Horn Leech on Donphan, Quinton ordered as the Elder Tree's large horns glowed light green and charged towards the Armor Pokemon. Donphan, stop them with Earthquake, Tyson instructed, and the Armor Pokemon slammed its body into the ground, creating a tremor that shook towards the opponent's 2 Pokemon, dealing significant damage to Klinklang and a little to Trevenant. Slurpuff, jump into the air and counter with Flamethrower towards Klinklang, Sawyer commanded, and the Meringue Pokemon unleashed a powerful wave of flames, scoring a direct hit on Klinklang and knocking it out. Klinklang is unable to battle, the referee announced. Honestly, I'm not surprised Klinklang got taken out so quickly, Barry remarked. It did get hit by a combination of Earthquake and Flamethrower, which were both super effective moves, Conway noted. TCH, return, Klinklang, Renee said as the Gear Pokemon was recalled. Use Phantom Force, Quinton commanded as Trevenant created a purple portal, entering it and disappearing shortly after. Who knows where it will appear from? Donphan, keep your guard up, Tyson advised. Same goes for you, Slurpuff, Sawyer added. Seconds later, another portal appeared right behind Slurpuff, with Trevenant about to strike. Behind you, Sawyer warned, but Slurpuff had no time to react and was hit, knocking it backward. Not so fast, use Rollout on Trevenant, Tyson commanded as Donphan curled into a ball and charged towards Trevenant. Block it with Horn Leech, Quinton ordered as Trevenant's horns glowed light green again, clashing against Donphan, with neither side giving way. Finish it off with flamethrower, Sawyer instructed as Slurpuff opened its mouth and fired another jet of flames at Trevenant, scoring a direct hit and knocking it out. Trevenant is unable to battle. Donphan and Slurpuff win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Sawyer and Tyson, the referee declared. Day 2, Match 7. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Brock and Clement vs Sven and Tyrone. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokémon each with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle, the referee announced. This will be an interesting battle, considering that two gym leaders are teamed up together, Sillin remarked. Let's see how it goes, Bonnie added. Sudowoodo, let's go, Brock said as the imitation Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Chestnut, let's win this, Clement declared as the spiny armor Pokémon joined the battle. Darmanitan, go, Sven called as the blazing Pokémon appeared. Persian, I'm counting on you, Tyrone said as the classy cat Pokémon emerged onto the battlefield. This is the first time I've seen one in real life, Max remarked, watching the battle unfold. Battle begin, announced the referee. Persian, use Fake Out on Chestnut, Tyrone commanded as the classy cat Pokémon dashed toward the spiny armor Pokémon, clapping its front paws to make it flinch. Darmanitan, use Flare Blitz on Chestnut, Sven ordered, and the blazing Pokémon became engulfed in flames before launching itself at Chestnut. I see. The purpose of Fake Out is to ensure that Flare Blitz can hit, Virgil observed. Maybe so, but they haven't targeted Sudowoodo yet. I'm curious to see how Brock will fight back, Ash replied. Use Head Smash on Darmanitan, Brock commanded as Sudowoodo's head glowed blue and charged, landing a solid hit on Darmanitan and causing significant damage. Blocking the Flare Blitz with Head Smash. That's smart, Gary commented. How come Sudowoodo took no recoil damage after using Head Smash? Marin asked. That's because of its ability, Rock Head, Dawn explained. Just like Bonnie's Tyrant Rum, Serena added. Certainly did not expect that, Sven said as Darmanitan struggled to recover. Same here. Use Iron Tail on Sudowoodo, Tyrone ordered, and Persian charged with its tail glowing silvery white. Protect Sudowoodo by using Brick Break, Clement instructed, and one of Chestnut's hands glowed white to block the Iron Tail, with both sides holding their ground. Now strike Persian with your other hand, Clement directed, and Chestnut's spare hand hit Persian, sending it backward. Use Hammer Arm on Sudowoodo, Sven commanded as Darmanitan charged with a glowing arm. Use Stone Edge, Clement said, and Chestnut slammed its hands into the ground, causing sharp stones to erupt toward Darmanitan, knocking it out of action. Darmanitan is unable to battle, the referee declared. Return, Darmanitan, Sven said, recalling the blazing Pokémon. Use Aerial Ace on Chestnut, Tyrone ordered as Persian leaped into the air and somersaulted before striking the spiny armor Pokémon. Block it with Head Smash, Brock commanded, and Sudowoodo charged at Persian, landing a direct hit. Persian is unable to battle. Sudowoodo and Chestnut win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Brock and Clement, the referee announced. That was impressive, with Chestnut and Sudowoodo protecting each other with their attacks, Richie remarked. One more match left after this, and that will be all for today, Shauna noted. And we're up first for tomorrow, Tierno added. Let's win this, Trevor said, determination in his voice. However, due to being sharply boosted by Nasty Plot, the Ice Beam managed to freeze the Hydro Pump and continued aiming towards Aerodactyl. Trevor ordered Aerodactyl to cut through with Iron Head. The Pokémon's head glowed silvery white and managed to break through the powered-up Ice Beam while taking heavy damage. Eventually, Aerodactyl's Iron Head scored a direct hit on Jinx, inflicting damage. A few seconds later, both Aerodactyl and Jinx collapsed. Both Aerodactyl and Jinx are unable to battle. Due to Ludicolo still standing, the winners of this match are Trevor and Tierno, declared the referee. Guess that Hydro Pump didn't help much when I tried to block the Ice Beam, Tierno remarked while recalling Ludicolo. Oh well. Ludicolo did a great job taking down Parasect. Who would have been a big threat, Trevor replied as he returned Aerodactyl to its Pokeball. Maybe so, but that was only because your rock slide helped flinch it beforehand, giving me a chance to finish it off, Tierno noted. That's true. Either way, we managed to pull it off and win. That's what matters the most, Trevor said. Agreed, Tierno replied. Day 3 Match 3 commenced with an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Max and Bonnie and Wyatt and Xander. All trainers were allowed to use one Pokemon each with no substitutions, and the battle would end when all of either pair's Pokemon were unable to battle. The referee requested both sides to send out their Pokemon. Go Mytiana, Max called as the Bite Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Florges, let's win this, Bonnie said as the Garden Pokemon joined the battle. Drifblim, let's go, Wyatt announced as the Blimp Pokemon appeared. Dugtrio, go, Xander said as the Mole Pokemon entered the battlefield. Battle begin, the referee declared. Dugtrio, use Stone Edge on Mytiana, Xander commanded as the Mole Pokemon slammed itself on the floor, causing sharp stones to protrude and head towards Mytiana. Drifblim, use Shadow Ball on Florges, Wyatt instructed as the Blimp Pokemon fired a Shadow Ball towards the opposing Garden Pokemon. Destroy the stones with Iron Tail, Max ordered. Mytiana's tail glowed silvery white, efficiently negating the opposing Stone Edge. Now hit Dugtrio, he added, and the Bite Pokemon managed to score a direct hit on the Mole Pokemon. Use Light Screen, Bonnie commanded as Florges created a protective screen around itself and Mytiana, temporarily reducing damage from special attacks while taking some damage from Shadow Ball. Not bad, Xander thought to himself. Use Aerial Ace on Florges, he instructed as Dugtrio jumped into the air and dove towards the Garden Pokemon. Use Thunderbolt on Mytiana, Wyatt ordered as Drifblim fired a powerful bolt of electricity towards the Bite Pokemon. Dodge and use Crunch on Drifblim, Max instructed. Mytiana evaded the attack and landed a hit on Drifblim, causing significant damage. Wait for it, Bonnie thought as Dugtrio approached Florges. Now use Energy Ball on Dugtrio, she commanded, and the Garden Pokemon fired a green ball of energy at the Mole Pokemon, scoring a direct hit. Wow, Max and Bonnie are doing really well, I'm so proud of them, Ash remarked. May, watching from the sidelines, seemed uninterested despite her younger brother's participation. Something on your mind, May? Misty asked. Oh, nothing. My younger brother and Bonnie may appear to be winning, but if I face him later, I'll make him regret turning his back on me, May replied. Don't worry, we have Guzma and the others on our side, Drew reassured her. Yeah, Ash and his friends are still just kids, Iris added with a smirk. Trust me, their glory will be short-lived when we defeat them, Calem said confidently. And if one of us manages to defeat Ash, we have a chance to take over as champion of Alola, Kenny noted. Plus, we can teach him the basics of Pokemon training and battling, Tripp concluded. Use Earthquake, Xander commanded as Dugtrio created a powerful tremor that shook the battlefield, inflicting damage on both Mytiana and Florges. Speed things up with Calm Mind, Wyatt instructed as Drifblim closed its eyes, increasing its special attack and defense. Use Scary Face on Drifblim, Max commanded. Mytiana created a frightening expression that sharply reduced Drifblim's speed. Finish Dugtrio off with one more energy ball, Bonnie ordered as Florges fired another green ball of energy at Dugtrio, knocking it out. Dugtrio is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Dugtrio, Xander said as he recalled the Mole Pokemon. Use Shadow Ball on Florges, Wyatt ordered as Drifblim fired a Shadow Ball, hitting Florges. Conclude this by using Crunch on Drifblim, Max commanded as Mytiana charged towards the Blimp Pokemon. Dodge it, Wyatt instructed, but Drifblim, affected by Scary Face, could not evade the attack and was hit, fainting shortly after. Drifblim is unable to battle. Mytiana and Florges win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Max and Bonnie, the referee declared. Impressive, very impressive, Alan commented. They may be younger trainers, but definitely no pushovers, Tobias added. Agreed, never underestimate them, Virgil said. Especially if they know your battling style, as they can take advantage of it, Cameron concluded. Day 3, Match 4 began with another official 2-on-2 tag battle between Drew and Kenny and Yuri and Zach. All trainers were allowed to use one Pokemon each with no substitutions, and the battle would end when all of either pair's Pokemon were unable to battle. The referee requested both sides to send out their Pokemon. Let's battle, Masquerain, Drew said as the eyeball Pokemon appeared. Go Macamp, Kenny announced as the superpower Pokemon joined the battle. Gloom, let's win this, Yuri said as the weed Pokemon entered the battlefield. Mothim, I'm counting on you, Zach called as the moth Pokemon appeared. As the 4 contestants sent out their Pokemon, Ash, Brock, and Gary noticed that Dawn's expression looked very grim. Dawn, are you okay? They asked. Something seems to be bothering you, said Brock. Oh, it's just this negative feeling about watching my former childhood friend battle, replied Dawn. Former childhood friend? I'm assuming that means you quit being friends with him then, asked Gary. That's right, after he joined the traitors and betrayed Ash, replied Dawn, glancing at Ash with a slight blush on her cheeks. Let's see how Drew and Kenny will fare in this battle, said Brock. Don't underestimate them. Both beat me in a battle individually a few years ago, advised Ash. But then you avenged your loss by defeating both of them and the other traitors before the tournament started, so that makes you even with them, said Dawn. Good point, replied Ash. The referee announced, battle begin. Mothim, use Quiver Dance, commanded Zach as the moth Pokemon began dancing in circles, its body glowing white, increasing its speed, special attack, and special defense. Gloom, use Sunny Day, ordered Yuri as the weed Pokemon fired a beam of energy towards the sky, causing the battlefield to be covered with harsh sunlight. Macamp, use Stone Edge on Mothim, said Kenny as the superpower Pokemon slammed its hands on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude and aim towards the moth Pokemon, scoring a direct hit and dealing heavy damage. I wouldn't be surprised if Mothim gets knocked out from that Stone Edge attack, said Conway. Masquerain, use Quiver Dance too, said Drew as the eyeball Pokemon mimicked Mothim's actions, increasing its speed and special attack. Use Dazzling Gleam, ordered Yuri as Gloom fired a beam of light at both Macamp and Masquerain, scoring a direct hit and dealing heavy damage to the superpower Pokemon. Hit Gloom with Air Slash, said Drew as Masquerain unleashed sharp slashes of air at the weed Pokemon, knocking it out of action. Gloom is unable to battle, declared the referee. Return, Gloom, said Yuri as the weed Pokemon was recalled. Aim your Air Slash at Macamp, commanded Xander as Mothim flapped its wings, creating multiple sharp slashes of air that caused Macamp to faint. Macamp is unable to battle, said the referee. Impressive how Mothim managed to stand after being hit by Stone Edge, commented Paul. And it got its revenge by knocking Macamp out, said Virgil. With the double knockout of Gloom and Macamp, that leaves Masquerain and Mothim remaining, said Brock. Since both Pokemon share the same multi-type, I'm curious to see how this battle will end, said Lucy. Well, Masquerain has the advantage since it has taken less damage, said Brock. That's true, added Serena. Use Electroweb, said Xander as Mothim fired a spider web charged with electricity towards Masquerain. Dodge it and finish it off with one more hit of Air Slash, ordered Drew as Masquerain dodged the Electroweb thanks to Quiver Dance and fired a barrage of sharp slashes of air at Mothim, knocking it out. Mothim is unable. Masquerain wins. Therefore, the winner of this match is Drew and Kenny, declared the referee. As expected, they've gotten stronger than before, said Ash. Doesn't stop us from winning if we ever face them, said Alan. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Morrison and Remo versus Abigail and Bella. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will be over when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Arcanine, let's go, said Morrison as the legendary Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Pelipper, let's win this, said Remo as the water bird Pokémon appeared. Golurk, go, said Abigail as the automaton Pokémon appeared. Passimian, I'm counting on you, said Bella as the teamwork Pokémon appeared. Battle begin, said the referee. Golurk, use Stone Edge on Pelipper, ordered Abigail as the automaton Pokémon slammed its fists on the ground, causing sharp stones to appear and head towards Pelipper. Use Double Edge on Arcanine, said Bella as Passimian charged towards the legendary Pokémon at high speed. Use Bulldoze, commanded Morrison as Arcanine stomped on the ground, causing a shock wave that struck both Golurk and Passimian, inflicting damage and reducing their speed while taking damage from the opposing Double Edge. Additionally, the Bulldoze attack eliminated the Stone Edge. Hit Golurk with Hydro Pump, said Remo as Pelipper fired a powerful jet of water at the automaton Pokémon, causing heavy damage. Smart move using Bulldoze, commented Tyson. And since Pelipper is a flying type, it won't be affected, added Max. Use Rock Tomb on Arcanine, said Bella as Passimian fired several rocks at the legendary Pokémon. Destroy the rocks with Iron Tail, ordered Morrison as Arcanine's tail glowed and negated the attack without taking damage. Use Hurricane on Passimian, commanded Remo as Pelipper flapped its wings, creating a powerful hurricane that struck the teamwork Pokémon, knocking it out. Passimian is unable to battle, said the referee. Return, Passimian, said Bella as the teamwork Pokémon was recalled. Use Shadow Punch on Arcanine, said Abigail as Golurk fired a punch made of shadows at the legendary Pokémon, knocking it out. Arcanine is unable to battle, said the referee. Return, Arcanine, said Morrison as the legendary Pokémon was recalled. And finish it off with Ice Beam, concluded Remo as Pelipper fired an Ice Beam at Golurk, scoring a direct hit and knocking it out. Golurk is unable to battle. Pelipper wins. Therefore, the winner of this match goes to Remo and Morrison, declared the referee. This battle lasted shorter than I expected, said Brock. Agreed, nice to see that Morrison has gotten a lot tougher since the time I defeated him in the Hoenn League, said Ash. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon, requested the referee. Nice to see that my own older sister teamed up with a leader of a criminal organization, Max said with a hint of disdain. Criminal organization or not, Guzma isn't someone to be trifled with, Hala replied. So far, I haven't seen him battle, so this match will be a good chance for me to analyze his battling strategies before I face him, Ash stated. How can you be so sure that you will be facing him? Harrison asked. I made a request to Charles Goodshow and Scott before the tournament started, and they approved of the idea, Ash explained. Hold on, your friends don't know the reason behind why you allowed Guzma to join this tournament yet, Professor Kukui interjected. I will explain after the match ends. For now, focus on the battle first, Ash said, and the others nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to the battlefield. Blastoise, stage up, May called as the shellfish Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Pinsir, let's win this, Guzma declared as the stag beetle Pokémon emerged. Go, Exploud, Karis said as the loud noise Pokémon appeared. Jengar, I'm counting on you, Dominic said as the shadow Pokémon joined the fray. Since when did May get a Blastoise? Gary asked. After our journey in Hoenn ended, May, Professor Birch, and I decided to visit Ash and the others in Kanto. Blastoise was one of Professor Oak's starters, but it took a liking to May, so he let her keep it, Max explained. I see, but Gramps probably regrets it now, seeing that May is one of the traitors, Gary remarked. Nothing we could do about that, Brock replied. Battle begin, said the referee. Exploud, use Hyper Voice, Karis commanded as the loud noise Pokémon unleashed a powerful sound wave toward Blastoise and Pinsir. Jengar, use Sludge Bomb on Pinsir, Dominic ordered as the shadow Pokémon fired a ball of sludge. Deflect the Sludge Bomb with Aqua Tail and hit it back toward Exploud, May instructed, and Blastoise's tail glowed blue, effectively striking the Sludge Bomb back, hitting Explode and dealing damage while also taking a hit from Hyper Voice. Take the Hyper Voice and use Swords Dance, Guzma commanded as Pinsir created several animated swords that danced in circles, sharply raising its attack while taking damage from the opposing Hyper Voice. I can tell that Guzma is getting serious, allowing Pinsir to take that hit, Professor Kukui observed. He's doing that to show how tough he trained his Pokemon, Hala added. Use Giga Drain on Blastoise, Dominic ordered as Gengar fired a green beam of energy. Destroy that with X-Scissor, Guzma countered as Pinsir's horns glowed white, easily negating the Giga Drain. Use Flamethrower on Pinsir, Kalos commanded as Explode launched a powerful jet of flames. Use Aqua Tail once more, May instructed, and Blastoise's tail glowed blue again, eliminating the Flamethrower and scoring a direct hit on Explode. Now strike Explode with close combat, Guzma ordered as Pinsir charged at the loud noise Pokemon, delivering a series of rapid strikes. Stop Pinsir by using Shadow Ball, Dominic instructed as Gengar fired a Shadow Ball. Counter it with Ice Beam, May commanded, and Blastoise fired a powerful beam of ice, negating the Shadow Ball. Use Hyper Voice, Kalos ordered as Explode unleashed another sound wave. Despite taking damage from the Hyper Voice, Pinsir managed to successfully land its attack on Explode, causing the loud noise Pokemon to collapse. Explode is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Explode, Kalos said as she recalled her Pokemon. Use Giga Drain on Blastoise once more, Dominic commanded as Gengar fired another green beam. Not a chance, use X-Scissor again, Guzma replied as Pinsir's horns glowed white, negating the Giga Drain. Aqua Tail, May ordered, and Blastoise's tail glowed blue, striking Gengar and knocking it out. Gengar is unable to battle. Blastoise and Pinsir win. Therefore, the victory of this match goes to May and Guzma, the referee declared. 15 minutes later, Ash gathered Hala, Professor Kukui, the 5 students, Hao, Gladion, and his loyal friends in a vacant space near the battlefield. Sit down, Ash instructed, and everyone complied except for Hala, Professor Kukui, the 5 students, Hao, and Gladion. Hala, I think it's best if you explain the background story of your relationship with Guzma, Ash suggested. Understood, Hala replied, turning to the seated group. As Ash mentioned earlier, we will explain why Guzma was allowed to join this tournament despite his past. It's a complicated story. It all started many years ago when Professor Kukui and Guzma were both my apprentices, Hala continued, earning gasps of surprise from the group. Yes, I know it's surprising. I was shocked when I first heard about this, Ash admitted. Unfortunately, Guzma often defied my teachings. One rainy night, he had enough and vowed to defeat everyone without relying on Z moves, Z rings, or Mega Evolution, Hala explained. Which is why Team Skull was formed, I assume? Alan asked. Most likely yes, Professor Kukui confirmed. Then if you don't mind me asking, how did Ash come across them in the first place? Tobias inquired. Allow me to explain that, Ash began. Shortly after arriving in Alola from Kanto, I searched for mountainous areas to build a cabin. I found one in the 10-Carat Hill area. As Pikachu, Lucario, and I made our way there, I heard a commotion from Professor Kukui's school, where 3 of Guzma's Team Skull grunts were harassing Kiawe, Lana, and Mallow, demanding their Pokemon. I stepped in and challenged them to a battle, easily winning and temporarily scaring them off. That's right. Ash defeated them with just one hit from Pikachu, Lucario, and Crocodile's attacks, Mallow added. That's impressive, Cameron remarked. But back to the main topic, Ash continued, after that incident and another one shortly afterwards, when the tournament came, Professor Kukui expressed his concern that Guzma might sabotage it. I agreed he had a valid point. After some thought, I decided to invite Guzma to compete in the tournament. But why? Virgil asked, puzzled. To give him a chance to redeem himself. I heard he was a former apprentice of Hala, Ash explained. What if he continues to act the way he does after the tournament? Clement questioned. Then we'll just have to arrest him and disband Team Skull, Ash replied. After all, they're already at the tournament facility and can't escape. Plus, several Officer Jennies are here to supervise. However, if that isn't the case, we'll let him off the hook but make him promise never to cause trouble in Alola again, Professor Kukui added. Let's hope they make the right choice, Serena said. Just then, a sneering voice interrupted, well. Nice to see you all together. Everyone turned to see Guzma and his associates. What are you here for? Ash asked coldly. Relax, I'm here in peace, Guzma smirked. Great to see everyone has won their battles so far. Shame that won't be the case in the upcoming full battles. How can you be so sure? Bonnie challenged. You'll find out soon enough, May replied confidently. Don't get overconfident, May, Max warned. Oh, be quiet, little kid, and listen to your older sister, Iris retorted. Iris. Do I need to remind you? Ash threatened. Don't you dare bring that up, Iris snapped back. Then if you know what's good for you, I suggest you shut up and leave, Ash said firmly, gesturing toward Guzma and the others. That goes for you all as well. Have it your way, Calem replied. Yes, it shall be our way. Now leave. None of you are welcome here, Ash insisted, his impatience evident. We'll see who will be laughing in the end, Misty said defiantly. Learn the basics before you take part in any more battles, Trip added as he and the others walked away. These guys never learn, do they? Alan remarked once they were out of sight. Definitely not, Marin agreed. And Ash, what was it that you threatened to bring up in front of Iris? Dawn asked. Oh, she thought Charizard was a dragon-type Pokemon, Ash said, causing everyone to burst into laughter. No wonder she got all defensive. Talk about pathetic, Paul commented. Nevertheless, never underestimate Guzma and the traitors when battling them. The last thing we want is to get overwhelmed, Ash advised. Day 4, Match 1. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between Harrison and Cameron and Eric and Felicity. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, the referee requested. Weevil, let's go, Harrison called as the Sharp Claw Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Samurott, I'm counting on you, Cameron said as the formidable Pokemon emerged. Stoutland, let's win, Eric commanded as the big-hearted Pokemon joined the fray. Golem, go, Felicity said as the Megaton Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Golem, use Sandstorm, Felicity ordered, and the Megaton Pokemon whipped up a sandstorm that engulfed the battlefield. Stoutland, use Wild Charge on Samurott, Eric instructed, and the big-hearted Pokemon charged toward the formidable Pokemon, surrounded by electricity. Use Hydro Pump on Golem, Cameron commanded, and Samurott unleashed a powerful jet of water at Golem, inflicting heavy damage while also getting hit by the Wild Charge. Weevil, speed things up with Swords Dance, Harrison ordered, and the Sharp Claw Pokemon's claws glowed purple as it prepared for a powerful attack. Wonder why Golem used Sandstorm instead of a physical attack, Marin pondered. I was thinking the same thing, especially since it was directly hit by a Hydro Pump, Bonnie added. Use Brick Break on Stoutland, Harrison commanded, and Weevil's claw glowed white as it aimed for the big-hearted Pokemon. Just as Weevil closed in, Stoutland dodged the attack at the last second. That explains it. Eric Stoutland's ability is Sand Rush, which doubles its speed during a sandstorm, allowing it to dodge attacks more easily, Paul explained. Use Play Rough on Weevil, Eric ordered, and Stoutland charged toward the Sharp Claw Pokemon, delivering multiple hits. Use Stone Edge on Weevil, Felicity commanded, and Golem slammed its fist into the ground, causing sharp stones to shoot up toward Weevil. Counter it with Hydro Cannon, Cameron instructed, and Samurott fired a large blue ball of water, negating the incoming attack and scoring a direct hit on Golem, knocking it out. Golem is unable to battle, the referee declared. Return, Golem, Felicity said as she recalled her Pokemon. Now that Samurott is unable to move, use Wild Charge on it again, Eric ordered, and Stoutland charged toward the formidable Pokemon, scoring a direct hit. Samurott is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Samurott. You did great, Cameron said as he recalled his Pokemon. Use Swords Dance once more, Harrison commanded as Weevil prepared for its next attack. Wrap this up with Giga Impact, Eric instructed, and Stoutland charged at high speed toward Weevil. Counter with Brick Break, Harrison said, and Weevil's claw glowed white as it clashed with Stoutland's attack. Now strike Stoutland with your other claw, Harrison commanded, and Weevil's other claw glowed white, landing a direct hit and knocking Stoutland out of action. Stoutland is unable to battle, Weevil wins. Therefore, the winner of this match goes to Harrison and Cameron, announced the referee. Day 4, Match 2. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Hao and Sillin vs Glenda and Hayden. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Crustle, go, Sillin said as the Stone Home Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Raichu, let's win this, Hao declared as the mouse Pokemon joined the fray. Barbarcle, I'm counting on you, Glenda called as the collective Pokemon emerged. Throw, let's go, Hayden said as the Judo Pokemon appeared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Crustle, use Swords Dance, Sillin instructed, and the Stone Home Pokemon's claws glowed purple as it swung them repeatedly, sharply boosting its attack. Raichu, use Magnet Rise, Hao commanded, and the mouse Pokemon's body became surrounded with yellow light as it lifted off the ground. Temporary immunity to ground-type attacks, which it is weak against. Smart move, Clement commented. But it is still weak against dark and ghost-type attacks, Max added. That's right, but temporarily eliminating one of its weaknesses is still handy, Brock replied. Barbarcle, use Hone Claws, Glenda instructed as the collective Pokemon rubbed its claws together, increasing its attack and accuracy. Throw, use Bulk Up, Hayden said, and the Judo Pokemon flexed its muscles, surrounded by a red aura that increased its attack and defense. Use Earthquake, Sillin commanded, and Crustle slammed its body on the ground, causing a powerful tremor that shook the entire battlefield. Use Stone Edge on Crustle, Glenda ordered as Barbarcle's body became surrounded with rings of sharp stones, launching them at the Stone Home Pokemon. Use Vital Throw on Crustle, Hayden directed as Throw charged toward the Stone Home Pokemon. Stop Throw by using Psychic, Hao said, and Raichu formed a light blue orb of energy, firing it at the Judo Pokemon, dealing significant damage while both Crustle and Barbarcle took damage from their attacks. Use Razor Shell on Raichu, Glenda commanded as Barbarcle charged at Raichu with a glowing claw. Counter it with X-Scissor, Sillin instructed, and Crustle's claws formed a purple X shape, clashing with the incoming Razor Shell, neither side giving way. Now hit it with one of your spare claws, Glenda said, and one of Barbarcle's other claws glowed blue, landing a solid hit on the Stone Home Pokemon. Use Knock Off on Raichu, Hayden ordered as Throwa's hand became surrounded with black sparks, aiming at the mouse Pokemon. Stop it by using Thunderbolt, Hao commanded, and Raichu fired a powerful bolt of electricity at Throw, scoring a direct hit. However, Throw managed to strike Raichu as well, causing heavy damage. Fortunately for Hao, Throw became paralyzed from the Thunderbolt's effect. Change of plans. Use Stone Edge on Raichu, Glenda instructed as Barbarcle prepared its attack. Destroy the stones with Focus Blast and aim it at Barbarcle, Hao said, and Raichu fired a light blue ball of energy, eliminating the incoming Stone Edge and hitting the collective Pokemon directly. Now finish it off with Earthquake, Sillin commanded, and Crustle slammed its body on the ground again, causing another powerful tremor. Use Vital Throw on Crustle, Hayden directed, but due to paralysis, Throw could not move and was directly hit by the Earthquake attack along with Barbarcle, taking them both out of action. Barbracle and Throw are unable to battle. Crustle and Raichu win. Therefore, the winner of this match goes to Silan and Hao, declared the referee. Chapter end. Day 4, Match 6. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Astrid and Shauna vs Ivan and Jenny. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Pyroar, let's go, Astrid said as the royal Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Venusaur, let's win this, Shauna declared as the seed Pokemon joined. Bronzong, I'm counting on you, Ivan said as the Bronze Bell Pokemon emerged. Ariados, go, Jenny called as the long-legged Pokemon appeared. So Shauna's Ivysaur finally evolved into a Venusaur, Serena commented. Yep, just like my Charizard and Tierno's Blastoise, Trevor replied. Battle begin, the referee announced. Bronzong, use extrasensory on Venusaur, Ivan commanded, and the Bronze Bell Pokemon fired a rainbow-colored beam of light at the seed Pokemon. Use Megahorn on Venusaur, Jenny instructed as Ariados charged with its glowing horn. Venusaur, use Sunny Day, Shauna said, and the seed Pokemon fired a white ball of energy into the sky, creating harsh sunlight over the battlefield. Counter with Fire Blast, Astrid commanded, and Pyroar unleashed a large flame that overpowered the opposing attacks, dealing significant damage to both Ariados and Bronzong. Smart move powering Fire Blast with Sunny Day, Alan commented. That certainly caught me by surprise. Use Cross Poison on Pyroar, Jenny said as Ariados recovered and launched a purple X-shaped poison attack. Use Flash Cannon on Venusaur, Ivan instructed, and Bronzong fired a silvery white beam at the seed Pokemon. Use Hyper Voice, Astrid commanded, and Pyroar sent out a powerful sound wave that caused an explosion, damaging all Pokemon involved. Use Leech Seed on Bronzong, Shauna said, and Venusaur fired a seed that struck the Bronze Bell Pokemon, causing vines to ensnare it. Use Bounce on Venusaur, Jenny instructed as Ariados leaped into the air, temporarily out of sight. Now use Extrasensory on Venusaur once more, Ivan said, but the vines surrounding Bronzong began to sap its energy, rendering it unable to move. Now's our chance. Use Fire Blast on Bronzong, Astrid commanded as Pyroar opened its mouth and unleashed a large flame towards the opposing Bronze Bell Pokemon, hitting it directly and knocking it out of action. Bronzong is unable to battle, the referee announced. Return, Bronzong, Ivan said as he recalled his Pokemon. Now hit Venusaur, Jenny instructed as Ariados dove towards the seed Pokemon. Stop it with Leech Seed, Shauna called out, and Venusaur fired a seed that ensnared Ariados with several vines. Finish it off with Hyper Voice, Astrid ordered, and Pyroar released a powerful sound wave that caused Ariados to faint shortly after being hit. Ariados is unable to battle. Pyroar and Venusaur win. Therefore, the victory of this match goes to Astrid and Shauna, declared the referee. Day 4, Match 7. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Tobias and Virgil vs Kane and Lindsay. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokemon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokemon, requested the referee. Darkrai, let's go, Tobias said as the pitch-black Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Flareon, let's win this, Virgil declared as the flame Pokemon joined the fray. Halo Sand, I'm counting on you, Kane instructed as the Sand Castle Pokemon emerged. Ledian, go, Lindsay called as the 5-star Pokemon appeared. Starting off with Darkrai as usual, it seems Tobias hasn't changed his Pokemon selection at the start of battles, Dawn observed. Well, we know he also has a Latios, which was used after Ash's Sceptile defeated Darkrai, Brock added, catching Sawyer's interest. Ash, I never knew you had a Sceptile, Sawyer remarked. Well, I never had the chance to show it to you, Ash replied. The most remarkable thing was that Ash's Sceptile was the only known Pokemon to defeat Tobias's Darkrai, Barry noted, drawing everyone's attention. Very impressive, Alan commented. Not only did Ash's Sceptile manage to take down Darkrai, but his Pikachu also tied against Latios, Paul added. Yeah, too bad Ash lost the overall battle, Barry said. I may have lost back then, but that battle made me stronger. Besides, this time, the result won't be the same, Ash declared confidently. Good, you better win this time against Tobias, or you're going to face a hefty fine, Barry joked, causing everyone to sweat drop. Barry. Just stop, Gary said. Battle begin, the referee announced. Halo Sand, use Earth Power on Flareon, Kane commanded as the Sand Castle Pokémon slammed into the ground, causing cracks to form towards the Flame Pokémon. Use Bug Buzz on Darkrai, Lindsay instructed as Ledian fired multiple red sound waves at the Pitch Black Pokémon. Jump into the air and counter the Bug Buzz with Flare Blitz, Virgil ordered. Flareon was surrounded by flames as it leaped into the air, diving towards the incoming attack, effectively destroying it and hitting Ledian, inflicting heavy damage. However, Flareon also took some recoil damage. Use Dark Void on Palos Sand, Tobias commanded as Darkrai fired a black ball towards the Sand Castle Pokémon, putting it to sleep. Use Focus Blast on Flareon, Lindsay directed as Ledian launched a powerful bluish-white ball of energy towards the Flame Pokémon. Palos Sand, wake up and use Stone Edge on Flareon, Kane urged, but the Sand Castle Pokémon remained asleep. Dodge it and use Iron Tail on Palos Sand, Virgil instructed, and Flareon glowed silvery white as it struck the Sand Castle Pokémon. Counter with Sludge Bomb, Tobias ordered as Darkrai unleashed multiple sludge bombs towards the Focus Blast, resulting in a powerful explosion that affected all 4 Pokémon. As the dust settled, it was clear that Ledian had fainted. Ledian is unable to battle, the referee stated. Return, Ledian, Lindsay said as she recalled her Pokémon. Now finish it off with Dark Pulse, Tobias commanded as Darkrai fired a wave of black rings surrounded by purple energy towards Palos Sand. Get up and dodge the attack, Kane urged, but Palos Sand remained asleep and was hit directly, fainting in the process. Palos Sand is unable to battle, the referee announced. The battle didn't last too long, Cameron remarked. This is Tobias we're talking about, Max said. Not to mention that he is teamed up with Virgil, who is a Unova League champion, Bianca added. Day 4, Match 8. This will be an official 2-on-2 tag battle between the pairs Trip and Calem versus Matthew and Nicole. All trainers are only allowed to use one Pokémon with no substitutions, and the battle will end when all of either pair's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their Pokémon, requested the referee. Conkeldurr, go, Trip said as the muscular Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Absol, let's win this, Calem declared as the disaster Pokémon joined the battle. Venomoth, let's do this, Matthew called as the poison moth Pokémon emerged. Gothitelle, I'm counting on you, Nicole instructed as the astral body Pokémon appeared. The last double battle match features Trip and Calem, Ash said with a serious expression. As much as I hate to admit it, they're definitely capable of winning this match, Alan acknowledged. Agreed, especially after watching the match between Bonnie and Calem in the Kalos League Finals, Clement added, causing Ash to turn towards him in curiosity. Wait, Bonnie battled Calem in the grand final match in the Kalos League? Ash asked. That's right, Serena confirmed. Remarkable. Well done, Bonnie, Ash praised. Heh, thanks, Ash, Bonnie replied. Don't forget Trip either, Ash added. He is definitely no pushover either, especially with his superior and Conkeldurr, Sillin remarked. But his other Pokémon haven't fully evolved yet, Bianca pointed out. Maybe so, but knowing Trip, he would have most likely done so by now, Ash replied. Battle begin, announced the referee. Conkeldurr, use Bulk Up, Trip commanded as the muscular Pokémon flexed its arm muscles, causing a red aura to surround it. Absol, use Swords Dance, Calem instructed, and the disaster Pokémon created several swords that danced in a circle, sharply boosting its attack. Venomoth, use Bug Buzz on Absol, Matthew called out as the Poison Moth Pokémon unleashed a barrage of red sound waves towards the disaster Pokémon, scoring a direct hit. Use Nasty Plot, Nicole said, and Gothitelle created 3 animated questions, sharply raising its special attack. Hit Conkeldurr with Sludge Bomb, Matthew commanded as Venomoth fired several bombs of sludge towards the muscular Pokémon. Destroy it with Stone Edge, Trip ordered, and Conkeldurr's body became surrounded by rings of sharp stones, which it launched towards the incoming sludge bomb, effectively eliminating it and scoring a direct hit on Venomoth, inflicting heavy damage. Use Psycho Cut on Venomoth, Calem instructed as Absol's horn glowed pink and swung, sending a powerful wave of energy that struck the Poison Moth Pokémon, dealing enough damage for it to faint. Venomoth is unable to battle, the referee declared. TCH, return Venomoth, Matthew said as he returned the Poison Moth to its Pokeball. Use Psychic on Conkeldurr, Nicole commanded, and Gothitelle's eyes glowed light blue as it fired an orb of energy towards the muscular Pokémon, scoring a direct hit. Don't give up, Conkeldurr. Use Poison Jab, Trip urged as Conkeldurr struggled to recover from the attack. Let me take over from here, Trip. Finish this off with Night Slash, Calem commanded as Absol charged towards Gothitelle, scoring a direct hit and knocking it out of action. Gothitelle is unable to battle. Conkeldurr and Absol win. Therefore, the winners of this match are Trip and Calem, the referee announced. A few minutes later, after all 4 participants left the battlefield, Charles Goodshow addressed the crowd. So that marks the end of all the tag battle matches. Congratulations to those who won and better luck next time to those who lost. This leaves a total of 64 participants left in the tournament, and the rest of the battles will all be full battles. Since each full battle involves 2 participants, the rest of the tournament will be split into 6 sections, he explained, gesturing to the electronic screen above him. For sections 1 to 4, there will be 4 matches per day, making Section 1 last 8 days, Section 2 last 4 days, Section 3 last 2 days, and Section 4 just 1 day. Both Sections 5 and 6 will last 1 day each. There will be a 1-day break for participants between each section, Charles continued. So without further ado, here come the matchups for Part 1 of the remaining tournament, Scott announced as the faces of the remaining 64 participants were shown and shuffled. The pairings were revealed as follows. Day 1. Round 1, Ash vs Guzma. Round 2, Barry vs Bianca. Round 3, Nando vs Conway. Round 4, Gary vs Kiawe. Day 2. Round 1, Howe vs Sawyer. Round 2, Brock vs Alan. Round 3, Clement vs Harrison. Round 4, Shauna vs Astrid. Day 3. Round 1, Paul vs Morrison. Round 2, Remo vs Richie. Round 3, Tyson vs Trevor. Round 4, Virgil vs Tierno. Day 4. Round 1, Gladion vs Silan. Round 2, Tobias vs Stefan. Round 3, Max vs Bonnie. Note that all other known participants, namely Dawn, Serena, Misty, Iris, Drew, Kenny, May, Cameron, Trip, and Calem, will be facing unnamed participants during Section 1 of the remaining tournament. All matchups given above are only between named participants. So these are the matchups. Section 1 of the remaining tournament will begin the day after tomorrow, so everyone can take a good rest. Dismissed, Charles concluded as everyone began filing out of the stadium. A few minutes later, while Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario made their way to their cabin, Ash was approached by someone he least wanted to see. Well. Looks like I'm lucky enough to face you first, Ketchum, Guzma sneered. Ash responded with silence, giving an icy glare to the leader of Team Skull, who appeared unfazed. Got nothing to say, eh? Prepare to get crushed in 2 days, Guzma taunted as he walked off with a smirk. After watching Guzma disappear around the corner, Ash shook his head in disgust and disappointment. You okay, Master? Lucario asked with concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Too bad Guzma hasn't changed since we first met. He's only getting more arrogant, Ash replied. Well, let's not worry about that for now. We've got a match to win in 2 days, so let's train hard for it, Lucario suggested. Good idea, Ash said, smiling as the trio continued to walk to their cabin. On the day of the first full battle, Professor Kukui asked Ash after breakfast with his friends, "You ready, Ash?" "Yes, I should be. Only one problem I'm currently having," Ash replied. "What is it?" Hala inquired with concern. "I've never seen Guzma's battling strategies before, so I have to be careful when facing him," Ash explained. "Don't worry, never let that worm of doubt take over your mind," Hala encouraged. "It's pretty much the same case when you battled many of us for the first time as well," Tobias assured. "True enough. Shall we start heading to the stadium?" Ash asked. "I thought you'd never ask." "Let's go," Glad Ion replied as the entire group began making their way to the stadium. 30 minutes later, the referee announced, this will be an official 6 vs 6 battle between Ash Ketchum, champion of Alola, and Guzma, leader of Team Skull. Substitutions can be made at any time, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please send out their first Pokémon? Ash and Guzma exchanged determined expressions. "First up will be you, Crawdaunt," Ash declared as the rogue Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "Ariados, you're up," Guzma said as the long-legged Pokémon joined the fray. "Looks like Ash started off with the type disadvantage," Bonnie commented. "But in all honesty, that's the least of his concerns. Ash has won a ton of battles with type disadvantages," Max replied. "Exactly, so there isn't much to worry about," Alan added, and the others nodded in agreement. "Battle begin," the referee said. "Start off with double team," Guzma ordered, and Ariados began to create several copies of itself, circling Crawdaunt. "Boost things up with Swords Dance," Ash commanded as Crawdaunt's pincers glowed white, sharply boosting its attack. "Use Leech Life," Guzma instructed as the copies of Ariados charged toward Crawdaunt. "Not going to work." "Spin and block it with Crabhammer," Ash countered, and Crawdaunt spun in circles, its pincers glowing light blue, scoring a direct hit on the real Ariados and eliminating the fake copies. "In that case, use Swords Dance," Guzma said, and Ariados created several animated sharp swords that began to dance in circles, boosting its attack. "Not going to work either." "Use Swords Dance once more," Ash ordered, and Crawdaunt repeated its earlier action. "Smart move, using the chance to raise attack every time your opponent does so without worrying about taking damage," Paul commented. "And since Crawdaunt used Swords Dance beforehand, it gives Ash the upper hand," Tyson added. "You are starting to get on my nerves, Ketchum. Use Leech Life," Guzma shouted as Ariados charged toward Crawdaunt. "So I've noticed," Ash replied in an unimpressed tone. "Finish it off with Aerial Ace," he commanded. Crawdaunt jumped into the air and performed a somersault before striking Ariados, inflicting super effective damage that knocked it out. "Ariados is unable to battle," the referee announced. "TCH, return, Ariados," Guzma said as he recalled the long-legged Pokémon. "Now Sizer, let's go," he added as the pincer Pokémon entered the battlefield. "Battle begin," the referee stated. "Use Night Slash," Ash commanded as Crawdaunt's pincers glowed purple and charged toward Sizer. "Speed things up with agility," Guzma instructed, and Sizer made a swift movement, sharply increasing its speed. "Not bad. Gotta keep a sharp eye on where it might launch its next attacks," Ash thought. "In the meantime, use Swords Dance again to maximize your attack," he ordered as Crawdaunt's pincers glowed white. "Use X-Scissor," Guzma commanded, and Sizer's pincers glowed white, forming a purple X shape as it charged toward Crawdaunt, hitting it with a super effective attack and causing significant damage. "It's faster than I had anticipated. What should I do?" Ash pondered but then remembered that he could block the attack using the same tactic as before. Crawdaunt, don't give in. Spin in a circle while using Crab Hammer, just like you did against Ariados, Ash instructed. Crawdaunt, having recovered, obeyed and spun while its pincers glowed light blue. Use Superpower, Guzma ordered as Sizer gathered its strength and executed the move toward the spinning Crawdaunt. The two moves collided, creating an explosion that covered the entire battlefield. Half a minute later, the explosion cleared, revealing that both Pokémon had fainted from the impact. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon? The referee requested. Return Crawdaunt, Ash said as he recalled the rogue Pokémon. Return Sizer, Guzma followed suit as he recalled his pincer Pokémon. Using agility to allow multiple super effective hits on the target. As much as I hate to admit it, Guzma is a clever strategist, Professor Kukui noted. Well, at least it was taken down thanks to Crawdaunt maximizing its attack beforehand, even though it was knocked out as well, Hala commented. I will say though, Ash really impressed me in this battle so far since his Crawdaunt managed to take down two Pokémon that had a type advantage over it, Alan remarked. Can't argue with that. As expected from the champion of Alola, Virgil nodded in agreement. Pinsir, you're up next, Guzma said as the stag beetle Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Beedrill, I choose you, Ash declared as the poison bee Pokémon joined the battle. A bug-type battle? This will be interesting, Paul commented. Battle begin, the referee announced. Speed things up with Swords Dance, Guzma commanded as Pinsir created several animated swords that began to dance in circles, boosting its attack. Beedrill, you do the same, Ash instructed, and Beedrill imitated the actions, much to Guzma's annoyance. Why you? Guzma growled. Let's see how you can possibly survive this. Use Stone Edge, he ordered as Pinsir slammed one of its claws on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude toward Beedrill. Destroy the stones with Drill Run, Ash commanded. Beedrill's stingers began to spin as it charged toward the incoming attack, managing to negate the ground-type move and score a hit on Pinsir, who didn't take much damage due to the attack's reduced effectiveness. TCH, return for now, Pinsir, Guzma said as he recalled his Pokémon. Why did Guzma return his Pinsir all of a sudden? Marin wondered. Well, so far, Pinsir's moves are Stone Edge, Swords Dance, X-Scissor, and Close Combat, someone noted. Stone Edge was the only effective move against Ash's Beedrill, but it was quickly countered by Drill Run, Alan explained. Kiawe suggested they see what Guzma would send out next. Go, Masquerain, Guzma called, and the eyeball Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, causing Beedrill to shudder. What just happened to Beedrill? Bonnie asked, concerned. Clement replied, Guzma's Masquerain must have Intimidate, which lowers Beedrill's attack. Brock added, maybe so, but Swords Dance raised Beedrill's attack by 2 stages earlier, so it overall has its attack increased by 1 stage. The referee announced the start of the battle. Masquerain, use Tailwind, Guzma commanded, and the eyeball Pokémon created a gust of wind, doubling its speed. In that case, use Swords Dance, Ash ordered, and Beedrill conjured several animated swords that danced in circles, raising its attack once more. Now use Stun Spore, Guzma instructed, and Masquerain released a bright orange powder that hit Beedrill, paralyzing it. Get up and use Poison Jab, Ash urged, and Beedrill managed to strike Masquerain, dealing effective damage. Use Air Slash, Guzma said, and Masquerain flapped its wings, sending sharp slashes of air toward Beedrill. Dodge it, Ash called, but due to paralysis, Beedrill was unable to move and was hit by the attack, fainting as a result. Beedrill is unable to battle, the referee declared. Ash returned Beedrill to its Pokeball, praising its effort. Too bad Beedrill got paralyzed, Dawn said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. At least it managed to inflict good damage on Masquerain, making it easier for Ash's next Pokémon, Serena noted. Alright, Butterfree, you're up next, Ash said as the butterfly Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. The referee signaled the start of the battle again. Use Stun Spore again, Guzma smirked, and Masquerain released another wave of bright orange powder toward Butterfree. Deflect it back by flapping your wings, Ash commanded. Butterfree flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that sent the Stun Spore back toward Masquerain, catching Guzma off guard. Dodge it! Guzma shouted, but it was too late, and Masquerain became paralyzed. Seems like Guzma got a taste of his own medicine, Sophocles remarked with a smile. Use Air Slash, Guzma ordered, and Masquerain flapped its wings, sending sharp slashes of air toward Butterfree. Destroy it with Hurricane, Ash commanded, and Butterfree unleashed a powerful hurricane that obliterated the incoming air slash and struck Masquerain, knocking it out. With Masquerain out of action, the tailwind effect faded. Masquerain is unable to battle. Butterfree wins, the referee announced. That's half of Guzma's team taken down, while Ash has only lost 2 Pokemon, Virgil commented. But Ash still needs to keep his guard up, Tobias replied. Return, Masquerain. Pinsir, you're up, Guzma said, recalling his Pokemon and sending out the Stag Beetle Pokemon. The referee began the battle again. Pinsir, use Swords Dance, Guzma commanded, and Pinsir created several animated swords that danced in circles, boosting its attack. Use Tailwind, Ash ordered, and Butterfree created a gust of wind, doubling its speed for the next 3 turns. Now use Stone Edge, Guzma instructed, and Pinsir slammed one of its claws on the ground, causing sharp stones to rise and aim toward Butterfree. Dodge it and use Hurricane, Ash commanded. Thanks to Tailwind, Butterfree easily evaded the attack and unleashed another powerful hurricane toward Pinsir, dealing heavy damage. Guzma, however, was determined. Use Stone Edge again, he said, and Pinsir repeated its previous actions. Use Giga Drain to destroy the Stone Edge, Ash ordered. Butterfree released a wave of green energy toward the Stone Edge, but due to the boost from Swords Dance, it wasn't enough to stop the attack, and Butterfree took significant damage. Ash should have finished it off with one more shot of Hurricane, Paul commented. Finish this off with Hurricane Stone Edge, both trainers called as their Pokemon unleashed their final attacks, resulting in a powerful explosion that affected both sides. When the dust settled, it was revealed that both Pokemon had fainted from the impact. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon, the referee requested. Return Butterfree Pinsir, Ash and Guzma said as they recalled their Pokemon. Vikavolt, go, Guzma called, sending out the Stag Beetle Pokemon. Tyranitar, I choose you, Ash announced as the armor Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Alan expressed surprise, asking when Ash had obtained a Tyranitar. Well, back when Ash and I journeyed in Johto, this Tyranitar was actually a Larvitar that got separated from its mother, who is also a Tyranitar, a target of Pokemon poachers, Ash explained. Not long after defeating the poachers and reuniting the two together, Brock mentioned that they left both at Mount Silver. Max added that after Ash experienced betrayal and spent 2 years at Mount Silver, he likely reunited with it and captured it as part of his team. The referee announced the start of the battle. Vikavolt, use Zap Cannon, ordered Guzma, and the Stag Beetle unleashed a whitish-yellow ball of electricity towards the opposing Tyranitar. Dodge it and use Dragon Dance, commanded Ash, and Tyranitar performed an elegant dance that raised its attack and speed. Use Bug Buzz, Guzma instructed as Vikavolt fired an array of red sound waves towards Tyranitar. Counter it with Stone Edge, Ash ordered, and Tyranitar slammed its fist on the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude and aim towards Vikavolt, negating the Bug Buzz and scoring a direct hit, inflicting heavy damage. Charge forward towards it, Guzma commanded as Vikavolt dove towards Tyranitar. Ash wondered what Guzma was planning. Now that Tyranitar is at close quarters, use Zap Cannon again, Guzma said, and Vikavolt fired another attack. Dodge it, Ash urged, but despite the Dragon Dance, Tyranitar was unable to evade the attack and was hit, taking damage and becoming paralyzed. Finish it off with Guillotine, Guzma ordered as Vikavolt charged towards Tyranitar. No point in dodging. Block it with Crunch, Ash instructed, and Tyranidar's fangs glowed as it attempted to bite down on the opposing attack, resulting in a collision and a powerful explosion. Once the smoke cleared, both Pokémon were unable to battle. The referee requested both trainers to send out their next Pokémon. 3 double knockouts in this battle so far, commented Dawn. Golisopod, the rest is up to you, Guzma said as the hard-scale Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Lycanroc, I choose you, Ash declared as the wolf Pokémon joined the fight. Both sides have the type advantage over each other, Tyson noted. Something else I've noticed is that all of Guzma's Pokémon are bug types, Gary added. That's right. I was curious to see if anyone would notice, replied Hala. The referee announced the battle's continuation. Use liquidation, Guzma commanded as Golisopod created a sword of water and charged towards Lycanroc. Counter with Zen Headbutt, Ash ordered, and Lycanroc's head glowed as it charged forward, causing both attacks to collide and create an explosion. Use Leech Life, Guzma said, but Golisopod was unable to move due to flinching from the previous attack. Speed things up with Swords Dance, Ash instructed, and Lycanroc created several animated swords that danced around it, sharply raising its attack. Smart move, using Golisopod's temporary inability to move as a chance to raise its stats, Morrison commented. Use Stone Edge, Ash commanded, and Lycanroc slammed its paws on the ground, causing sharp stones to aim towards Golisopod. Withstand it with Iron Defense, Guzma ordered, and Golisopod's body became outlined in blue, raising its defense while taking a hit from Stone Edge. Golisopod may have reduced the damage, but it still took a lot of damage, Brock noted. Yes, but Iron Defense will help it withstand physical damage longer and give it a chance to strike back, Paul replied. Now use Drill Run, Guzma commanded as Golisopod's claws formed a drill and charged towards Lycanroc. Counter with your own Drill Run, Ash instructed, and Lycanroc spun and charged towards Golisopod, resulting in another collision with both sides taking damage. Use Stone Edge, Ash ordered as Lycanroc slammed its paws on the ground, sending sharp stones towards Golisopod. Fight back with Liquidation, Guzma said, and Golisopod charged through the attack, scoring a direct hit on Lycanroc. Now hit it with Drill Run, Guzma commanded as Golisopod charged at Lycanroc again. Catch it, Ash instructed, and Lycanroc managed to block the attack. What? Guzma exclaimed. Now jump into the air and throw it to the ground, Ash ordered, and Lycanroc leapt into the air, throwing Golisopod down. Get up, Golisopod, Guzma urged, but Golisopod struggled to recover. Time to wrap this up with your last shot of Stone Edge, Ash commanded, and Lycanroc slammed its paws into the ground, causing sharp stones to protrude towards Golisopod, who could not react in time and was hit, resulting in a powerful explosion. After the explosion cleared, Lycanroc stood tall while Golisopod was unable to battle. Golisopod is unable to battle. Lycanroc wins. Therefore, the winner of this match is Ash Ketchum, the champion of Alola, the referee declared, and the audience erupted in applause. Return, Lycanroc. Take a good rest. You did an excellent job today, Ash said, patting the wolf Pokémon before returning it to its Pokeball. As he did so, he noticed Guzma recalling Golisopod, giving Ash a quick glance before walking out of the stadium. Ash wondered what Guzma had in mind now. 15 minutes later, Virgil approached Ash. Well done, Ash. You fought really well out there, he said, and all of Ash's loyal friends nodded in agreement. Thanks, Virgil, Ash replied with a smile. Look, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm currently looking for Guzma, said the raven-haired trainer as he walked off to search for the leader of Team Skull. 5 minutes later, with Guzma and his Team Skull grunts, Tup complained, oh man, all of our hopes to become the champion of Alola have been shattered. You mean Guzma's chance to become the champion of Alola, corrected Plumeria. So boss, what's the plan now, asked Zip. Before Guzma could answer, a voice greeted them from a distance. Guzma, shouted Ash, and all Team Skull members turned to where the voice had come from. What do you want? Guzma asked in a half-annoyed tone. You defeated me fair and square in our battle. What else are you after now? Well, now that I defeated you, you must keep your word, Ash replied. What is he talking about? Rap asked. I'm talking about stopping your previous actions, like stealing other people's Pokemon and targeting weaker trainers to battle in order to make you look strong, Ash explained. Please don't tell me you're actually agreeing to this, Zip pleaded with Guzma. Well, you should be grateful for something I did in a Pokemon battle before you say anything else, Ash said, and all of the Team Skull members except for Guzma, who was looking down, gave questioning looks to Ash. During my battle with Guzma, I chose not to use Mega Evolution or Z moves because your leader disliked using those. I wanted to make the battle fair. Believe it or not, if I had used both items, your leader would have only been able to take down 1 to 2 of my Pokemon instead of. You should be thankful I was merciful in this battle instead of using my full strength, Ash stated. He's right, Guzma said, still facing the ground, and all eyes turned to him. Plus, I'd rather listen to him than go to jail for the crimes we've committed in the past. He's giving us a chance, so we should be thankful for that. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've finally realized your mistake. Use this loss as an opportunity to redeem yourself. The only reason I'm giving you this chance is because you used to be Hala's apprentice, so make the most of it, Ash advised. After a moment, Guzma nodded and ordered his followers to head to the cabin and pack everything up. We'll be leaving this place. Now that I've lost, there's no point in staying here any longer. Not to mention that I'm not really welcome here, Guzma said, and Ash nodded in understanding. That's perfectly fine. However, I will escort you when you leave this facility, and there is something else you and your followers must do before you go, Ash added. And what might that be? Guzma asked. You'll find out soon enough, Ash replied. 30 minutes later, Ash addressed Guzma. Before you leave, you and your followers must promise Officer Jenny to never cause any trouble in Alola again. If any of you are caught again, you will be arrested and face serious consequences. Do we have your word? Officer Jenny asked sternly. You have our word, Guzma said, and the Team Skull grunts nodded in agreement. Alright, you're free to go. Officer Jenny said. And stick to your promise, she added as Guzma nodded and ordered his grunts to start filing out of the facility, disappearing from sight in a minute. Ash, do you think they will actually stick to their promise? Officer Jenny asked once Guzma and his Team Skull grunts were out of sight. Only time will tell. Hopefully, they do, Ash replied. A few minutes later, after the Team Skull ordeal was finished, Professor Kukui and Hala gathered with everyone. So what happened to Guzma and Team Skull, they asked. Well, I made Guzma and his grunts promise to me and Officer Jenny to never cause any trouble in Alola. That includes stealing Pokemon and targeting weaker trainers, Ash explained. But what if they break the promise? Lily asked. Simple. We arrest them, and they will face serious consequences, Ash replied. Hopefully, that will be enough to discourage them from causing any more trouble here, Mallow said. Agreed. All thanks to Ash for handling this situation so well, Glad Ion added. Well, as the champion of Alola, it is my responsibility to deal with these problems effectively, Ash said. Mind you, the traders won't be too happy with this, Lana remarked with amusement. Who cares? The fewer allies they have, the better for us, Sophocles stated. With the traders gathered, Misty expressed her annoyance, questioning the whereabouts of Guzma and his grunts. May shrugged, noting that they hadn't seen him since his defeat by Ash. Kenny angrily reminded them that Guzma had promised to team up against Ketchum. Just then, Ash approached, revealing that Guzma and his Team Skull grunts had already left. Kenny was incredulous, while Calem accused Ash of being at fault. Ash shrugged, suggesting that Guzma had learned his lesson after losing to him. He taunted the group, implying that they were not as clever as Guzma. Drew snapped back, insisting they would win the tournament without Guzma, to which Ash raised an eyebrow, challenging their confidence. As Ash walked away, Iris warned him that he would regret this encounter. Ash merely smiled, confident in his abilities. Later that day, a referee announced an official battle between trainers Barry and Bianca. Barry sent out his Roserade, while Bianca called forth her Cinccino. Ash, watching from the sidelines, noted the similarities between the two trainers, pointing out their names, hair color, and clumsiness. Dawn asked for clarification, and Ash playfully suggested they would make a cute couple. Serena teased Ash for his newfound insight, while Paul surprisingly agreed, noting their silliness. Dawn urged Paul to be nicer, but he defended his comments by recalling his own battles with Barry and Bianca. Ash added that both trainers were unique and strong in their own ways, recalling how Barry had fought well against him and Bianca had once defeated Trip. Paul expressed disbelief at Trip's loss to Bianca, prompting Ash to recount his experiences with Trip during his journey in Unova. He described Trip's hostility towards him, stemming from Ash being from Kanto. Gary chimed in, expressing a desire to show Trip the strength of Kanto trainers. Ash recounted his first battle with Trip, where he unfortunately lost due to Pikachu's unexpected inability to use its electric powers. The group was shocked to hear this, and Alan questioned how that could happen. Ash explained that it was a result of his encounter with Zekrom, which had affected Pikachu's abilities. Sophocles was astonished to hear about Ash's encounter with Zekrom, while Max expressed frustration over Team Rocket's antics. Ash reassured them that Team Rocket had not followed him to Alola, which Bonnie found to be a positive aspect. Returning to the topic, Ash shared that he had the chance to battle Trip again during the Unova Virtus Conference, where he finally avenged his earlier loss. Serena reminded everyone that Ash had recently defeated Trip Superior with Sceptile, which Ash confirmed, noting that he had used Mega Evolution in that battle. Dawn pointed out that even without it, Ash would have still won, to which Ash agreed, reflecting on the irony of his journey from being challenged by Trip to becoming the champion of Alola. What about Trip though? Tyson asked. A nobody, Harrison replied. Battle begin, announced the referee. Roserade, use Swords Dance, Barry commanded as the bouquet Pokémon created several animated swords that danced in circles, sharply boosting its attack. Begin with Gunk Shot, Bianca ordered as Cinccino fired a large black bag towards Roserade, scoring a direct hit and dealing significant damage. Use Poison Jab, Barry instructed as the bouquets on Roserade's hands glowed purple and charged towards Cinccino. Counter with Tail Slap, Bianca called out, but Cinccino's tail was overpowered, taking heavy damage and becoming poisoned. Cinccino, get up and use Rock Blast, Bianca encouraged as Cinccino recovered and fired several rocks towards Roserade. Destroy it with Power Whip, Barry commanded as Roserade released two large vines that glowed purple, destroying the approaching rocks and scoring a direct hit on Cinccino, knocking it out. Cinccino is unable to battle. Roserade wins, the referee declared. Return Cinccino. Go Escavalier, Bianca said, recalling her Pokémon and sending out the cavalry Pokémon. Battle begin, the referee announced. Escavalier, use Swords Dance, Bianca commanded as the cavalry Pokémon created several animated swords that began dancing in circles, boosting its attack. Hit it with Shadow Ball, Barry ordered as Roserade fired a Shadow Ball towards Escavalier, dealing effective damage. Now use X-Scissor, Bianca instructed as Escavalier's lances glowed white and formed a purple X shape towards Roserade. Block it with Power Whip, Barry said, but the Bug-type move was stronger, negating it and striking Roserade out of action. Roserade is unable to battle. Escavalier wins, the referee announced. Return, Roserade. You did a great job. Heracross, you're up next, Barry said, recalling Roserade and sending out the single-horn Pokémon. Battle begin, the referee stated. Heracross, begin with Iron Defense, Barry ordered as Heracross's body glowed silvery white, sharply increasing its defense. Use Iron Head, Bianca commanded as Escavalier's head glowed and struck Heracross. Use Arm Move, Barry said, but realized that Heracross could not move due to flinching. Now's our chance. Use X-Scissor, Bianca ordered as Escavalier's lances glowed white, forming a purple X shape. And striking her across, inflicting minimal damage. Her across, you ready for this? Barry asked, receiving a nod in response. Alright, Keystone, respond to my heart. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. Barry declared as a white beam of energy enveloped his Keystone and Heracross. Shortly after, Mega Heracross emerged. So Barry can Mega Evolve Heracross. Interesting, Brock commented. Hit Heracross with Iron Head once more, Bianca instructed as Escavalier charged towards Mega Heracross. Knock it down with arm move, Barry commanded as Heracross's arms glowed white, repeatedly hitting Escavalier and inflicting heavy damage. Now finish it off with Rock Blast, Barry said as rings of energy surrounded Heracross, forming several rocks that were fired towards Escavalier. Escavalier, get up and use Drill Run to destroy the rocks, Bianca called, but due to the earlier damage, Escavalier was unable to recover in time and was hit, fainting in the process. Escavalier is unable to battle. Heracross wins, the referee announced. Return Escavalier. You were amazing. Alright, Masharna, go for it, Bianca said, recalling Escavalier and sending out the drowsing Pokemon. A Masharna? That puts both sides having the type advantage over each other, Stefan noted. Battle begin, the referee declared. Heracross, use Pin Missile, Barry ordered as Heracross fired several white needles towards Masharna. Use Trick Room, Bianca commanded as Masharna twisted the dimensions, creating a wall of blue light around the battlefield, which faded a few seconds later. At the same time, Masharna took damage from the Pin Missile. Reminds me of the battle I had with you in the Sinnoh League, Ash, Conway remarked as he watched the battle with interest. Yeah, let's see if Bianca manages to win with Trick Room, Ash replied. Hit it with Rock Blast, Barry ordered as Heracross attempted the Rock-type attack. Not so fast, hit Heracross with Moonblast, Bianca instructed as Masharna fired a pink ball of energy at Heracross, scoring a direct hit and dealing heavy damage. Ugh, use Pin Missile instead, Barry commanded as Heracross fired another array of white needles towards Masharna. Block it with Psychic, Bianca ordered as Masharna fired a purple beam of energy, causing an explosion that revealed both Pokemon still standing. Let's finish this with the next shot, they both said. Use Rock Blast Moonblast, they instructed as their Pokemon fired their attacks, creating another explosion that took longer to dissipate, revealing that both Pokemon were knocked out from the impact while Heracross reverted to its original form. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Can both sides please take out their next Pokemon, the referee requested. Return Heracross Masharna, they said as both trainers recalled their Pokemon. Skarmory Stoutland, go, they announced as the Armor Bird and Big-Hearted Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, the referee stated. Skarmory, use Spikes, Barry commanded as the Armor Bird Pokemon spun in circles, causing sharp spikes to appear on Bianca's side of the battlefield. Too bad Barry didn't get Skarmory to use spikes at the beginning of the battle. Not like when he battled me, Paul commented. It would have definitely made things easier, especially if Bianca kept switching Pokemon, but so far she only switched when one of her Pokemon had fainted, Gary noted. Use Wild Charge, Bianca ordered as Stoutland charged towards Skarmory, surrounded by yellow electricity, scoring a direct hit and dealing super effective damage. Use Iron Head, commanded Barry as Skarmory dove towards Stoutland, its head glowing silvery white. Counter with Fire Fang, Bianca instructed, and Stoutland's fangs ignited with flames, clashing head-on with the incoming Iron Head. Both Pokemon were knocked backward, sustaining damage, with Skarmory getting burned from the super effective hit. Use Sky Attack, Barry ordered, and Skarmory became enveloped in a harsh white beam of light, charging energy for the next turn. Use Fire Fang, Bianca said, but she noticed that Stoutland was unable to move due to flinching from Iron Head. Now Fire, Barry commanded as Skarmory completed its charge and dove towards Stoutland. Alright, use Wild Charge instead, Bianca called out, and Stoutland's body crackled with electricity as it charged towards the incoming sky attack, resulting in a powerful explosion that engulfed the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Stoutland was out of action, while Skarmory remained standing, albeit heavily damaged. Stoutland is unable to battle. Skarmory wins, announced the referee. Returned Stoutland. You did an excellent job. Alright, Simipour, your turn, Bianca said as the geyser Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Battle begin, the referee declared. Simipour, use Scald, Bianca commanded, and the geyser Pokémon fired a jet of hot water at Skarmory. Dodge it and use Rock Slide, Barry instructed, but Skarmory was momentarily surrounded by fire, unable to move, and was hit directly by Scald, eventually fainting. Skarmory is unable to battle. Simipour wins, the referee announced. Return Skarmory. Go Staraptor, Barry said, recalling the Armor Bird Pokémon and sending out the Predator Pokémon. Battle begin, the referee stated. Simipour, use Work Up, Bianca commanded, surrounding the geyser Pokémon with a red aura that increased its attack and special attack. Staraptor, use Double Edge, Barry ordered, and the Predator Pokémon charged at Simipour, landing a direct hit while taking recoil damage. Use Ice Beam, Bianca instructed, and Simipour fired a powerful beam of ice towards Staraptor. Destroy the ice with close combat, Barry commanded, and Staraptor charged through the ice beam, effectively destroying it. However, by the time Staraptor finished, Simipour had vanished from sight. What? Where did it go? Barry asked, confused. A moment later, the geyser Pokémon appeared a meter behind Staraptor. Use Ice Beam again, Bianca said, and Simipour unleashed another attack. Behind you! Barry shouted, but Staraptor was too slow to respond and was hit, taking significant damage. Bianca used the first Ice Beam as a diversion. Smart strategy, Virgil commented. And Staraptor's defense has been weakened due to using close combat, Gladion added. Impressive, Barry thought as Staraptor recovered. Now use Acrobatics, Bianca ordered, and Simipour leaped into the air, somersaulting towards Staraptor. Dodge it and use Brave Bird, Barry commanded, and Staraptor successfully dodged the attack, charging toward Simipour with its body glowing light blue, landing a direct hit and taking recoil damage. Not bad, use Ice Beam once more, Bianca instructed, and Simipour fired another beam of ice towards Staraptor. Use Steel Wing to block the ice and charge toward Simipour, Barry ordered, and Staraptor's wings glowed silvery white as it cut through the ice beam while advancing on Simipour. Hit Staraptor with Scald, Bianca commanded, and Simipour fired another jet of hot water. Break through with Double Edge, Barry instructed, and Staraptor charged through the water-type attack, landing a direct hit on Simipour while taking damage from Scald and the recoil of Double Edge. An explosion erupted, taking a minute to clear, revealing that both Pokémon were unable to battle. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please take out their next Pokémon, the referee requested. Return Staraptor Simipour. Alright, Empoleon Emboar, the final fight is with you, Barry and Bianca said as they returned their Pokémon and sent out their final choices. Oh my, this is going to be good, Ash remarked. A showdown between two final evolution starters, Max commented. Which both happen to start with E, Bonnie added. And they have type advantages over each other, Brock noted. Battle begin, the referee announced. Emboar, start off with Hammer Arm, Bianca commanded, and one of the Mega Fire Pig's arms glowed white as it charged towards Empoleon. Block it with Drill Peck, Barry ordered, and Empoleon's beak glowed white, spinning towards the incoming Hammer Arm, resulting in a collision. Now hit Empoleon with your other arm, Bianca instructed, and Emboar's other arm glowed white, landing a solid hit on Empoleon. Hammer Arm may have hit its mark, but it reduces the user's speed, Tobias commented. This makes Emboar more vulnerable to incoming attacks, especially if they are super effective, Virgil added. Use Wild Charge, Bianca commanded, and Emboar charged towards Empoleon, covered in electricity. Dodge it and use hydro pump, Barry instructed, and Empoleon skillfully dodged the attack, firing a powerful jet of water at Emboar, who was unable to react in time, taking significant damage. Bianca is at a disadvantage since she has only Emboar left, while Barry has another Pokemon to back up Empoleon, Scylla noted. If Empoleon gets knocked out, what Pokemon will Barry use as his last? Max asked. I believe the answer is Hitmonlee, Paul replied. Unless he has caught new Pokemon since the last time Ash, Brock, Dawn, and I saw him, but I doubt he would have done that, Bianca remarked. Use Hammer Arm again, Bianca ordered as Emboar's arm glowed white and charged toward Empoleon. Block it with Steel Wing, Barry instructed, and one of Empoleon's wings glowed silvery white, colliding with the incoming Hammer Arm. Hit Empoleon with your other arm, Bianca added as Emboar attempted to strike with its spare arm. Block it with your other wing, Barry commanded, and Empoleon's other wing glowed silvery white, successfully preventing the attack. Now that Emboar is close, knock it down with Drill Peck, Barry ordered. Empoleon's beak glowed white as it spun, striking Emboar and knocking it backward. Alright, time to finish this off with Hydro Cannon, Barry declared as Empoleon unleashed a large ball of water toward Emboar. Wrap this up with Blast Burn, Bianca commanded. Emboar became engulfed in flames and punched the ground, sending a wave of energy toward the Hydro Cannon, resulting in a massive explosion that covered the battlefield. After a few moments, the smoke cleared, revealing both Pokemon unmoving. However, seconds later, Emboar could no longer endure and collapsed. Emboar is unable to battle. Empoleon wins. Therefore, the winner of this match goes to Barry of Twinleaf Town, the referee announced, prompting applause from the audience. Emboar, are you alright? Bianca asked, helping Emboar up as it gave a faint nod. You did an amazing job. Take a good rest, Bianca said, recalling Emboar into its Pokeball. Well done, Empoleon. Thanks for securing our victory. Take a good rest, Barry said while returning Empoleon to its Pokeball. Well, that's it. I guess Barry has improved a lot since the last time I saw him, Paul commented. Yeah, wait until he manages to beat you the next time you battle him, Gary smirked. Not likely. Don't forget, I'm a league champion of Unova while he isn't, Paul replied confidently. Thanks for the battle, Bianca. Your Emboar was really strong, Barry said as he approached her. Same to you, Barry. Your Empoleon is stronger. You really are an amazing trainer. Too bad I was only able to take down 4 of your Pokemon, Bianca replied with a sad smile. Don't sweat it too much. The most important thing is that we enjoyed the battle together. Come on, let's go to the Pokemon Center to get our tired Pokemon healed, Barry suggested. You got it. Let's go, Bianca agreed as the two trainers walked out of the battlefield toward the Pokemon Center to have Nurse Joy heal their Pokemon. So Alan is one of your rivals from your journey in Kalos? Brock asked. At that moment, Ash, Max, Brock, Dawn, Serena, and Lucy were in cabin 211 after breakfast, discussing the upcoming battle between Alan and Brock. Yes, he is a very tough opponent. He somewhat reminds me of how strong Paul was when I journeyed in Sinnoh. The only difference is that Alan was always friendly to me while Paul was initially quite hostile. And while I have beaten Paul before, I have never beaten Alan in any of our battles, Ash explained. Really? That's very surprising, Dawn replied. Yeah, Alan has won all battles against Ash, Serena added. How many times have you two battled before? Max inquired. 3 times. Alan won the first and last battles. The second battle never came to a conclusion since Greninja and I collapsed during the battle against Alan and his Charizard, Ash responded. Collapsed? Lucy asked. Remember the power that Ash and Greninja demonstrated during his battle against Flint and Faulkner? Serena asked. Yes, what about it? Brock replied. During my second battle with Alan, we hadn't fully mastered it, causing us to run out of energy and collapse, Ash explained. Sounds tough, Dawn said. Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy, Ash admitted. But you have mastered the power now, and that's what matters the most, Serena encouraged. That's right. Hopefully, I get to battle Alan later. In the tournament, Ash said, turning to Brock. Good luck with your battle against Alan. As I said earlier, he is a very tough opponent like Paul, so keep your guard up at all times. Of course. I'd love to see how strong he is, especially when you speak so highly of him, Brock replied. And also, I have a surprise to show all of you, he added. What is it? Ash asked. You'll see in my battle against Alan, Brock said with a smile. In the battlefield, the referee announced, this will be an official full battle between Alan and Brock. Substitutions can be made, and the battle will be over when all of either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both trainers please take out their first Pokémon? Unpheasant, let's go, Alan called as the proud Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Crobat, you're up, Brock said as the bat Pokémon appeared. An aerial battle? This is going to be interesting to watch, Harrison remarked. Battle begin, the referee declared. Unpheasant, use aerial ace, Alan ordered as the proud Pokémon dove toward Crobat. Dodge it and use supersonic, Brock commanded. Crobat swiftly evaded the attack and fired several circular sound waves at Unpheasant, confusing it. Unpheasant, use Steel Wing, Alan instructed, but the proud Pokémon hurt itself in confusion. Now hit it with Cross Poison, Brock ordered, and Crobat flapped its wings, sending a purple X-shaped poison toward Unpheasant, scoring a direct hit. It would have been worse if Unpheasant got poison from that Cross Poison attack, Max commented. Unpheasant, don't give up. Use Steel Wing, Alan urged as the proud Pokémon's wings glowed silvery white and charged toward Crobat. Counter it with your own Steel Wing, Brock commanded, and Crobat charged toward the incoming attack, causing a clash that resulted in an explosion, damaging both Pokémon. Use Brave Bird, both trainers ordered as Unpheasant and Crobat became surrounded with blue energy and charged toward each other. The resulting explosion took a minute to clear, revealing that both Pokémon were unable to battle. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokémon, the referee requested. Wow, both sides are really strong, Marin commented. Brock said he has a surprise to show us when battling Alan, someone else noted. Wonder what it is, Max said, watching the battlefield intently. Bisharp, let's go, Alan commanded as the sword blade Pokémon appeared, ready for battle. Ludicolo, I'm counting on you, Brock said, summoning the carefree Pokémon to the field. Battle begin, announced the referee. Bisharp, use Night Slash, Alan instructed, and the blades on Bisharp's elbows glowed purple as it charged toward Ludicolo. Ludicolo, use Fake Out, Brock countered, and Ludicolo dashed forward, clapping its hands in front of Bisharp's face, causing it to flinch. Now use Muddy Water, Brock ordered, and Ludicolo unleashed a wave of muddy water that hit Bisharp, dealing effective damage. Wow, Brock seems to be getting the upper hand for now, Max remarked. Don't judge too soon. Alan can turn the tables at any time, Bonnie replied. Use Fire Punch, Brock commanded, and Ludicolo's fist ignited as it charged at Bisharp. Dodge it and use Iron Head, Alan instructed. Bisharp skillfully evaded the attack and struck Ludicolo with a powerful blow. Why Iron Head? It's not very effective against a water type like Ludicolo, Virgil commented. I think I know why, Ash said, observing closely. Ludicolo, use Muddy Water again, Brock directed, but Ludicolo was still recovering from the previous hit. Now finish it off with Guillotine, Alan ordered. Bisharp's blades glowed light blue as it swiftly struck Ludicolo, knocking it out. Ludicolo is unable to battle. Bisharp wins, the referee declared. Return, Ludicolo. You did an excellent job, Brock said, recalling his Pokémon. Alright, Swampert, your turn, he added as the mud fish Pokemon took its place on the battlefield. Too bad Fire Punch didn't land on Bisharp. That would have done a lot of damage, Dawn noted. Using Swampert is a good move against Bisharp, Serena agreed. Battle begin, the referee announced once more. Bisharp, use Night Slash, Alan commanded as Bisharp charged at Swampert. Knock it out with Earthquake, Brock ordered. Swampert slammed its body onto the ground, creating a powerful tremor that knocked Bisharp out. Bisharp is unable to battle. Swampert wins, the referee confirmed. In just one hit? Cameron asked, surprised. Well, it was a super effective attack on Bisharp, plus it took damage from battling Ludicolo earlier, Virgil explained. Return, Bisharp. Alright, Weevil, you're up next, Alan said as he sent out the Sharp Claw Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee announced again. Swampert, use Waterfall, Brock commanded. Swampert created a geyser of water that surged toward Weevil. Use Double Team and then hit Swampert with Throat Chop, Alan instructed. Weevil created several copies of itself and struck Swampert, dealing effective damage. Impressive, Brock thought to himself. Now hit it with Ice Punch, Alan ordered as Weevil charged forward. Stop it with Stone Edge, Brock countered. Swampert slammed its arms onto the ground, causing sharp stones to erupt and hit Weevil. Not bad, Alan thought, strategizing. Use Screech, he commanded, and Weevil emitted a loud noise that weakened Swampert's defense. Don't give up, Brock encouraged. Use Waterfall. Swampert unleashed another geyser of water, striking Weevil directly. Use Double Team again, Alan said, but he realized too late that Weevil flinched from the hit. Alright Swampert, wrap this up with Earthquake, Brock commanded. Swampert created a powerful tremor that knocked Weevil out. Weevil is unable to battle. Swampert wins, the referee announced. Wow, Brock's Swampert is really strong, managing to take down two of Alan's Pokemon, Dawn remarked. But it is now vulnerable due to being hit by Screech, Paul added. Return, Weevil. Metagross, go, Alan said, sending out the Iron Leg Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee declared. Swampert, use Earthquake, Brock commanded. Swampert slammed into the ground, causing a massive tremor that hurt Metagross. Use Psyshock, Alan ordered. Metagross fired a beam of energy, striking Swampert and knocking it out. Swampert is unable to battle. Metagross wins, the referee confirmed. Return, Swampert. You did your best. Blissey, your turn, Brock said, sending out the Happiness Pokemon. Oh. It looks like Brock's Chansey has finally evolved into a Blissey, Dawn noted. Battle begin, the referee announced. Metagross, use Brick Break, Alan commanded. Dodge it and use Thunder Wave, Brock instructed. Blissey evaded the attack and sent out rings of electricity, paralyzing Metagross. Metagross, use Meteor Mash, Alan said, but the Iron Leg Pokemon was unable to move. Hit Metagross with Flamethrower, Brock ordered. Blissey unleashed a stream of flames, striking Metagross directly. Flamethrower? That definitely caught me by surprise, Tobias remarked. Guess Brock's Blissey isn't just good at healing Pokemon, it's also skilled in battling, Serena added. Thanks to Brock training it so well, Ash agreed. Metagross, use Meteor Mash, Alan commanded as Metagross charged at Blissey. Don't give up. Use Shadow Ball, Brock instructed. Blissey fired a Shadow Ball, hitting Metagross and lowering its special defense. This is tougher than I thought, Alan mused, strategizing for the next move. Finish this off with Brick Break, Alan instructed as Metagross charged towards Blissey, its leg glowing white. Counter with Flamethrower, Brock commanded, and Blissey unleashed a powerful stream of flames, resulting in a massive explosion that knocked both Pokemon out. After the smoke cleared, the referee announced, both Metagross and Blissey are unable to battle. Can both sides please send out their next Pokemon? Tobias remarked, considering that Brock's Blissey isn't fully focused on battling, I'm impressed it managed to tie with a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Barry added, I guess that's part of his success as a Pokemon doctor. Return Metagross and Blissey. Tyranitar and Toxicroak, now you're up, Alan and Brock said, returning their Pokemon and sending out the next ones. Virgil noted, Tyranitar may be a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, but it has a significant type disadvantage against Toxicroak. Ash chimed in, half of Alan's team has a 4 times weakness to fighting type attacks, including Tyranitar, Weevil, and Bisharp. Marin pointed out, but that didn't stop Alan from becoming a Kalos League champion. Plus, your Hawlucha lost to Alan's Bisharp in the Kalos League. That's true, Ash acknowledged. But at least it managed to take down Alan's Weevil before losing. Battle begin, the referee declared. Toxicroak, use Drain Punch, Brock commanded as Toxicroak charged at Tyranitar, its arm glowing light green. Tyranitar, use Earthquake, Alan ordered, and Tyranitar slammed its body onto the battlefield, creating a powerful tremor. Both Pokemon took damage from their attacks, but Toxicroak managed to recover some energy from the successful hit. Use Fire Punch, Alan commanded, and Tyranitar's hand ignited with flames as it charged at Toxicroak. Counter with Poison Jab, Brock instructed, and Toxicroak's spike glowed purple as it clashed with Fire Punch. Despite Toxicroak's efforts, Tyranitar's strength prevailed, knocking Toxicroak back. Now use Earthquake again, Alan said, causing another tremor that hit Toxicroak hard. Toxicroak, get up. Brock urged, but Toxicroak was unable to recover in time and took severe damage. Use Fire Punch again, Alan commanded, and Tyranitar prepared for another strike. Block it with Stone Edge, Brock ordered, and Toxicroak created sharp stones to intercept the attack. Destroy the stones with Earthquake, Alan instructed, and Tyranitar obliterated the stones, but Toxicroak was already out of sight. Now's your chance. Wrap this up with Drain Punch, Brock commanded, and Toxicroak landed a direct hit on Tyranitar, recovering some energy and knocking it out. Tyranitar is unable to battle. Toxicroak wins, the referee announced. Return Tyranitar. You did a great job. Alright Charizard, it's your turn, Alan said, sending out the flame Pokemon. Battle begin, the referee declared. Toxicroak, use Stone Edge, Brock commanded, and Toxicroak created sharp stones to launch at Charizard. Destroy the stones with Dragon Claw, Alan ordered, and Charizard effortlessly broke through the stones, hitting Toxicroak and knocking it out. Toxicroak is unable to battle. Charizard wins, the referee confirmed. That leaves both sides down to their final Pokemon, Max commented. Brock hasn't shown us his surprise yet. I think he saved it for the last battle, Ash speculated. I wonder what it is, Dawn said. Return, Toxicroak. Steelix, I'm counting on you, Brock said, sending out the Iron Snake. Alan thought to himself, a Steelix? Why with the type disadvantage? He shook off his doubts, knowing that type advantages aren't everything. Battle begin, the referee announced. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Alan commanded as Charizard unleashed a powerful jet of flames. Block it with Aqua Tail, Brock instructed, and Steelix's tail charged forward, negating the flames and striking Charizard. That was impressive, Alan remarked, and Brock smiled. Alright, Charizard, you ready for this? Alan asked, and Charizard nodded. Key Stone, respond to my heart. Beyond Evolution, Mega Evolve. A beam of energy enveloped Charizard, transforming it. Steelix, shall we do the same? Brock asked, and Steelix nodded. Key Stone, react to our bond. Mega Evolve. Ash exclaimed, so this is the surprise Brock was talking about. Dawn added, if novice trainers face Brock in the pewter gym, they'll be at a huge disadvantage. Not necessarily. Brock is smart enough not to rely solely on Mega Evolution, Max pointed out. Battle begin, the referee announced. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, Alan commanded, and Charizard charged at Steelix. Block it with Stone Edge, Brock ordered, but Charizard destroyed the stones and, knowing Dragon Claw wouldn't do much damage, Alan quickly adjusted his strategy. Now that Steelix is in close range, use Flamethrower, he commanded, and Charizard unleashed a powerful jet of blue flames, dealing heavy damage to Steelix. Strong, as expected, Brock thought to himself. Get up and use Dig, Brock instructed as Steelix managed to recover and dove into the ground, digging a hole. Use Flamethrower onto the ground, Alan ordered, and Charizard unleashed a stream of blue flames into the hole. Block the flames with Aqua Tail while you use Dig, Brock commanded. Even though Steelix was hidden, its tail glowed light blue and successfully blocked the Flamethrower while continuing to move toward Charizard. Now hit Charizard, Brock said as Steelix finally began to emerge from the ground. Keep an eye on where it could appear, Alan warned, and Charizard turned its head, scanning for any signs of movement. Now use Dig, Brock instructed, and Steelix's size made its approach noticeable to Charizard. Charizard, fly up into the air, Alan commanded, and Charizard flapped its wings, soaring above. I expected that. Now Steelix, jump into the air, Brock ordered, and Steelix burst from the ground, leaping high and towering over Charizard. Impossible, Alan said in shock, surprised at how high the heavy iron snake could jump. Now hit it with your tail, Brock commanded as Steelix aimed its large tail at Charizard. Dodge it. Alan shouted, but Charizard was unable to evade in time and was struck, landing hard on the ground and taking significant damage. Alright, it's now or never. Charizard, finish it off with Blast Burn, Alan ordered. Charizard became engulfed in blue flames and slammed one of its fists on the ground, sending a wave of energy towards Steelix. Steelix, counter with Stone Edge, Brock commanded. Steelix slammed its tail on the ground, causing sharp stones to erupt and head toward the incoming Blast Burn. An explosion erupted, filling the battlefield with thick black smoke. After a minute, the smoke cleared, revealing both Pokémon still standing but heavily damaged. Moments later, Steelix ran out of energy and collapsed, reverting to its original form. Steelix is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Therefore, the winner of this match goes to Alan, declared the referee, and the audience erupted in applause for the impressive battle. Steelix, are you alright? Brock asked as he approached Steelix, who nodded in response. Well done, Charizard. You did an excellent job, Alan praised as Charizard returned to its original form and joined Brock and Steelix. Thanks for such an enjoyable battle, Brock. You were definitely one of my toughest opponents, Alan said, extending his hand for a handshake. Thanks, Alan. Your Pokémon, especially Charizard, are exceptionally strong. I can see why Ash spoke so highly of you, Brock replied, accepting the handshake. If I recall correctly, you used to be one of the gym leaders of Pewter City. Is that correct? Alan asked.